Chapter 451 Alice's Talent. Seeing Alice actually fighting Harry, all the nobles were looking forward to it, wanting to see if the beautiful Countess could defeat Harry. And Gervais finally felt relieved. If Alice was willing to fight, he could catch up with her.
Beautiful lady, my name is Harry Potter. I wonder what your name is.
It was not the time to be exposed yet, so he still had to keep up appearances. So Gervais continued to maintain the image of a lustful, hungry ghost, rode a war horse to Alice, and then asked politely,
You don't deserve to know.
Alice didn't give any face, still didn't look directly at Gervais, and turned around on her horse and headed into the distance. Seeing this, the aristocratic young people present started to gloat. They were really worried that this beautiful countess would be seduced by Harry. After all, having a Caroline was enough to make people jealous. After mocking Gervais, a group of young nobles looked at Caroline, wanting to see how Caroline would react to the behavior of Gervais. A scumbag. What makes people speechless is that instead of being angry or sad, Caroline is looking at the field with a smile on her face. Suddenly, the aristocratic young people who had originally laughed at Gervais felt sad, and their jealousy towards Gervais became even stronger.
Why doesn't such a good woman belong to us?
It is said that after Gervais was frustrated in front of Alice, he did not continue to be entangled, but also turned the horse's head in another direction. When both Gervais and Gervais reached the predetermined distance for the spear duel, they turned their horses' heads, and Alice also put the helmet on her head and closed the visor. Hiss! As the two men urged the horses at the same time, the war horses let out a clear neigh, and then began to gallop forward with kicks. As the distance between the two became closer and closer, Alice's spiritual light circulated on her body.
My cheap wife is really ruthless. She will use all her strength as soon as she gets started.
Gervais saw the flash of inspiration on Alice and knew that Alice had tried her best. But he was not worried because he now had such confidence. However, the young people in the Principality of Jean did not think that Gervais could win this duel, and began to wait excitedly for Harry to be stabbed to death by Alice.
Ha ha! That Harry is dead! Although he defeated several peak Bronze Knights, the power of the Silver Knight is simply not comparable to that of the Bronze Knight. He deserves it. He is so arrogant that he wants to challenge the Silver Knight. And he also wants to take advantage of Alice. You don't know. When Alice was in school in the royal capital, she was famous as a training genius, and she was the strongest in the academy. Besides, she also has a particularly incredible talent. What kind of talent is it?
A group of noble young people asked curiously.
Hey, you'll find out later. Watch carefully how that Harry dies.
Amid the discussion among the noble youths, Gervais and Alice finally collided. Gervais aimed his spear at Alice's head, and Alice did the same. But the power of the aura flashing all over Alice was much more terrifying than Gervais's. Boom! Wow! As a muffled sound came, in this round of lance duel, both of them were sitting on their horses intact, and no one fell off their horses. Alice didn't know the true identity of Harry in front of her, so she came here to kill Harry. The sharp spear was originally aimed at Gervais's head, but at the last moment it strangely moved down and headed towards Gervais's chest. Although he was caught off guard, luckily Gervais was not weak in strength. After noticing the change in Alice's spear, he immediately raised the buckler in his hand to block Alice's spear attack. But Alice is a silver knight after all, and she used her full strength. Although Gervais's buckler bounced off Alice's spear, however, the entire buckler exploded and turned into powder. Only the deformed iron frame remained in Gervais's hand. As for Gervais's shot, of course he was reluctant to hurt Alice. While pretending to defend in a hurry, the spear deflected slightly and passed by Alice's helmet. Wow! Although Alice's blow did not cause real damage to Gervais, it at least made people see Gervais panic. The young people in the Principality of Jean all exclaimed, hoping that Alice could kill Harry quickly to relieve their hatred.
Beautiful lady! I didn't expect you to look so beautiful, but be so ruthless in your attacks. But I like it.
After stopping the horse's momentum, Gervais turned the horse's head and joked towards Alice. Alice still ignored Gervais's words, but quickly dropped the knight's spear in her hand and took out a longbow hanging under the saddle. This long bow is very delicate in shape, and unlike ordinary long bows, this bow is shorter, and the curvature of the bow is much larger. There are many specious patterns on this long bow, which are a bit like strengthening runes, but more exquisite and ingenious. In addition, the material of this longbow is also a bit strange. In addition to the main wood, there are many unknown metal inlays on it. Gervais had seen this longbow once in her castle, the last time the pirates invaded. Alice brought this longbow to rescue her.
It seems like my cheap wife must be a marksman. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Just as Gervais was slightly dazed, he unexpectedly heard 3 whistling sounds of arrow feathers breaking through the air, urgent and fast. Gervais was immediately focused, and did not dare to neglect. Gervais had seen how powerful the arrow feathers shot by his cheap wife were. The arrow feathers that he had dodged before were directly buried in the soil, and even the tail could not be seen. If you shoot this at yourself, it will definitely kill 2 holes with 1 arrow. So, Gervais quickly used his fighting spirit, jumped up from his horse, and jumped to the ground beside him. Alice's 3 moves were fast, accurate and ruthless, completely blocking the possibility of Gervais evading. If Gervais continues to stay on the war horse, he will inevitably be hit by an arrow no matter how he dodges. Seeing that his cheap wife's archery skills were indeed so good, Gervais immediately stopped being negligent, dismounted, dodged 3 arrows, and immediately ran towards Alice quickly. Alice's expression was slightly surprised when she saw Gervais dodge her 3 consecutive shots. However, the movements of her hands did not stop. She quickly took out 3 more arrow feathers from the quiver, and then swished towards the running Gervais shot quickly. Alice's fluency in archery shocked all the nobles present. It turns out that longbowmen can be so terrifying at their best.
Is this Alice's talent you mentioned?
At this time, the noble young man from the Principality of Jean finally understood what the man's words just meant.
Yes, it's shocking. Alice has never used a long sword when she was in the academy, but she has never lost in a competition, because as long as she holds the longbow, no one can get within 10 meters of her. But that Harry seems to be very perverted, and he dodged Alice's 3 arrows again.
When the young man heard that Alice's archery skills were so good, he was filled with admiration. But the scene at this moment was a bit unexpected, because the 3 arrow feathers shot by Alice missed again, and were dodged by Gervais. Gervais's body shape was not much inferior to that of some magical beasts that were known for their speed, and he kept changing directions while running, always just missing the arrow feathers shot by Alice. These young people thought that they could not avoid the arrows shot by Alice, so they all called Harry a pervert. As the Peak Bronze Knights, they couldn't even capture the trajectory of the arrow feathers. The speed of the arrow feathers was too fast. The 3 arrows missed again, and Alice frowned when she saw that scumbag Harry was getting closer and closer to her, and was still unscathed. If he still couldn't hit Harry after shooting 2 more arrows, Harry would be able to reach him immediately with his speed. Thinking of this, Alice's eyes flashed coldly. I saw that Alice only took out 1 arrow feather from the arrow pot this time. And this time Alice did not shoot the arrow feather immediately. Instead, he put it on the bowstring and began to use his fighting energy with all his strength. As the fighting spirit in Alice circulated, a strange scene appeared. The long bow in her hand actually began to flash with a green light, and the light gradually spread to the entire long bow along those strange lines. When the entire longbow flashed with a faint green light, Alice finally pulled the bowstring.
How is this possible? Doesn't it mean that only when you reach the Golden Knight can the fighting spirit leave the body? Is it because of the long bow?
Both the nobles of the Principality of Jean and the nobles of the Principality of Alban were shocked and felt incredible at the scene that appeared in front of them. At this time, Gervais, who was running quickly towards Alice in the field, also sensed the danger, and the hairs on his body stood up. Chapter 452 Murder of Husband.
This is murdering my husband!
Gervais groaned inwardly and quickly concentrated. Whoosh! At the moment when the turquoise light on Alice's long bow was the most powerful, Alice let go of the bowstring, and the arrow feathers on the bowstring turned into a bunch of strange light, and then flew towards Gervais with terrifying power. Go! This bunch of arrow feathers was so fast that even some silver knights could only see a flash of green light. At this time, Gervais also tried his best to activate the fighting spirit in his body, and his mental power, which was countless times stronger than that of ordinary knights, was concentrated to the extreme. The moment the arrow feathers flashed with green light left the bowstring, Gervais determined its trajectory with the help of his mental power. Then Gervais began to dodge with all his strength without hesitation. However, although Gervais used his strong mental power to predict the trajectory of Alice's arrow, his body could not keep up with the speed of his thinking. I saw the arrow feathers flashing with green light like the laser rays in a science fiction movie flying close to Gervais, and then brushed past Gervais's shoulder.
Wow! What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying! Yes! If it were shot on someone, it would immediately break into pieces. This Harry is perverted enough. Is he even human? That green light shot 100 meters away in just the blink of an eye, but he was still able to dodge it.
When Gervais finished dodging, with cold sweat still forming on his forehead, The nobles watching the battle all let out incredible exclamations. Because the miserable appearance of Gervais at this moment made them understand the horror of Alice's arrow just now. Although the arrow just passed by Gervais's shoulder and did not really hit him. His shoulder was already miserable. The most horrifying thing was that a big hole had been ripped out of Gervais's body armor, exposing Gervais's entire shoulder. The exposed shoulder was not much better. It was already a bloody mess.
If you want to murder your husband, you should be beaten.
Feeling the hot feeling on his shoulder, Gervais dared to stroll around like before. If it hadn't been for his perverted mental power to predict the trajectory of arrow feathers just now, he might have capsized in the gutter and killed himself. Alice was also very surprised. She didn't expect the scumbag Harry to be able to dodge her killing arrow. After being stunned for a moment, Alice did not dare to be careless anymore, and immediately opened her bow and string to circulate her fighting spirit, hoping to shoot another arrow. Seeing that Alice wanted to shoot a second arrow, Gervais began to sprint without reservation and quickly came to Alice. Alice didn't expect that the strength Harry showed just now was not his limit. Seeing that it was impossible to shoot another arrow, Alice quickly put the longbow behind her back, and then prepared to pull out the long sword and engage in close combat with Harry. When Gervais got close, there would be no chance for Alice to draw the sword. He quickly reached out and grasped the wrist of Alice, who drew the sword, and then pounced, knocking Alice to the ground.
Holy crap! This is so shameless! Yes! Is this a duel or are you planning to take advantage? Shameless scumbag Harry Potter!
Seeing Gervais actually throwing the beautiful countess to the ground and then pressing on her, the nobles present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Then he swallowed again, before starting to curse Gervais for being shameless. After being thrown to the ground by Gervais, Alice was immediately furious. Her fighting energy circulated rapidly throughout her body. And then she stretched out her arm that was not controlled by Gervais and punched Gervais in the head. Boom! Gervais was instantly hit by Alice's fist and suddenly felt dizzy.
Stop it! Alice!
After being punched by Alice, Gervais quickly shouted to Alice in a low voice. In fact, if the person under him was someone else, Gervais could strike first without any scruples, punching him 3 or 2 times before knocking him unconscious. But because the person beneath him was his cheap wife, Gervais was reluctant to make a move, which was why he was in trouble because of his slowness. Alice didn't have the time to pay attention to so much at the moment. She just felt that she was being pressed by the scumbag Harry and was extremely insulted. She wanted to use all means to kill the damn scumbag in front of her. So she continued to punch Harry. And go! Gervais managed to dodge a few heavy blows from Alice, knowing that continuing like this was not an option and would probably lead to suspicion. So Gervais laughed out of his wits.
Ha ha! Beautiful lady! It seems that you are quite aggressive. Just in time. Let's cultivate our relationship.
After saying that, Gervais put a hand on Alice's shoulder and quickly turned her around. Then Alice changed direction, facing the ground and being pinned down by Gervais, and could no longer attack Gervais with her fists. Only then did Gervais have time to stretch out his palm, and then slapped Alice hard on the butt. Boom! 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 Of course, the scene at this moment does not have the charming atmosphere in those novels, but is rather unbearable to watch. Alice was wearing full body armor at the moment, and every time Gervais slapped her, there could be a banging sound of metal collision. All the nobles present were stunned and didn't know what to say.
Is this how you pursue girls? I am only the second son and have little education. Don't lie to me.
Many young nobles had such questions in their minds. Only Alice, who was suppressed by Gervais, was extremely ashamed and angry at this moment. She swore in her heart that if she couldn't kill the scumbag Harry in front of her on the spot, then she would choose to commit suicide.
Alice, don't move. It's me, Gervais.
With a banging sound, Gervais whispered again. When Gervais finished speaking, Alice suddenly felt a fit.
Gervais?
Alice did not hear the previous words of Gervais clearly, but the last 3 words of Gervais were extremely sensitive to Alice today. So even though the voice was very low, Alice still heard it and confirmed it in a low voice.
Yes, it's me, Gervais. Keep struggling. Things are a bit complicated now. I'll explain it to you later. I have something I need your help with now.
Gervais was worried that his secret would be exposed, so he immediately asked Alice to perform with him.
Okay, Gervais, tell me, how can I help you?
Alice's eyes were red under the visor, and she immediately agreed, and then began to continue struggling to cooperate with Gervais.
I was kidnapped to King Hayden City by some strange combination of circumstances, and now I have become a fake Harry. I plan to escape and come back during the war. So I hope you can help me then. Otherwise I am afraid of the Principality of Jean. The soldiers will regard me as the enemy.
Time was running out. So Gervais kept his story short and quickly told what he needed Alice to do.
When the time comes, I will try to run as close as possible to the Jones family. Okay, Gervais, be careful.
At this moment, Alice's worries of the past few days disappeared, and she agreed without any hesitation. Hearing that his wife's voice seemed to be choked with sobs, Gervais felt soft in his heart for no reason. So he was about to open his mouth to comfort her.
Alice,
let go. Whoosh. Just when Gervais's mind was affected by Alice's choking, he suddenly heard the whistling sound of an arrow feather coming from his ears. Gervais was shocked. With his rich combat experience, Gervais knew that the arrow feathers were very close to him. He did not dare to waste any time to check the trajectory of the arrow feathers, but directly lowered his body and leaned towards Alice. Boom! Gervais's rich combat experience saved him. Originally, the arrow feathers were aimed at his back and heart, but because of his rapid avoidance, the arrow feathers only hit his helmet and hit him. His entire helmet belt flew off. In an instant, Gervais stopped what he was doing and looked towards the direction where the arrow feathers came from with endless murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He didn't understand that someone would fire a cold arrow in such a nightly duel. When Gervais turned around, he saw the eldest prince in the team of the Principality of Jean looking at him with a resentful look, holding up a long bow. But at this moment, Gervais's helmet had been blown away by the arrow feathers, and his face fell into everyone's eyes without reservation. Chapter 453 The Death of the Eldest Prince. In an instant, the nobles of the Principality of Jean were stunned, and everyone looked at Gervais in disbelief.
How is this possible?
Ever since White Rock City was captured by Gervais using a clever strategy without a single soldier, he can be said to be a big celebrity in the Principality of Zion. At the same time, the nobles who can follow King Lawrence today are all important figures in the Principality of Jean, and naturally many of them have seen Gervais' appearance. At this time, they never expected that Gervais, who had been missing for a long time and was regarded as dead by them, would actually appear in the team of the Principality of Alban, and also use Harry's name to fight against the Principality of Jean in this duel. Young people are fighting against each other. It seems that Gervais is still valued by the Principality of Alban. Seeing the expressions of everyone in the Principality of Jean, Gervais felt that the air around him suddenly solidified.
I'm going to suffer.
Gervais secretly thought that something was wrong. He was not worried about his own comfort, but worried about his subordinates and tens of thousands of gold coins. At this moment, Gervais really wanted to kill Derek without hesitation. This birdman not only plotted against him, but now also exposed his identity. After the eldest prince saw Gervais's face, he instantly felt the blood in his body boil. Originally, he was on the verge of going berserk because of the incident between Harry and Caroline. But now that he knew that Harry was Gervais, the eldest prince instantly remembered the strange behavior of Gervais and Caroline at the celebration party that night. There is also the matter of Caroline preferring not to return to the Principality of Jean, but to follow Gervais.
I'm going to kill you!
The eldest prince Derek roared angrily with red eyes, then discarded the longbow in his hand, pulled out the long sword, and prepared to come up to fight for Gervais. Whoosh! Puff! Unexpectedly, just when the eldest prince strode forward and was about to shout out Gervais's name angrily, a strange arrow feather shot out from the team of the Principality of Alban. Even Gervais was its trajectory cannot be captured. The strange arrow feathers arrived in an instant and directly penetrated the neck of the eldest prince Derek, preventing him from shouting a word anymore. This scene happened very suddenly. Everyone present looked at all this in disbelief. Before they could figure out what was going on, the eldest prince Derek fell to the ground. The speed of this strange arrow feather was several times faster than Alice's blow just now, and even several Golden Peak Knights had no time to react.
What happened?
Gervais quickly turned around and looked behind him, although he was glad that he didn't have to do anything himself. Derek jumped into the street, but he knew that this incident was probably the beginning of the church's conspiracy. When Gervais turned around, he found that Arlott and others were also in a daze and did not react. Obviously, killing the eldest prince Derek was not Arlott's order.
Derek!
King Lawrence roared angrily, quickly came to Derek, and helped Derek up from the ground. Unfortunately, the arrow completely penetrated the neck of the eldest prince Derek, and his spine was also shattered. Although the eldest prince Derek was not completely dead yet, it was only a matter of time. At this moment, he could only make a feeble gasping sound. Seeing this scene, Gervais quickly reacted, winked at Alice, and then quickly ran towards the Alban Principality team. Because the next situation will definitely get out of control. Gervais needs to take Caroline far away from here to avoid being affected by the fish pond. Sure enough, King Lawrence was really angry when he saw that the eldest Prince Derek was bound to die from his injuries. The eldest prince is his son no matter what, and it is not easy to cultivate an heir. But now, he was shot in front of him.
A lot! I want you to bury my son with him!
King Lawrence stood up and roared. Whoosh! 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 Just after King Lawrence roared angrily, 3 more arrow feathers were shot from behind the Alban Principality's team, which were the same arrow feathers that killed the eldest Prince Derek. Ding! 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 However, it was obvious that everyone was on guard at this moment. And coupled with the strength of King Lawrence, these 3 arrow feathers were easily blocked and dodged by Lawrence.
Kill! Kill them all! Find out those rats who only dare to shoot hidden arrows!
King Lawrence roared angrily and charged towards Arlott and the others in person. When several earls from the Principality of Jean saw Lawrence rushing forward, they naturally followed him quickly. In this way, the original night showdown between the two sides turned into a melee of high-end force. Arlott had already retreated to the back of the team when a melee broke out between the two sides, and Gervais did the same, pulling Caroline far away from the melee crowd. After Arlott retreated, the Alban Principality's team did not collapse at the first touch, even though the Jean Principality had 2 Golden Peak Knights and 7 or 8 Golden Knights. They were unable to capture the Alban Principality's troops immediately, because there are 5 or 6 more Golden Knights in the team of the Principality of Alban. Although these Golden Knights are wearing the armor of the Principality of Alban, Gervais is sure that these people are not the principals of the Principality of Alban. Nobles, because Gervais had not seen these people when Arlott was crowned.
Must be someone from the church.
Looking at the extra Golden Knights, Gervais came to a conclusion. At the same time, I also understood why Arlott dared to break away from the army so arrogantly and humiliate everyone in the Principality of Jean here without any scruples. These people must have done it secretly to kill Derek. And they definitely did not discuss it with Arlott in advance. Arlott didn't look back at this moment, riding his horse quickly towards the army behind. Although he is a king, his strength is only at the silver intermediate level, and he is not helpful to the Golden Knights battle group. When Arlott was about to reach the Alban Principality's army, the Alban Principality's Golden Knights in the rear also began to fight and retreat. Although they have 5 or 6 more Golden Knights on their side, everyone in the Principality of Zeon does not take advantage. But they will definitely not be the opponent of the Principality of Jean in the long run. The Principality of Zeon has 2 Golden Peak Knights. Seeing the people of the Principality of Alban gradually retreating, King Lawrence, although filled with endless anger, still stopped everyone's pursuit.
Send my order, and the army begins to attack.
King Lawrence knew that the opponent had many Golden Knights, and some of them were high-level Golden Knights. If they wanted to escape, he and the others would not be able to keep them, and there would probably be traps if they continued to pursue them. At the same time, King Lawrence has also noticed that today's events are full of weirdness. The 5 or 6 Golden Knights seem to appear out of thin air. He knows the number of Golden Knights in the Principality of Alban clearly from past intelligence. At this time, Lawrence believed that the most important thing was to defeat the Alban Duke's army head-on first, so that he could be sure of victory.
Yes, Your Majesty!
Several earls, who had been following Lawrence, immediately took the order. In this way, when the kings of both sides returned to their respective armies, loud horn sounds came from the military formations of both sides. With the continuous sound of horns, the teams from both sides began to advance slowly. If you look at it from a high place, it looks like 2 torrents are gradually rushing towards each other. Chapter 454. Viscount Harry rebelled?
Bishop Ferdinand, you need to give me an explanation. Why did the people you sent to me take action without my order?
Returning to the army, Arlott found Ferdinand with a gloomy face and asked in a low voice.
Your Majesty Allot, our church has promised to help you defeat the Principality of Zeon. So sometimes, as long as it is helpful to the victory, the knights of our church will take the initiative according to the situation.
Ferdinand saw Arlott's gloomy face, but he was not worried. He still had a peaceful face and a calm tone.
Then tell me, what benefit will killing the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean bring to our victory over the Principality of Jean?
In fact, Arlott had no opinion on whether to kill the eldest Prince Derek or not. What he was angry about at the moment was that the church people took action without his own orders, which made him feel threatened.
Your Majesty Allot, although I was not present, I believe they must have a reason for taking action, such as angering Lawrence of the Principality of Jean and making him lose caution because of his anger. Humph. Bishop Ferdinand, I hope this is the last time this happens. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our subsequent cooperation to continue.
Although he thought Ferdinand's explanation was reasonable, Arlott didn't like the feeling of being played with. He is the king of the Principality of Alban. The church is helping him, but it also needs help from him. Therefore, he cannot tolerate the church influencing the direction of the war. At least, he must discuss it with him before doing so.
Your Majesty Allot, please rest assured. I will definitely tell them later to prevent this from happening again.
Ferdinand bowed slightly and said,
Bishop Ferdinand, the war is about to break out. Have you completed your deployment?
Ferdinand made a guarantee, which was a step down for himself. At this critical moment, he must have the support of the church to win. So Allot stopped here and began to care about the next war.
Don't worry, Your Majesty Allot. Everything has been arranged and victory is certain. Very good. Then I wish us a great victory.
Such affirmative words coming from Ferdinand's mouth are very convincing. And Arlott was like this at this time. After listening to Ferdinand's words, his expression immediately became excited, as the teams of both sides slowly advanced. After more than 10 minutes, the two sides were less than 800 meters apart, looking at the enemy troops in the mountains and plains ahead. Whether they were soldiers from the Principality of Alban or soldiers from the Principality of Jean, their heartbeats began to accelerate slightly. Gervais is also in the Alban Principality team at the moment. But because Gervais only has more than 70 subordinates, he can only be assigned to the flank of the army. The military formations of the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban are arranged very similarly. In the middle are the elite legions directly under the king, while the legions of the Earl family are on the left and right. As for the weaker small nobles, they are distributed on the two wings.
Give me the order to attack! Kill all the intruders!
Woohoo! As Arlott issued another order on the moving high platform, the urgent horn began to sound, and the originally slow-moving team also sped up slightly.
Didn't Hayden take the antidote I threw in? Why didn't he show up yet?
Seeing that the war was about to break out, and Arlott was still sitting on the commanding throne, Gervais also became a little confused.
Fire the arrow!
Just when Gervais was distracted, a loud roar came from the front of the military formation. The armies of both sides finally arrived within a stone's throw, and as the only long-range weapon in the field, longbowmen began their performance.
Raise your shield!
Hearing this shout, Gervais had no time to think too much and quickly gave orders to Ike and others. This time the two sides fought to the death, and the troops used could be said to be overwhelming. There were thousands of longbowmen alone. If you were not careful, you might be shot into a cactus later. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Gervais finished speaking, countless black spots suddenly appeared in the sky. The dense black spots looked like a swarm of bees and shot towards the crowd of soldiers accompanied by a whistling sound. Benedict! 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 Ah! 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 In just a few breaths, those black spots gradually enlarged and then shot into the crowd at high speed. From time to time, powerful arrow feathers hit the shields held by the soldiers, making heart-shaking crashing sounds. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to dodge such a large number of arrow feathers. There were also many unlucky ones who were hit by the arrow feathers from places that could not be covered by the shield, and immediately fell to the ground and howled miserably. The two sides fired arrows at each other for a total of 3 rounds. After 3 rounds, the longbowmen retreated to the rear and started shooting freely. And the real battle broke out at this moment. Kill! Kill! As the officer in front of the military formation gave an order, the torrent of infantry from both sides collided. With swords, spears, hoes, and sickles, the soldiers and serfs shouted and attacked the enemies in front. While the infantry were fighting together, the elite knights at the rear also began to take action. They flew out from the flanks and bypassed the main battlefield to kill the enemy.
Kill! Caroline! Ike! Follow me!
When the Alban Principality soldiers around him rushed forward, Gervais was leading his subordinates to fish. Their team seemed to be rushing forward. But if you look carefully, you can see it turns out that he didn't rush a few meters at all. When the Alban Principality team around him rushed to the front, Gervais stretched his neck and shouted at Caroline and Ike. At this moment, they were on the left side of the Alban Principality's team, but it was just in line with his wishes. If they were in the middle of the team, they would not be able to bypass the fighting crowd. But now it is just right. Gervais was riding a war horse at this time, and there were bulging animal skin bags hanging on both sides of his saddle, which were full of gold coins. In addition to his war horse, the same is true for the war horses of Ike and others. In this way, Gervais and his party did not rush forward directly, but continued to circle towards the end of the left wing of the Principality of Alban.
Captain, you see that group of people did not step forward to kill the enemy, but kept going sideways. Should we go over and give them a warning?
There was a team of 50 people supervising the battle behind Gervais and the others. They also saw the strange behavior of Gervais and others at this moment, because the people on the left wing were all composed of small nobles. The supervising team was not prepared to go up and kill a few of them if they disagreed with each other, as a warning to others.
That person seems to be Viscount Harry, the big star next to His Majesty now. We can't afford to offend him.
The captain of the supervising team also saw the actions of Gervais and others, but he shook his head at his subordinates. Other minor nobles had already joined the formation with their teams. Only Gervais retreated from the front with Arlette. So even though Gervais was wearing full body armor, the captain of the supervising team recognized him. Not to mention that Gervais and his group were just behaving weirdly. Even if they really retreated from the battlefield, he would pretend they didn't see them and turn a blind eye.
Captain, what do you think they are planning to do?
After hearing his captain's words, this team member was shocked and did not say anything about beating him. They really couldn't afford to offend the big red man in front of His Majesty. However, he was still curious about the actions of Gervais and others. If Gervais and his party continued to move forward for more than 100 meters, they would reach the outskirts of the battle group. There are hundreds of Jean Principality cavalry over there protecting the flanks. As long as they run out, they will definitely be attacked by those cavalry.
What the hell is he doing? He wasn't prepared. He just wanted to go around the enemy's perimeter and attack.
The captain couldn't understand either, but he still said it casually.
It's really possible. This Viscount Harry is really desperate. He was already favored by His Majesty, but now he still wants to make great achievements.
But the team members felt that what their captain said was very reasonable. So they looked at Gervais and others intently, wanting to see how they faced those hundreds of cavalry.
It's about to begin.
At this time, Gervais and others finally reached the outermost edge of the battle group, and hundreds of cavalrymen from the Principality of Jean over there also started to move.
So brave. He is indeed the #1 noble young man in the Principality of Alban. Such courage is beyond our reach.
Seeing the hundreds of cavalry urging their horses to rush straight towards Gervais and others, Gervais and others were not afraid at all. A team of only more than 20 cavalry and more than 50 people actually rushed straight towards that person. Team Cavalry. At this moment, the members of the supervising team all admired Gervais in their hearts. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. As the two sides got closer and closer, the people supervising the battle team widened their eyes, wanting to see what kind of support the big red man in front of His Majesty had to dare not be afraid of hundreds of cavalry. However, the scene that appeared in the next second made them a little confused. Just when the hundreds of cavalry from the Principality of Jean were about to collide with Gervais and others, they suddenly spread out to both sides, bypassed Gervais and his party, and then came to Gervais and others. Rear.
Captain, what's going on?
The members of the supervising team wiped their eyes. At this moment, they could still see a beautiful woman in the team of the Principality of Jean, smiling and talking harmoniously with Viscount Harry.
How the I know what's going on.
The captain of the supervising team also widened his eyes, and had a lot of thoughts in his mind.
Did Viscount Harry rebel?
This was the captain's last thought, but he himself couldn't believe the result.
Alice, thank you.
The hundreds of cavalrymen in the Principality of Jean were Alice and her Rose Knights. Because she was worried about Gervais's safety, Alice brought more than 200 Rose Knights to pick up Gervais in person.
Gervais, I wish you could come back safely.
Alice didn't pay attention to Gervais's thanks, but replied with a smile. Alice's charming smile instantly stunned Gervais. The smile of his cheap wife was so beautiful. Chapter 455 Confession? At this time, only ordinary soldiers and minor nobles were participating in the war. So the Lord of the North and several other counts were sitting in the rear, under the protection of Alice and others. Gervais came to the rear of the army. At this time, the Lord of the North also heard the news and rushed over.
Gervais, you are a very good boy. You are still intact after being missing for so long. And you also rescued Caroline. Our Welton family owes you a favor.
After knowing that Caroline was sent to Gervais by the Principality of Alban, the little worry in the Lord of the North's heart immediately disappeared. After all, Gervais is Alice's husband, and he has known Caroline for a long time, so he will not let Caroline be wronged.
Ha ha. Mr. Gust, you are very grateful. I also saved Miss Caroline by mistake, and you are also Alice's grandfather, so don't say you owe me any favors.
Gervais felt quite guilty. He was right to rescue Caroline, But if Guster knew what he and Caroline had done, he probably wouldn't think so.
Gervis, I heard that you went to May City to exchange for ransom. How come you later ran away to King Hayden City and ended up becoming that Viscount Harry?
The Lord of the North came and took the lead. In fact, Alice was also quite curious about what happened to Gervais during this period. So she also asked. Of course, when asking, Alice's eyes looked at Caroline and Gervais several times without leaving any trace. The Lord of the North was happy that Caroline was back safely, and didn't think much about it. But Alice always felt that there was something wrong with the way Caroline looked at Gervais. Seeing Alice's eyes sizing up himself and Caroline, Gervais felt a little guilty, and felt slightly guilty. I was thinking about whether I should confess to Alice about myself and Caroline. But Gervais knew that if he really confessed to Alice, his cheap wife would probably never pay attention to him again. But fortunately, Alice was asking about other things now, and she still had a little time to think about it. So Gervais answered truthfully.
Didn't I rob the castles on other nobles' routes? When I arrived on the eldest prince's route, I heard about Caroline. So I thought that I would use those noble heirs to redeem Caroline. So I arrived at May City a lot of time in advance. I just didn't expect Caroline to be taken directly to Hayden King City by the Thunder Knights. I can only continue to exchange gold coins with them. After the exchange was completed, the nobles of the Principality of Alban were naturally not happy to let me go, because the army of the Principality of Jean had also arrived. They had a lot of time to deal with me, and finally set fire to the large forest where I was hiding, trying to catch me. Next, I can only hide all the way to the hinterland of the Alban Principality in the south, trying to find a suitable place to hide. But I didn't expect that there are very few large forests after May City, and even if there are, they are near those towns. There is no way to hide. Finally, I met a team of small nobles from the Principality of Alban.
Next, Gervais told Alice and the Lord of the North in detail how he was recruited into the team of the Principality of Alban, how he arrived at Hayden King City, and how he participated in the competition to rescue Caroline. The Lord of the North and Alice heard that Gervais entered the hinterland of the Principality of Alban and failed to find a suitable forest. They were both amused and worried. Fortunately, Gervais came back without any danger. And when Caroline heard that Gervais was thinking about using those noble children to save her when he was in May City, her eyes when she looked at Gervais became softer, mixed with inexplicable emotions. Alice immediately noticed Caroline's change and couldn't help but become suspicious. Just now she was just slightly alert. But now Alice already had a lot of guesses. Gervais had been observing Alice's expression as he spoke. When he saw her looking at Caroline, and then looking at Caroline's affectionate look, Gervais secretly thought, it's over.
Ahem. I also discovered something very important in King Hayden City. Lord Gust, this matter may be related to the survival of the Principality of Jean. I need you to talk to the king later.
In order to divert attention, Gervais quickly continued.
What's the matter?
When the Lord of the North saw that Gervais was so solemn, and that it was a matter related to the survival of the Principality of Jean, he immediately asked with a serious look on his face. Alice was temporarily diverted, and looked at Gervais.
When I was at Hayden Palace, I discovered traces of the church. The reason why these two princes were able to successfully usurp the throne was because of the help of the church.
Gervais originally planned to tell these big nobles of the Principality of Jean these things, because as long as they did not fall, they could block the church for his little arms and legs. Of course, Gervais will not reveal anything about the Holy Continent for the time being.
Furthermore, Alban's initiative to take the initiative this time. A lot's confidence must also come from the church. I suspect that the church has a big conspiracy this time. What? Is it really a conspiracy of the church?
In fact, King Lawrence and others also noticed something was wrong from the knight's duel just now. But there was no evidence for the time being, and they couldn't believe that the church would participate so thoroughly. This was no different from the head-on confrontation with the Principality of Jean.
Yes, Lord Gust. A lot can get the support of Hayden's direct guard because of the church.
At that moment, Gervais told many clues he knew, and then told the story about how he saw the commanders leaving Alot's camp with the spiritual energy liquid.
Although I don't know what the church and Alot's plans are next, but since they dare to fight against the army of the Principality of Zeon, they must have other arrangements. There are 5 or 6 bottles of spiritual energy liquid alone. Boy Gervais, if things are really as you say, then the church's plan this time is at least to prepare to completely wipe out our Principality of Jean. Caroline, stay with Alice first, or go back to the camp later. Grandpa is going to find King Lawrence first.
The Lord of the North could no longer stand and hurriedly confessed, then turned and left. The church is a more terrifying threat to the Principality of Jean than the other two principalities. So Gus cannot help but be impatient. After the Lord of the North left in a hurry, only Alice, Gervais, and Caroline were left. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Gervais didn't know what to say. He estimated that Alice must have noticed something. Women's sixth sense is really no joke sometimes. Now he has a dilemma. Either choose to confess to Alice and wait for her trial. Either he should hide his affair with Caroline, which would definitely be unfair to Caroline. But no matter what choice she makes, Alice and Caroline will be hurt. Gervais's eyes glanced at Alice first, and then at Caroline. Gervais did not want to use irresponsibility and deception on these two women. In the end, Gervais gritted his teeth. He felt that he still needed to suffer for the scumbag things he had done. So he was ready to confess to Alice. Even if the two women ignore him in the end, he deserves his misfortune.
Alice, I have something to tell you.
Gervais spoke.
What's up?
Alice looked into the distance and asked casually. The lonely man and the widow get along. And Gervais is a hero who saves the beauty. Alice seems to know what Gervais wants to say.
Actually, Gervais, thank you for saving me. I will remember your kindness. I will go back to the Welton family camp first. I wish you and Alice a happy future.
But before Gervais could say a few words, Caroline suddenly interrupted Gervais's words.
Alice, I want to thank your husband for saving me this time. I'm going back first.
After saying that, Caroline got on her horse without looking back, and headed towards the camp behind, without even giving Gervais a chance to react. Gervais was a little confused. He just wanted to confess to Alice, and Caroline must have known it. But he didn't expect this woman to leave like this. And the meaning of Caroline's words is also very clear. That is, Gervais is not responsible, and allows him to continue to be in love with Alice in the future. Alice also looked at Caroline's back with complicated eyes. She knew Caroline best. Caroline has a competitive temperament. According to her usual temperament, if she likes Gervais, she will definitely think of ways to destroy her relationship with Gervais. Now that he is gone like this, he must have really fallen in love with Gervais. And deeply in love. To use the words of Gervais's previous life to describe the current Caroline, I would rather be a licking dog. As long as you are happy. Chapter 456 Revealing Minions.
This woman!
Gervais didn't know what to say. He knew that Caroline must be pretending to be so free and easy because she didn't want to embarrass herself. But the more Caroline acted like this, the more guilty Gervais felt.
Gervais, what did you just want to tell me?
After Caroline walked away, Alice finally turned around, with a hint of danger on her face.
I just did this and that.
As the saying goes, one can make great efforts, then fade away, and 3 times will be exhausted. Gervais's mood at this moment can also be described in this way. Without being interrupted by Caroline, Gervais had already mustered up the courage to tell the truth. But now that Caroline has left, and she has given herself a step down, Gervais no longer has the courage to speak out anymore. Gervais would find it unacceptable if his cheap wife really ignored him, especially during this period of time. Alice has obviously become a lot closer to herself. Gervais even felt that his cheap wife seemed to have gradually fallen in love with him. Of course, as the so-called 3 major illusions in life, Gervais is not sure whether these are his own illusions.
What? Can't you tell me?
Seeing that Gervais was hesitating and unable to explain for a long time, Alice felt much relieved.
If you can't tell me anything, just leave. You're still standing there stupidly,
Alice said angrily, then got on her horse and left first. Gervais suddenly felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief.
We are a couple in name only. Why should I be afraid of her? If we encounter such a problem again next time, I will tell you directly.
Perhaps because he felt that his performance just now had embarrassed the majority of male compatriots. After Alice left, Gervais secretly vowed in his heart that he would rise up in the future. After returning to the team of the Principality of Zeon, Gervais first put on his mithril full-body armor, and then rushed to the command platform where the earls were. After arriving at the high platform, Gervais saw the king and several earls at the highest point, and did not rush over. He stood directly on the lower part of the high platform and looked at the battlefield. At this time, the infantry fight between the two sides had entered a fierce stage, and the infantry of the Principality of Alban was obviously at a disadvantage. The king's direct guards on both sides can't tell much. After all, they are all the best among the best. Among the teams of vassal and small nobles on both wings, the team from the Principality of Jean has slowly advanced and gained the upper hand, while the small nobles from the Principality of Alban have begun to retreat. Further away in the infantry battle circle, there were 2 teams of cavalry chasing each other, sometimes colliding together, and sometimes separating. On the Alban Principality's side, Arlott sat on a high throne and looked at the battlefield in the distance, feeling a little anxious in his heart. However, thinking of the church's support, his worries were dispelled.
Your Majesty, our wings are almost irresistible. Those little nobles in the Principality of Jean are much better equipped than us.
At this time, the captain responsible for supervising the battle on both wings sent his subordinates back to report the battle situation.
Tell them to hold on. Backup will be arriving soon.
Arlott glanced at Ferdinand beside him, and then replied to the messenger who reported the news.
Yes, Your Majesty. Bishop Ferdinand, when will the church's reinforcements arrive? If this continues, even if we win, our Alban Principality will suffer heavy losses. Your Majesty Allot, please be patient. Reinforcements will arrive soon,
Bishop Ferdinand said with certainty. Half an hour later,
there is something wrong with this situation. If the situation continues like this, the entire army of the Principality of Alban will inevitably collapse in an hour.
Gervais has been paying attention to the changes in the situation on the battlefield, but he has not noticed any abnormalities. The army of the Principality of Jean has always had the upper hand. The vassal team of the Principality of Jean had already dispersed the vassal team of the Principality of Alban within half an hour. At this moment, it has begun to encroach towards the center, attacking the more elite Earl Legion from the side. This should be a normal thing. After all, the Principality of Jean has stronger strength and weapons and equipment than the Principality of Alban. But Gervais knew that the Duchy of Alban had the support of the Church, and today's war could not be so simple. Everything seems normal at the moment, but this is the biggest abnormality.
Gervais, just watch here. The other earls and I are going to fight. His Majesty said that the time is almost up and wants to defeat the army of the Principality of Alban as soon as possible.
Just when Gervais was frowning and thinking, and his heart was full of worry, several earls, who had been following King Lawrence, took action, and put on their helmets one after another. When Alice saw Gervais at this time, she couldn't help but come to Gervais and whisper a few words to him.
Okay, Alice. You have to be careful.
Gervais nodded, neither blocking nor preparing to follow. Although Alice is the weakest among the earls, with the Lord of the North around, the danger should not be great. As for Gervais himself, he wants to stay here to see what the Church's conspiracy is. Soon, under the leadership of King Lawrence, an elite knight group of 8 counts was assembled, with a total of 5,000 cavalry starting from the rear of the Principality of Jean's army, and began to rush towards the flank of the Principality of Alban's army. The Principality of Alban naturally had a way to deal with it. Thousands of cavalry also emerged from the rear of the Principality of Alban's army, but the number was slightly smaller than that of the Principality of Jean. The knights on both sides charged rapidly like a silver torrent colliding together, and the shouts of killing suddenly shook the sky. The Golden Knights of the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban also began to fight. Although it was daytime, one could still see frightening rays of light flashing through the battle groups.
Bishop Ferdinand, what on earth do you want to do? Why haven't the reinforcements you promised me shown up yet?
Seeing the knights from both sides fighting together, Arlott could no longer sit still. His original calm expression had faded away, and he was now filled with anxiety. The current situation on the battlefield can be said to be that the Principality of Jean has completely gained the upper hand. Moreover, the Principality of Jean has begun a general offensive. The 5,000 elite cavalry plus Lawrence and several counts are simply not something that the Principality of Alban's cavalry regiment of less than 3,000 can compete with. Defeat is only a matter of time now. Once the knights of the Duke of Jean are defeated, all the knights of the Principality of Jean need to do is attack the infantry battle formation, and the Principality of Alban will be completely lost.
Your Majesty, please be patient. Reinforcements will definitely arrive. Now is not the time for them to show up.
Ferdinand's tone was still calm, and there was still a warm smile on his face.
Then tell me, when is the time for them to appear? Do you want to wait until our Alban Principality army is slaughtered?
Ferdinand's calmness and warm smile made Arlott become even more angry, and he no longer questioned Ferdinand loudly regardless of his dignity. Suddenly, Arlott seemed to have figured out something, looked at Ferdinand in horror, and asked loudly,
Is your church planning to let the Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean fight to the detriment of both sides, and then your church will reap the benefits?
Arlott is not stupid, but very smart.
Ha ha! Your Majesty Allot, you are too suspicious. If I were you, I would sit obediently on the king's throne and wait. Wait for the moment when reinforcements arrive.
Suddenly, Ferdinand's tone became sinister, and his originally warm smile gradually began to look weird.
Come here. Catch him quickly.
Ferdinand's sudden change caught Arlott off guard, and he couldn't help but take a step back. However, he suddenly thought that Bishop Ferdinand did not seem to be practicing fighting spirit. So he calmed down a little.
Your Majesty Arlott, I told you that you are too impatient. Originally, I was prepared to let you live a little longer.
Chapter 457 The Magician.
Your Majesty Arlott, I told you that you are too impatient. Originally, I was prepared to let you live a little longer.
Seeing the 7 or 8 guards surrounding the high platform slowly approaching him, Bishop Ferdinand, instead of being afraid, instead spoke to Arlott in eerie words.
Catch him! If you dare to resist, kill him immediately!
Arlott was really anxious. There was something wrong with Ferdinand. So, is the church's so-called reinforcements really what he guessed? They want to fight to the death between themselves and the Principality of Jean, and finally catch them all.
Stupid savages! You are all going to die!
Puff! 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 Originally, there was no problem for 7 or 8 guards to capture a church bishop who had no fighting spirit. But just when several guards were about to arrive in front of Ferdinand, Ferdinand suddenly changed. Ferdinand, who seemed powerless, held a staff in his hand and suddenly chanted in a language that Arlott could not understand. A second or two later, as Arlott suddenly raised his hands, a firebird made of flame suddenly appeared in front of him. This firebird was only the size of a sparrow, but it was extremely fast and flashed through the air. It penetrated directly through the chests of several guards. The chests of several guards, whose chests were pierced by firebirds, were completely black, and even their blood had been burned dry.
How is this possible? Isn't it true that only Warcraft can cast spells?
Arlott was stunned. In his impression, only Warcraft could release spells. Of course, it is possible for the title knight to practice some magic and martial arts by absorbing the Warcraft crystal. But the Ferdinand in front of him is an ordinary person, without even a bit of fighting spirit.
Hey! Ignorant savage! This is magic!
Ferdinand laughed sadly. Then Ferdinand continued to sing. When Arlott saw such a scene, he no longer cared about being afraid, and drew out his sword and wanted to rush towards Ferdinand. However, Ferdinand held the staff and released magic very quickly. In an instant, a fireball as big as a bowl appeared in front of him. Arlott looked at the scorching fireball that appeared out of thin air, and his hand shook unconsciously. For Arlott, Ferdinand's magic was no less astonishing than ordinary people seeing a person with superpowers.
Now you can die!
Seeing Arlott's expression, Ferdinand showed a contemptuous smile, and then waved his staff lightly, and a fireball as big as the mouth of a bowl shot straight towards Arlott. Arlott wanted to slash the fireball coming towards him with his long sword. But how could the fireball be split by the long sword? In just an instant, the fireball passed through the long sword and headed towards Arlott's cheek. The speed of this fireball was not as fast as that of the firebird. But Arlott, who was about 1 meter away, could already feel the burning sensation emanating from the fireball technique. Boom! Just when Arlott thought he was about to die, a shield suddenly appeared in front of him, and the fireball exploded instantly when it hit the shield. Although the fireball blew the shield to pieces, it at least allowed Arlott to escape the disaster temporarily.
Father?
Although he narrowly escaped death, Arlott still didn't feel too happy because an unexpected person appeared. The person who rescued him was his imprisoned father, King Hayden.
Magician?
King Hayden ignored Arlott's astonishment, but stared intently at Ferdinand in front of him.
Isn't this a profession that was banned by the Alliance 200 years ago? Ha. I didn't expect that you can still remember the profession of magician. But you have been on this desert island overseas for too long, and you are no different from savages.
Ferdinand saw that King Hayden had regained his fighting spirit. Although he was surprised how Hayden could undo the poison of the bellflower, he did not panic and remained calm.
Hayden, if you want to survive, confess your sins now and obey the church's discipline. Otherwise our church will wipe out your entire aristocratic army. Ferdinand, even though your church comes from that continent, it has been decades since your appearance. But you are still doing these tricks secretly, which shows that you are not as powerful as you appear. I guess you are also street rats over there. Right.
Although he knew very little about the Holy Continent, and all of it was obtained from limited ancient books, King Hayden was the head of a country after all, and he had already guessed a thing or two from the church's actions in recent years. The reason for maintaining a secret relationship with the church in the past was just to prevent being annexed by the Principality of Zion. Now that the church has actually set its sights on him, it's already a big deal.
Ignorant savages! Since you are so stubborn, then go to H.L.
When Ferdinand heard that Hayden actually compared them to dirty rats, he became furious and chanted again.
Fiery serpent!
As Ferdinand finished singing, a fire snake more than 3 meters long appeared out of thin air and shot towards Hayden. Seeing this, Hayden did not dare to be negligent, and quickly swung his long sword to slash away. The aura of fighting spirit mixed with the sword energy collided with the fire snake. However, only one section of the fire snake was chopped off, and the remaining part was still attacking Hayden. Hayden's expression changed, and he immediately dodged to the side. He could feel the huge energy fluctuations from the fire snake. If he was hit by it, it would be no different from being slashed by the Golden Knight. Boom! The blazing fire snake was dodged by King Hayden, but it still hit the wooden frame behind. The fire snake exploded instantly, burning the nearby 2 meters into ashes. Ferdinand didn't expect that Hayden could easily dodge his magic attack, and immediately started singing again. Go to H.L. Wrath of Vulcan. Ferdinand released magic again, but this time 5 or 6 fireballs were suspended in front of him at the same time. Following Ferdinand's thought, these fireballs quickly shot towards Hayden. Knowing that the power of the fireballs cannot be underestimated, Hayden once again began to move and dodge. But this time these small fireballs were different, more difficult to deal with than the fire snake just now. This little fireball seemed to have intelligence and kept following Hayden's flight. No matter how Hayden avoided it, it would follow closely behind. Hayden didn't know much about magic, but he glanced at Ferdinand with his peripheral vision and discovered that these fireballs were originally controlled by Ferdinand. Then he swayed and rushed straight towards Ferdinand. Ferdinand noticed Hayden's actions and dared not let him get close. He hurriedly gave up controlling the fireballs and released a fire shield in front of him. Boom! Hayden rushed to Ferdinand, used his fighting spirit to slash out with his sword, directly shattering the fire shield in front of Ferdinand. But at this time Ferdinand had already retreated more than 10 meters. Seeing that Ferdinand had already retreated some distance away, King Hayden stood still.
Ferdinand, although your magic is powerful, you magicians also need to consume a huge amount of magic power to release spells. If you don't have other abilities, then you just wait to die. Ha ha! Hayden, it's up to you. Our church's reinforcements have arrived. Your Alban Principality and Jean Principality are waiting to be destroyed.
As he spoke, Ferdinand quickly released a firewall technique in front of Hayden, and then quickly retreated away. I saw smoke and dust billowing in the direction where Ferdinand escaped, and soon a black mass of cavalry appeared on the horizon. The moment those cavalrymen appeared at the end of the horizon, King Hayden's expression changed.
Withdraw troops?
King Hayden did not choose to pursue Ferdinand, but quickly began to give orders. Hayden has figured out the church's plan. If we continue to fight against the Principality of Jean at this moment, only the church will benefit. Woo! 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 Just like that, as the horn of the Principality of Alban was blown, the soldiers who were still fighting looked up and looked back. Chapter 458 Retreat.
What's going on? Why did His Majesty ask us to withdraw our troops at this time?
When the horn sounded, several earls, who were still fighting against the Principality of Jean, looked behind.
Never mind. Since your Majesty asked someone to blow the horn to retreat, he must have some plan. Let's retreat now.
One of the earls immediately exited. They only had more than 3,000 cavalry, and they had no chance of winning against more than 5,000 people from the Principality of Zion, as well as 2 Golden Peak Knights. This was just to delay time.
Okay.
Us?
Careful. Sir, be careful.
Puff. Puff. Several earls from the Principality of Alban were planning to retreat, but they did not expect that someone would sneak up on them from behind each other at the same time. Just a few pops were heard, and immediately 2 earls were pierced through the chests with long swords. The long swords penetrated directly from the back to the front. 2 earls escaped even though they were discovered, and those who plotted against them were the masters sent by the church to help them. The 6 Golden Knights.
Quickly retreat. Be careful of those Golden Knights of the church. They plotted against Count Rodi and Count Marsa.
In an instant, the entire elite knights of the Principality of Alban were in chaos. Some saw the Golden Knights of the church killing people with their own eyes, so they rode towards the camp while loudly reminding other teammates. The last 2 earls in the Principality of Alban, who had escaped the disaster, no longer dared to stay, and fled quickly under the protection of their own bodyguards.
Your Majesty, the church has taken action. What should we do now?
The situation among the elite knights of the Principality of Alban shocked everyone in the Principality of Jean. Those are 2 earls and 2 Golden Knights. If you say you were killed, you will be killed. And they never expected that the first target of the church's attack would be the Principality of Alban itself.
Your Majesty, I think we should pursue the victory and defeat them in one fell swoop while they are retreating in confusion. By then, Even if the church has any conspiracy, we can calmly deal with it. Yes, Your Majesty, this is a rare opportunity. As long as we attack now, in less than 10 minutes, the Alban Principality's army will cease to exist. Then the Alban Principality will also become a thing of the past. Many nobles saw the fleeing Alban Duke soldiers and felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they rush forward now, they will definitely defeat the tens of thousands of people in the Alban Principality in one fell swoop. They were reluctant to give up such an opportunity, and it was Avery and Seignior who proposed this opinion. Your Majesty, I think what just happened in the Principality of Alban is too strange, and they withdrew their troops during the battle. We'd better send someone back to ask if there is an emergency. However, the Lord of the North frowned and did not agree with the opinions of Seignior and the other two. Ever since he listened to Gervais telling him about the church, the Lord of the North has been worried about the church. They were all in the battlefield at this time, and they didn't notice the situation in the distance at all. Moreover, the Principality of Alban has now lost 2 counts and suffered heavy losses. Even if we suspend the offensive, they will still be defeated. Gus, I know you have conflicts with Count Seignior and me because of the Jones family, but at this time we are all fighting for the Principality of Jean. If you attack the Alban Principality's team 1 minute later, you will have to pay hundreds or even thousands more soldiers. What are your intentions? Earl Avery is right. Besides, we have left 2,000 elite cavalry and 5,000 elite infantry. Even if an emergency occurs, there will be enough time for us to deal with it. In the eyes of Avery and Seignior, it is impossible for the church to take full action against the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban at the same time, because once it does so, the church will become a public enemy of the mainland. Moreover, there is a Principality of Cases further south that blocks the church's progress. So they feel that what Gus reported about Gervais is a bit exaggerated, and they don't take it seriously at all. Hearing the quarrel among several people, King Lawrence also frowned. In fact, he was more willing to follow the suggestions of Seignior and Avery. After all, he had been waiting for this day for more than 10 years, and no one was more eager to take over the Principality of Alban than him. But as a king, he knew the terror of the church. As long as anything about the church is not taken seriously, it is likely to be a disaster that will destroy the city and the country. We wait for 5 minutes. If there are no messengers coming from the high platform after 5 minutes, we will continue to attack. King Lawrence finally made a decision. King Lawrence brought a group of earls to the war, and the eldest Prince Derek had been killed. So there was no one on the high platform who could really make the decision. If there is an emergency, the sentinel responsible for the lookout will naturally come quickly to deliver the news. But just as King Lawrence finished speaking, a loud horn sound suddenly came from the rear of the Principality of Jean. Woohoo! What's going on? Who dares to blow the horn to withdraw troops without His Majesty's order? Several counts looked at each other in confusion. In a battle involving tens of thousands of people, only King Lawrence could order the entire army to retreat. But King Lawrence was here with them. And even if there were any orders, it was the 2 soldiers blowing the horns beside the king who were responsible. The sound of the horns at this moment came from the high platform. There isn't even a count there at the moment. So who gave the order? In addition to the king and others, the ordinary infantrymen and noble vassals on the frontal battlefield were also stunned. At this time, they were frantically chasing the deserters from the Principality of Alban. Seeing victory in sight, they did not expect that the sound of horns resounding across the battlefield could also be heard from their side. Everyone looked toward the rear, but because they were more than 2 miles away, they couldn't see clearly what was happening behind them. Retreat! Retreat! Although they were unwilling to do so, the military orders came crashing down. Whether it was the commander of the infantry regiment or the vassal nobles, they all ordered their men to retreat. Viscount Gervais, you really can't blow. If I dare to blow the horn without His Majesty's order, Your Majesty will not only hang me, but also demote my family into slaves. Gervais had been standing on the high platform and paying attention to the battlefield. Because the distance was too far, Gervais did not know what happened on the high platform of the Principality of Alban. However, Gervais had also discovered the dusty cavalry team on the horizon in the distance, covering the sky. Looking at the team of the Principality of Jean, who were still rushing towards the Principality of Alban, Gervais frowned. He was sure that no matter who the cavalrymen in the distance were, they must be related to the church. At this time, if the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban continue to fight to the death, it will definitely not be a good thing, and they will probably be wiped out by the church. So Gervais quickly climbed up to the high platform and found the soldier responsible for blowing the horn. After hearing Gervais' request,
The soldier's face turned pale with fright, and he was not willing to listen to Gervais. A battle involving tens of thousands of people is no child's play. Every decision is related to everyone's life and death.
Have you seen the cavalry on the horizon in the distance? There are at least tens of thousands of them. If they are allowed to rush into the battlefield, everyone in our principality will surely die. This Count Gervais. Naturally, there are messengers to report the situation over there to His Majesty. Your Majesty also has people who are responsible for blowing the horn to convey orders. Don't embarrass me.
Clang. Seeing that the soldier blowing the horn was still indifferent, Gervais had no time to talk to him anymore and directly pulled out his sword and put it on his neck.
It will take at least several minutes for the news to reach the king. By then, there will be no time to set up defenses. I will say it for the last time now. Blow the horn immediately and tell the army to withdraw. If you don't do it, I will kill you first.
Gervais's mithril sword shone coldly against the sunlight, making the soldier tremble in fear. Then Gervais slightly increased the force in his hand. The sharp sword blade immediately cut through the soldier's flesh, and bright red blood flowed out from his neck along the sword blade.
I'm blowing! I'm blowing! This Count Gervais. I will do what you say now.
Then, the soldier quickly blew the huge horn placed on the wooden platform.
I hope I can withstand it. My noble life.
Although the horn is sounded, Gervais is still unsure. He is worried that even if the Principality of Jean is on guard, it will not be able to confront the church head-on. Chapter 459. Are you ready to run away? After holding a long sword on the soldier's neck and listening to the horn he blew, and seeing the army of the Principality of Jean in the distance quickly beginning to withdraw, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether the king would cause trouble for him later, Gervais felt that after they saw the movement in the distance, they might have to thank him.
Who blew the horn?
The king's elite knights were the first to return to the high platform, but the Earls Avery, who did not want to withdraw, were livid, and they wished they could immediately kill the soldier who blew the horn alive. Therefore, before King Lawrence could speak, Avery asked angrily, Yes.
I asked him to blow the horn and withdraw the troops.
The soldiers on the side were already trembling with fear. Of course Gervais would not let him take the blame and immediately took over the conversation.
This Count Gervais. You are so brave. Do you know that someone who secretly delivers false orders on the battlefield can be directly executed? Even if you are a viscount. You are no exception.
Avery and Seignior gritted their teeth and looked at Gervais.
Your Majesty, this Count Gervais faked military orders. If he is not severely punished, the morale of the army will surely be weakened. Yes, Your Majesty, I wonder if Gervais has been bribed by the Principality of Alban. After all, he has stayed in the Principality of Alban for so long. The reason for withdrawing the troops just now is obviously to help the Principality of Alban.
Seignior even wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to slap Gervais to death, and immediately began to put a big hat on his head. At this time, the little vassals who retreated gradually felt that they heard the quarrel in front, and they all looked at Gervais with angry eyes. They worked hard and almost won. Now everything needs to be started again. And it is they, the lower-class nobles and soldiers, who really paid the blood.
Count Seignior, Count Avery, I don't know whether I will die or not. But if you keep nagging, we will all die together later. And you two will definitely die before me.
Gervais looked at Seignior and Avery like idiots and sneered, then ignored them and looked at King Lawrence.
Your Majesty, the military situation is urgent. Please go to the high platform and look into the distance. Make a decision as soon as possible.
After saying that, Gervais looked into the distance silently and said no more words. King Lawrence and the Lord of the North were shocked when they saw Gervais being so solemn. They could no longer sit still and immediately dismounted and jumped onto the high platform. When Seignior and Avery saw Gervais like this, although they were filled with hatred, they could only endure it for the time being, thinking that it would happen again later. But when everyone arrived at the top of the high platform, they followed Gervais' gaze and immediately discovered an overwhelming number of cavalry rushing towards them. They could reach them in less than 10 minutes at most. Everyone was so scared that they broke into a cold sweat.
How is that possible? Where did so many cavalry come from? There are at least 20,000 horses. Right.
Seeing the Black Army rushing towards them, some people murmured to themselves in astonishment. This number of cavalry is already comparable to the total cavalry of all the noble and vassals of the Principality of Jean.
Could it be the Principality of Xisus? But this is the hinterland of the Principality of Alban. How could they come?
Everyone has guessed that except for the three principalities. Not even the church has such a number of cavalry. According to rumors, the church has 3 major knights, and the holy knights on the surface only have 3,000 people. Let's not talk about the strength. According to this estimate, the number of knights in the church is at most 10,000. Moreover, the other 2 knights are just legends. No one is sure whether they are true or false.
Yes, with more than 20,000 cavalry. That's really a whole country mobilized. What does the Principality of Xisus want to do? Aren't they afraid that the church will take advantage of it?
The Principality of Casus has always been the bridgehead for mainland nobles to defend against the church. If there is really any change in the church, the Principality of Casus will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Both King Lawrence and several earls found what was happening in front of them too strange to understand.
Perhaps the Principality of Xisus has surrendered to the church?
At this moment, Gervais, who had remained silent, spoke.
How is this possible? It is impossible for aristocrats to succumb to the church.
Avery immediately stood up and retorted.
Your Majesty, I think that regardless of whether those cavalry are from the Principality of Xisus or related to the church, we'd better be prepared in advance.
Gus suggested to King Lawrence.
Yes, Your Majesty. The Duke of Alban's previous withdrawal of troops may have been due to this incident. And the masters of the church just plotted against 2 earls of the Duke of Alban. They must have a big plan this time.
Alice, who had been silent all this time, could not remain silent at this time. She had great trust in Gervais. Moreover, the church had also attacked Rose Castle in the past. So Alice was the count who was most wary of the church besides King Lawrence and the Lord of the North.
Give me my order. Face south and form a formation quickly. All cavalry go to the front of the army.
King Lawrence also knew that the situation was urgent. No matter who the cavalrymen in front were, they must be evil. So he immediately began to give orders. Woohoo! As King Lawrence's order was issued, the soldiers who had been in confusion after returning began to line up again under the leadership of their officers. And more than 5,000 elite cavalry also rode to the front of the army to prevent cavalry from far away from attacking. Infantry square. 6 minutes later, when the military formations on the Principality's side were hurriedly arranged, tens of thousands of cavalry from a distance finally arrived. The direction they came from was the direction of King Hayden's city. If they had gone straight forward, they would have bumped into the army of the Principality of Alban immediately. But I don't know what they had in mind. When they were 1 mile away from the Principality of Alban, they made an arc, bypassing the main camp of the Principality of Alban, and went directly to the Principality of Jean and Alban, the center of the Principality.
As expected, he is from the Principality of Xisus.
When the army of the Principality of Xisus slowly stopped on the battlefield ahead, several counts from the Principality of Jean immediately recognized the flags in their ranks. Since then, the soldiers and horses of the 3 principalities on the Eurasian continent have gathered together at the same time.
Your Majesty, there are dozens of cavalry from the team of the Principality of Xisus rushing out.
At this moment, several counts were still paying attention to the movements of the Principality of Casus on the high platform. They immediately discovered that the Principality of Casus had sent dozens of cavalry to the center of the 3 parties, as if waiting for the other 2 principalities to come to discuss matters.
Gus, you stay here to prevent any emergencies. The others will come with me to see what is going on in the Principality of Xisus.
Subsequently, under the leadership of King Lawrence, except for the Lord of the North, the rest of the earls followed Lawrence towards the center of the battlefield. Gervais was also ready to follow. But before catching up, he quickly pulled over Ike, who had been waiting for him under the high platform.
Ike, go call all the troops, including the medical team, and get everyone ready to evacuate.
Gervais quickly gave instructions to Ike, paused for a moment to worry about omissions, and then continued immediately.
You must prepare a sufficient number of carriages. If not, you can unload all the small trebuchets. You must allow people who do not have war horses to ride on the carriages. Yes, sir.
Although Ike didn't know what happened, he would carry out Gervais's order without hesitation.
By the way, send someone to secretly talk to my father, Baron Pat, and Baron Bertram. Yes, sir.
Ike continues to be. In this way, Gervais asked Ike to quickly do the things he told him, and then followed the king and others towards the center of the battlefield. Gervais had a guess in his mind that the church's plan might go beyond that, because even with the 20,000 cavalry of the Principality of Xisus, it is impossible to really annihilate the armies of the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban at the same time. So Gervais doubts that the church will do something next. No matter what the final situation is, you must be prepared to run away just in case. Of course, even if he guesses wrong, it doesn't matter, because there is no loss. Chapter 460, The Spokesperson of God. Soon Gervais followed King Lawrence and others to the center of the battlefield. At this time, In addition to the Principality of Jean, people from the Principality of Alban also came. What surprised Lawrence and others was that Hayden was the leader of the people who came to the Alban Principality this time.
Hayden, where did you hide just now? The 2 counts under your command were plotted.
There was no enemy who was particularly jealous when they met, and he still had the magnanimity of a monarch. After King Lawrence saw Hayden, he immediately asked him like an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Hayden did not answer King Lawrence immediately, but looked at the team of the Principality of Jean, and finally focused on Gervais riding a unicorn.
Are you pretending to be Harry? Yes, King Hayden.
Gervais was a little embarrassed. Hayden and Arlette were both good to him. Not only did they give him titles and women, but they also entertained him in the palace. In the end, he turned out to be a noble from an enemy country. This was a slap in their face.
What's your name? Which family do you belong to?
King Hayden did not show any anger. He was still as powerful as a mountain and asked in a calm tone.
My name is Gervais Gale. I'm from the Jones family.
This wasn't much of a secret. Gervais didn't hide it.
Gervais Gale? From the Jones family? It was you who invented the golden wine? Was it you who broke into White Rock City and later exchanged 16,000 gold coins for it in Wheatleaf City?
Hayden finally showed a trace of surprise when he heard Gervais's true identity. No matter what he just said, it would be a feat for any nobleman to be famous in the Principality. Not to mention that everything was done on one person. What's even more incredible is that Gervais Gale was openly invited into the palace by him and became the #1 young man in the Principality of Alban. Cough. Gervais was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to answer. The first 2 feats are easy to recognize, but the last feat would be more reliable if he recognized the castle where he robbed other nobles. So Gervais just coughed awkwardly and did not respond. In fact, there was no need for Gervais to answer. Hayden could confirm that those things were done by Gervais from the identity he just revealed. At this time, even the 2 earls behind King Hayden, plus Arlette, looked at Gervais in disbelief. Harry's defection was discovered after Hayden withdrew his troops, because Hayden was looking for Harry's whereabouts at that time, and finally got the news from the supervising team. It's just that they never imagined that this Harry was not a defector, but that he was a complete enemy.
Your unicorn looks great.
After finishing all the questions, Hayden finally said something meaningful to Gervais. After speaking, he looked at King Lawrence.
Lawrence, the church's plan this time is so big that it wants to take over the entire continent in one fell swoop.
Through Arlette's explanation, Hayden was able to confirm that the church wanted to take over the Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean in one fell swoop. So he spoke out bluntly.
I know that you have always wanted to destroy our Alban Principality and then unify the continent like the Snow Eagle dynasty. But the current situation is that the church also wants to unify the continent, and they will never tolerate the existence of nobles. Judging from today's situation, the Principality of Xisus has probably been conquered by the church. If our 2 principalities still want to survive, we can only cooperate in the end. Let's see what the Principality of Xisus wants to do first.
Lawrence did not accept Hayden's suggestion on the spot, nor did he reject it. After all, King Lawrence had always regarded Hayden as a traitor and betrayed the Snow Eagle Empire. Next, the group of people from the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban continued to move towards the dozens of people from the Principality of Xisus.
Where's Will? Why didn't you see him?
When Hayden, Lawrence and the others came to the people of the Principality of Cases, they found that the king of the Principality of Cases they imagined was not among them. Whether it was Lawrence, Hayden, or the other earls, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts.
My father is seriously ill and passed away half a month ago. Now I, Conan, am the current king of the Principality of Xisus.
A young man in his 30s, headed by the Principality of Xisus, said with a smile.
Isn't this Conan the second son or something?
Although he didn't know what the situation was like in the Principality of Cases, Gervais could already predict that the same thing as the Principality of Alban must have happened in the Principality of Cases.
Will is also a peak golden knight after all. How could he die of illness? Also, where are your 2 brothers?
Of course Hayden and Lawrence couldn't believe it. The number of Golden Peak Knights in this continent can be counted on one hand. How could they possibly get sick and die? Moreover, Will, the former king of the Principality of Xisus, was also Lawrence's younger brother, who was several years younger than Lawrence.
My 2 brothers also died of illness. Ha ha!
Facing the inquiries from the 2 Golden Peak Knights, Conan was not afraid at all.
This kid is a ruthless character. Arlette killed his brother, but he didn't dare to kill his own father. Hayden, unexpectedly, This Conan disowned all his relatives and killed them all.
Gervais couldn't help but look at Conan a few more times, thinking that this man was absolutely cold-blooded and ruthless. And it was obviously the work of the church. Although it was cliché, it was very effective. He could conquer 2 principalities with one move.
Conan, I don't care what happened to you, Isis. But now that you have entered the hinterland of the Alban Principality, I ask you to retreat with your people immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Lawrence finished asking. And then Hayden spoke.
Hayden. Lawrence. I'm here to redeem you this time. I have been chosen by the gods as the spokesperson of this continent. If you choose to surrender now, you may still have a chance to survive by praying to the gods for forgiveness.
Suddenly, Conan, who was originally speaking with anger, became serious.
Spokesperson of God? Conan, have you been bewitched by the church? I advise you to wake up. The church is not a good thing.
Seeing Conan's serious look, Lawrence and Hayden looked at each other. And then Lawrence spoke to Conan to persuade him. Although they belong to different principalities, Conan has the blood of the Jean family after all, and can be regarded as Lawrence's nephew. So Lawrence wants to continue to persuade him. More importantly, there are only 3 principalities in Eurasia. If the Principality of Isis falls to the church, the situation will become dangerous.
Shut up! If you dare to blaspheme the holy religion, you will be punished by God.
Unexpectedly, Conan had been completely brainwashed by the church, and his face became distorted after hearing Lawrence's words.
The church has become the state religion of my Principality of Isis. Lawrence! Hayden! On behalf of the Supreme God, I ask you again, if you are willing to repent to the God. State religion? Conan, do you know what this means? You will be despised by all the nobles. You will become the enemy of all the nobles.
Both Lawrence and Hayden were shocked. In this aristocratic Seignior world, all rights belong to the Seignior. In doing so, Conan is subverting the aristocracy of the entire continent.
Ha ha! From now on, there will be no nobles in this continent. Only loyal servants of the gods. Lawrence, Hayden, since you are so stubborn, pray to the gods for repentance after you die.
After saying that, Conan quickly retreated towards the back of the crowd in the Principality of Isis. And the crowd behind him quickly separated. 5 ordinary people with no energy fluctuations and holding staffs appeared in the Principality of Jean and Alban, in front of the Principality and others.
No! Magician!
Hayden already knew how powerful the magician was from Ferdinand, and immediately shouted to remind everyone. Chapter 461 Fierce Battle. Hearing Hayden's loud exclamation, everyone was still in a state of confusion. Although the people standing here at this moment are all high-ranking nobles from the 2 principalities, the title of magician is too unfamiliar to them. Even if some people have seen the records in ancient books, no one can think of them for a moment. Nor do they know their horror. Just when everyone was confused, Gervais made the first move. Of course he knew the terror of magicians, and he didn't have time to think about why there were so many magicians. Gervais threw a large fireball directly towards the crowd in the Principality of Isis. This fireball was bigger than the one released by Ferdinand. It was more than doubled, and Gervais cast the spell very fast. In the blink of an eye.
Get out of the way!
After throwing the fireball, Gervais rushed towards Alice. His cheap wife was the Silver Knight. Even if she was hit by the lowest fireball technique, she would be seriously injured. Boom! While the 5 magicians on the opposite side were still chanting, Gervais' fireball hit one of them first. The magician did not expect that someone in the team of the Principality of Jean could actually release the fireball technique. Unprepared, the fireball hit his face directly. The basin-sized fireball exploded instantly. The magician only had time to let out a scream, and then his entire upper body was in flames. Originally, the lowest level fireball technique was not difficult for them to defend. They only needed to release a low-level defensive shield to resist it. Unfortunately, he lost this opportunity because of his carelessness.
Chains of fire!
Although one person was eliminated by Gervais's fireball, the remaining 4 magicians still completed the spell casting 2 seconds later. Moreover, their spell casting seemed to be completed at the same time, and even the words they shouted were uttered at the same time. As their words fell, an 8-meter-long flame chain suddenly appeared in the ranks of the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban. After the flame chain appeared, it quickly bound away towards several nearby nobles.
Ah!
There were 3 nobles nearby who were caught off guard and immediately wrapped in scorching flame chains, letting out shrill wails. But no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the flame chain. Just 3 to 5 seconds later, these 3 title knights with silver intermediate strength were burned alive. After the 3 nobles were burned to death, The flame chains did not disappear, but continued to bind towards other nobles. And Alice was among them.
Careful!
Seeing that the chain was about to get close to Alice, Alice wanted to use her long sword to block it. But Gervais jumped up and directly threw Alice from the horse to the ground. She rolled twice on the grass before stopping.
Alice, are you okay? I'm fine.
Alice finally reacted and quickly stood up with Gervais.
Let's get out of here first.
Although Gervais can also use magic, he only knows the lowest level of fireball for attacking magic. The four magicians had just completed a magic together, and there was no way Gervais could compete with them.
Okay.
Alice had no objection. When she met the magician for the first time, she didn't know how to fight against him. At this moment, Gervais's words were her backbone.
Ice Roar!
Gervais's successive actions finally attracted the attention of those magicians. One of the magicians directly aimed at Gervais and released another magic. At the same time, Gervais felt the hairs all over his body stand up, feeling that danger was coming in the next second. So Gervais quickly pushed Alice away without thinking, and at the same time dodged away from him. Puff puff. The next moment, more than 10 spear-like ice picks appeared where Gervais was standing. They all fell from the sky and sank deeply into the soil. Whoosh whoosh. After being pushed away by Gervais, Alice stood up with a quick bounce, then quickly took off the longbow from her back, and shot 3 arrows towards the magicians almost instantly.
Fire shield technique!
It's a pity that although Alice's arrow feathers are fast, the magician over there was already prepared and immediately released a fire shield, which directly blocked Alice's 3 consecutive arrows. The arrow feathers shot by Alice hit the fire shield. Not only were they unable to penetrate the fire shield, they even began to smoke immediately. The wooden arrow shaft began to burn, and then fell to the ground feebly.
Let's go! Alice!
Gervais rode the unicorn and quickly came to Alice, extending his hand to let Alice mount the horse. After Alice mounted her horse, Gervais glanced at the magicians from the Principality of Xisus and threw a fireball at them again. Boom! Gervais's fireball drew a beautiful arc, quickly hitting the fire shield that had just blocked Alice's arrow feathers, and instantly dissipated with the fire shield at the same time. At this point, Gervais no longer stopped, and quickly urged the unicorn to run towards the army of the Principality of Xion. Lawrence and Hayden were already fighting with the Golden Knights in the team of the Principality of Xisus. Originally, Hayden wanted to go up and deal with the magicians immediately, but unfortunately they were already prepared. 7 or 8 Golden Knights directly held back Lawrence and Hayden. Woo! Woo! At this time, loud horn sounds came from the army of the Principality of Casus, and Conad had returned to the army of the Principality of Casus.
Retreat! Retreat!
Hearing the horn sound, Lawrence and Hayden looked at each other at the same time, and then shouted the words to retreat in unison. If they don't leave, they will be surrounded by thousands of troops soon. When Lawrence and Hayden both retreated to their own military formations, the cavalry of the Principality of Shisi also began to charge towards the 2 armies.
Command the longbowmen to fire freely.
Soon the army of the Principality of Xion was fighting with more than 10,000 cavalrymen of the Principality of Xisus. The same was true for the Principality of Alban, who also began to engage in a melee with the cavalry of the Principality of Xisus.
Gervais, thank you just now.
There was still a slight blush on Alice's face at this moment, and she had a strange feeling in her heart when she and Gervais rode a war horse together just now.
What are you talking about? Isn't this what it should be?
Gervais had no time to pay attention to Alice at the moment. He focused all his attention on the battlefield and answered casually.
Alice
didn't care about Gervais's attitude. She hummed obediently and looked towards the battlefield. At this time, the fighting on the battlefield was very fierce. Although the 5,000 cavalry of the Principality of Jin were elite, the enemy's cavalry was twice as many as theirs. Even with infantry support, the infantry did not have much advantage against the cavalry. More importantly, there are 4 or 5 magicians in the team of the Principality of Xisus. These magicians may not be a major threat to the Golden Knight, but they are extremely dangerous to ordinary soldiers. Even the Bronze Knight and Silver Knight. These magicians are harvesting the lives of the soldiers of the Principality of Xion every moment.
Pass my order and send all the 2,000 elite cavalry and 5,000 infantry reserved.
King Lawrence stood on the high platform with an expressionless face and shouted orders. Following his order, the soldier responsible for delivering the order immediately passed the order on, and saw thousands of cavalry and infantry rushing towards this side of the camp in the rear.
Gervais, you can also do magic?
With the addition of 7,000 elite soldiers, the situation on the battlefield finally calmed down. Even though those magicians were extremely lethal, there were only a few of them after all. Moreover, Magic also requires magic power. And the frequency of those magicians releasing magic has been significantly reduced. At this time, the nobles of the Principality of Jean finally breathed a sigh of relief. And Alice looked at Gervais again and asked curiously,
I only know a little bit. It's the fireball you just saw.
Now that he had been caught, Gervais did not hide it. After all, almost everyone now knew the existence of the magician.
How did you learn it? Can I learn it?
Alice asked immediately, her eyes full of expectation. Several earls next to him, including King Lawrence, also stretched their ears, waiting for Gervais's answer. Chapter 462 Route. Hearing Alice's question, Gervais turned his head and stared at his cheap wife's pretty face. It was probably the first time that Alice saw the impact of magic on her. Only then did she regain the curiosity she deserved at this age. Gervais would ask if he saw anyone with superpowers. Alice was stared at by Gervais for a moment, and immediately blushed.
Forget it. You don't have to say it.
Alice knew she had made a mistake, and her blush reached her ears.
Say, of course. Who told you to be my wife?
Gervais glanced at everyone, then whispered into Alice's ear.
I will teach you how to use magic when you get back. In addition to fireballs, there are other magics, such as wood and ice.
She didn't know whether it was because she was too excited to hear so much magic, or because Gervais was so close that all his breath hit her ears. At this time, Alice was like a ripe apple. Even her fair neck was a bright red, and she didn't look like a cold goddess at all.
Well, then you can teach me when you get back.
After listening to what Gervais said, Alice already responded in a thin voice. When the nobles on the side saw such a scene, they couldn't help but secretly curse Gervais as a beast. From this look, the most beautiful woman in the principality may have been truly captured by Gervais. What's even more outrageous is that Gervais is actually flirting in front of him.
Can Gervais boy teach Caroline too?
At this time, the Lord of the North also came over, and then asked Gervais rather embarrassedly. They have already seen how powerful the magician is. The physiques of those few people can be said to be no different from ordinary people, but their attack power can shake the Golden Knight. What a powerful profession this is. Women like Caroline have the best practice. Well, Gervais didn't know how to answer for a while. If he thought it was so easy to be a magician, then the church would have been filled with magicians long ago. Even if I don't know the entry requirements for magicians in this world, I have read a lot of fantasy novels about Gervais in his previous life, and it is more difficult to become a magician with each one. He is not even sure whether his cheap wife can become the magician Gervais. However, the Lord of the North proposed Caroline. Gervais glanced at Alice and found that she was in a good mood and had no other reaction. So he said to the Lord of the North,
Okay, Lord Gust. Ha ha. Boy Gervais, our Welton family owes you a big favor. If you have any trouble in the future, you can tell me. Anyone who is against you is against me. Guster.
The Lord of the North laughed loudly and was very proud. His eyes swept over Avery, Nino and others one by one, and the threat was self-evident.
Okay, Lord Gust.
Gervais knew that exposing his magic skills would definitely arouse jealousy. So the Lord of the North was clearly supporting him. And of course, he was very happy to do so.
Well, then when I get back, I'll ask Caroline to stay in Joan's house temporarily. Ha ha.
At this moment, due to the addition of 7,000 elites, and the fact that the magicians are releasing magic more and more slowly, both the other nobles and Gus feel that victory is in sight. They will defeat the Principality of Sighs, and then the Principality of Alban. Then this southern expedition will be over. As for what happens next, we naturally need to think about it in the long term.
Look, there are cavalry over there.
At this moment, exclamations came from the high platform. With such a big plan, how could the church let go of this opportunity to completely control the Eurasian continent? After the Lord of the North finished speaking, a large group of cavalry once again appeared on the horizon behind the Principality of Alban. The number of this group of cavalry was not large, only 3 to 2,000. But a group of nobles had an ominous premonition.
It's the Holy Knights of the Church! It's the Holy Knights of the Church!
At this time, all the nobles present knew without guessing that it must be the famous Holy Knights of the Church. The nobles of the Principality of Jean changed their expressions one after another, and some young nobles turned pale. Although the church's Holy Knights only have 3,000 people, they are all at the level of Silver Knights. Now that there are 20,000 cavalry from the Principality of Zysis, they will definitely not be able to stop them.
Your Majesty, let's retreat.
Several earls looked livid and began to make suggestions to King Lawrence. King Lawrence also looked solemn. If these 3,000 paladins of the church join, the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban will definitely not be able to stop them in this undefended wilderness. Retreat is now the only option. The problem is that if they retreat, those infantrymen will lose a lot of money.
Your Majesty, it will be too late if you don't make a decision.
Several counts continued to urge, and the church's paladins arrived very quickly. It would take another 7 or 8 minutes at most to reach the battlefield. When the time comes, the 3,000 holy knights will join the cavalry of the Principality of Xisus and entangle the cavalry from both countries. No one on the field can escape, including the elite cavalry.
Send me the order to retreat.
Even though he was afraid, King Lawrence still gave the order to retreat. At this moment, the originally majestic King Lawrence suddenly seemed to have aged several years, and his hands were trembling.
Yes, Your Majesty.
As soon as the several earls received the order from King Lawrence, they immediately rushed towards the audience. Gus told Alice to leave quickly, and quickly ran towards the bottom of the high platform. At the same time, the soldiers responsible for blowing the horn also began to give orders to retreat. Just as the retreat horn was blown from the Principality of Jean, the horn of retreat was also sounded from the Principality of Alban. Hayden must have known that the defeat was decided and was preparing to evacuate. The soldiers in the field were all confused when they heard the horns, especially since the two principalities issued retreat orders almost at the same time. But the next moment, everyone came back to their senses and showed horrified expressions. This time, the order was not to withdraw troops, but to retreat quickly. This meant that they were about to be defeated. The soldiers no longer dared to stop fighting with the enemy in front of them. Everyone turned around and ran towards the rear.
Alice, go to the camp and have people unload all the goods on the carriage, except for the necessary rations for the past few days. Don't take anything else. Just destroy it.
Gervais had long anticipated this moment, but when it actually arrived, he still felt it was unreal. There are tens of thousands of soldiers in the field. Except for a few elite knights from the Earl family, there are less than 2,000 other soldiers with war horses. That means that only less than 10,000 people can evacuate quickly with war horses, while other infantry can only rely on their legs to escape. But how can the legs outrun the war horse? The final result can be imagined.
Gervais, I have to give orders to your father and the others first. Go to the camp.
As an earl, Alice must of course take care of her vassals. This is also to preserve her strength. Otherwise, if she abandons her vassals, she will become a mere commander when she returns. At this time, other earls did the same. Some went there in person, while others sent their subordinates there.
I'm going to find them. My unicorn is fast. If you go back now, you can free up the carriage in their camp so that you can take more soldiers and escape.
After saying that, Gervais quickly ran towards the bottom of the high platform without waiting for Alice to say anything else.
Gervais!
Alice was moved in her heart and knew that Gervais was worried that she would be in danger if she went there. So she couldn't help but shout to Gervais.
What's wrong? Be careful. I'll wait for you at the camp.
Gervais heard Alice's instructions and gave her a reassuring smile before continuing to run forward.
Go to the camp and arrange the rescue team. We are ready to retreat.
After Ike emptied the carriage, he had returned to the foot of the high platform. Gervais did not have time to say anything more to him. After giving his instructions, he immediately mounted the unicorn and ran towards the retreating army. Before leaving, Gervais also pulled out a rose flag from under the high platform, where the flags of the 8 earls of the Principality of Jean were displayed. Chapter 463 Escape. On the high platform, Gervais could still vaguely see where the team of minor nobles was. But when Gervais entered the crowd of the defeated army, he found that he had become a lonely boat in the sea, surrounded by soldiers who were hurriedly fleeing. Fortunately, Gervais's unicorn was very tall, and it was also a monster. The defeated soldiers saw it from a distance and ran around in a detour. After running all the way for 4 or 5 minutes, Gervais finally reached the right wing of the army, where the vassals of the Jones family were assigned today. Gervais walked hurriedly holding the rose flag, taking advantage of the height of the unicorn. He finally saw a familiar figure.
Pat! Pat!
Gervais saw Pat being protected by more than a dozen guards and running away. Even his helmet was squeezed off. It was considered a loss of armor.
Gervais, what's going on? We're obviously about to gain the upper hand. Why did you order a retreat?
Although he was fat, Pat was fortunately still a titled knight, and he was not out of breath from running. But the panic on his face was obvious. Hearing the shout, he didn't see Gervais, but he saw the rose flag held high by Gervais. Then, he immediately came over and asked urgently when he was in front of Gervais.
The holy knights of the church are here, and they are not evil. If you don't retreat, It will be too late. Run to the camp and prepare the carriage and horses. Alice is there. Take away as many people as you can. What? The Holy Knights are here?
Fatty Pat was so frightened that the fat on his face shook. It was obvious that 3,000 paladins were a huge terror in the eyes of these little nobles.
Yes. Time is running out. Go back quickly. I still want to find my father and the others. Okay. Gervais. Your father just attacked forward with Baron Bertram and the others. And they should be still behind. Then I'll go first. And you'll come back soon.
Pat was on foot at this time, and did not say anything about staying and searching with Gervais. He responded to Gervais, and continued to escape towards the camp under the protection of the guards. Soon, Gervais saw his father and Bertram, and his entourage in the rear. Most of the vassals of the Jones family were here. They would naturally stick together in such a battle. Little Fatty Pat was a little afraid of death, so he didn't join them deeper into the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Gervais also breathed a sigh of relief, which saved him from continuing to search. Arriving in front of Gandalf and others, Gervais quickly repeated to them about the Holy Knights, and then rode his war horse back to the camp first. When Gervais arrived at the camp, Ike and others were already ready, and 130 girls and the slave soldiers were already on the carriage.
Ike, take them towards the City of Glory first. I will catch up with you later. Yes, sir.
Gervais's prestige is now unquestionable. So after hearing the order, Ike and others did not say anything worried about Gervais wanting to stay, but simply led about 20 carriages towards the rear of the camp. And go. At this moment, the fence behind the camp has long been destroyed. This was pushed by other Earl families to facilitate their escape. Otherwise, there is only one entrance to the camp, ensuring that no one can leave the camp quickly. After Ike left, Gervais ran to the camp where Alice was.
Gervais!
Gervais had just arrived at Alice's tent, but unexpectedly saw Caroline. Caroline shouted to him with surprise on her face.
Caroline, why are you here? My grandfather called me here. He said that he and the king would temporarily fend off the pursuers of the Principality of Xysis later, so it would be safer for me to run with you. Okay, you wait here for a while. I'll go see Alice first.
Gervais nodded and already saw Alice, who was arranging a carriage not far away.
How about it? Alice, how many carriages are there? Originally there were more than 200 carriages,
but many carriages transported loot back to the City of Glory a few days ago. Now there are only more than 100 carriages available here.
A carriage can carry only 10 people, which is already the limit. A few more people will not only be unable to sit on it, but even the horses pulling it will not be able to run. Therefore, more than 100 vehicles means that it can only carry an infantry of 1,000 people, and some the carriage also contained rations needed for the journey.
Alice, 100 vehicles is 100 vehicles. We can't wait any longer. We must leave now. Once the Alban Principality is completely defeated, we will not be able to escape the pursuit of the Holy Knights.
Alice brought a total of more than 2,000 people with her during this southern expedition, excluding the 500 Rose Knights, plus some who died in battle. There were more than 1,400 infantrymen and auxiliaries responsible for logistics. In other words, Alice had to give up more than 400 people. These people did not have carriages and could not keep up with the large army on their legs. In the end, they were either killed or captured.
Good.
Although Alice was a woman, she was trained as an heir by the old count. She knew the key to making a choice. She gritted her teeth and agreed, and then quickly began to order the soldiers to get on the carriage and start evacuating. When Alice arranged for all the elite infantry to leave, Gandalf and others also returned to the camp, because Gervais sent Ike to remind them in advance. Their carriage had already been emptied, and they could leave immediately after returning to the camp. So Gervais and his party retreated towards the City of Glory under the escort of the Rose Knight. When leaving, Alice kept looking back, feeling a little intolerant of the abandoned auxiliary soldiers.
Alice, it's not your fault.
Gervais knew what Alice was thinking, and comforted Alice helplessly.
Yeah, I know. Gervais.
Finally, Alice withdrew her gaze, but her mood was a little low. At this moment, the road outside the camp was already full of panicked and defeated soldiers. They had either been abandoned or separated from the team, and could only flee in panic along with most of the defeated soldiers. Fortunately, this area is all flat grassland, and you can travel smoothly no matter where you go. Gervais and others bypassed the densely populated areas and traveled quickly in the open wilderness. After Gervais and his party left, the main camp of the Principality of Alban was finally breached by 3,000 Holy Knights. King Hayden and his few remaining elite knights resisted for a while, and then quickly evacuated. And the direction in which they evacuated was exactly the same as that of the Principality of Jean. The team of the Principality of Ceases and the Holy Knights all came from the direction of King Hayden's city, which means that the King's city of Hayden is probably in danger. Now the people of the Principality of Alban can only evacuate towards the direction of May City. Looking for the great city will then find a way to compete with the church. Otherwise, fighting with the 3,000 holy knights in the wilderness will only lead to death. 2 days after the rout, on the road to May City, a strange scene occurred. The army of the Principality of Alban and the army of the Principality of Jean were walking on the same road at the same time. The two hostile parties, who had been at war with each other for decades, did not have any friction. But now those who can come here are all elite soldiers or nobles from the two countries, because they were either riding horses or carriages. As for the soldiers on foot, they had long been left behind, and it was not known whether they were killed or captured. But at this moment, they were no longer in the mood to care about the situation of their comrades in the rear, because their current situation was not very safe. The Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean send out dozens of waves of rangers every day to continuously investigate the situation in the rear. Judging from the rangers' reconnaissance situation, although most of the cavalry of the Principality of Ceases and the Holy Knights of the Church were slowed down a lot by the defeated infantry, tens of thousands of cavalry were still pressed hard behind them. Among them, the cavalry of the Principality of Ceases has 9,000 people, and the Holy Knights have 1,000 people. This made the nobles of the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban not dare to delay for a moment, except for meals and the necessary 4 or 5 hours of rest at night. The rest of the time is spent on the road. Even at this speed, the nobles still don't feel safe. If it weren't for the fear that the horses wouldn't be able to bear it, the young nobles could just lie on the carriage and let the soldiers drive day and night. In this way, the teams from the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban finally escaped to Golden Wheatland a week later. Chapter 464 An Unexpected Person. When the teams from the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban arrived in May City, everyone entered May City. Nowadays, May City has been occupied by the Principality of Jean. But with the current enemy, the Principality of Jean has no intention of fighting to the death with the Principality of Alban. The Principality of Alban is also very sensible. After entering the city, it did not go around to seize advantageous terrain. It did not even dare to send anyone to the city wall. The entire city was still controlled by the Principality of Jean. After entering the city, the minor nobles and ordinary soldiers could take a short rest, while the big nobles all went to the city hall of May City, because Hayden and Lawrence will be at City Hall discussing how to next confront the church. Gervais also followed Alice to the City Hall. Gervais's trip this time was not because of Alice's favor, but because Lawrence personally sent someone to invite Gervais to attend. Gervais now has a great reputation in both the Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean. Although he is still weak, no one dares to treat him as an ordinary little noble. After Gervais and Alice arrived at the City Hall, King Lawrence and King Hayden were already sitting on the high platform, with more than 20 nobles sitting below. A group of nobles sat in 2 distinct camps, with the Principality of Jean on one side and the Principality of Alban on the other. There are more than 10 people in the Principality of Jean, in addition to the 8 earls. They are the commanders of the legions directly under Lawrence. The same is true for the Principality of Alban. But there are only 2 earls left. This time, the church's conspiracy had a huge impact on the Principality of Alban. The Principality of Alban originally had 6 earls, in addition to King Hayden's brother, the Marquis of Lost. But now there are only 2 earls left in the Principality of Alban. And even the life or death of Hayden's younger brother, the Marquis of Lost, is uncertain. Lost was also plotted against by the church and Arlette during the dinner that day, and was poisoned by the Bellflower. He has been under house arrest in the palace ever since. Now that King Hayden's city has probably fallen into the hands of the church, Lost, one of the 2 Golden Peak Knights in the Principality of Alban, will certainly not be safe. Today, I have called everyone here to announce something to you. When all the nobles arrived, Lawrence on the stage spoke first. From the day the church appeared, they have been full of hostility towards the nobility. They always want to overthrow the aristocracy and then control the entire continent. However, a few decades ago, my father, Emperor Jean, unified the entire continent and temporarily curbed the church's planning and development. However, more than 20 years ago, Emperor suddenly died, and the entire continent once again split. As for the reason why my father, Emperor died suddenly, I'm sure it must have been the church's fault. Since that time, the church has been ready to move again, began to develop their power, and use the spiritual energy liquid to reach an exchange of interests with us. Actually, we have always known about the church's ambitions, and reaching an exchange of interests with the church is only a temporary move. Unexpectedly, this time the church finally couldn't hold it any longer and started attacking us. The situation is critical now. As the head of the nobility of Eurasia, I have reached an agreement with Hayden. The Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean will form an alliance to jointly resist the invasion of the church. As long as we don't defeat the church, our alliance will never be dissolved. So I need everyone to put aside their past grudges in the future and work together to deal with our current biggest enemy. King Lawrence's words spread to every corner of the hall. But the alliance between the two parties was inevitable. Many clues could be seen from the two sides traveling together in peace and harmony. So the nobles were not surprised. Seeing that the nobles below showed no objection, King Lawrence looked at Hayden and let Hayden speak. As Lawrence said, we both have a common enemy now, and it is an extremely powerful enemy. We hope that you can truly put aside your previous conflicts and deal with this crisis together. In addition, I have one more thing to announce. That is, all the remaining horses in the Principality of Alban will go north and follow the team from the Principality of Jean to the City of Glory. Wow! The news that Hayden said instantly aroused discussion among the nobles below. This is different from the alliance between the two parties. The City of Glory is the most important defensive fortress of the Principality of Zion. The nobles of the Principality of Jean are worried that if the Principality of Alban goes back on its word and seizes the City of Glory, then the door to the Principality of Jean will be opened directly. However, the nobles of the Principality of Alban are discussing whether they will be directly annexed by the people of the Principality of Jean when the armies of the Principality of Jean continue to come to support them after entering the City of Glory. After the people below discussed for 2 minutes, Hayden above waved his hand, and then continued after the silence returned again. The terror of the church is beyond your imagination. I have a piece of news to tell you now. You may be able to truly understand why our two principalities need an alliance. Maybe some of you already know this news, but some of you don't. The church is actually not from our continent, but from another continent. They came to us through a magical way. Their purpose is to rule our entire continent and enslave everyone. Wow! Hayden's words instantly caused an explosion in the audience. The commanders looked at each other and began to whisper among themselves. Only a few earls had obviously known this secret information for a long time and did not show any surprise. For example, Lord of the North, Seignior and others. There really are other continents. Gervais, are those books with strange characters in the castle the books from that unknown continent? I originally had such a guess, but it's really unbelievable. Alice also looked slightly surprised. The old earl had not told Alice these secrets before he disappeared, so Alice did not understand these aspects. Although she had guessed something, she still couldn't believe it without real evidence. Yes, Alice. Gervais was slightly embarrassed. He had confirmed this matter a few months ago, but he had never told Alice. But at that time, his relationship with Alice was not as close as it is now, so he couldn't be blamed. Gervais, did you already know this? Looking at Gervais's expression, Alice raised her eyebrows on her pretty face. There were signs of developing into a cold goddess. Obviously because Gervais was a little unhappy with her concealment. Cough! Cough! I just guessed before, but I'm not sure. Gervais started to explain without blushing, and then whispered into Alice's ear. I also know the name of that continent. It's called the Holy Continent. When the news about Hayden broke out, all the nobles in the city hall had no opinions. The teams of the two principalities only stayed in May City for 2 hours, and then left May City again and headed towards the City of Glory. Before leaving May City, Hayden and Lawrence simultaneously ordered that the entire May City be burned to prevent it from becoming a camp for the church and the Principality of Zisus, because this is the big city closest to the Principality of Jean. After spending another week on the road, the City of Glory has appeared at the end of the horizon, looking at the majestic city located in the center of the towering mountains in the distance. The nobles of all sizes cheered. As long as they entered the City of Glory, it meant that they no longer needed to be in such panic all day long. Instead, they can rely on strong and towering city walls to resist the Principality of Zisus and the Paladins. And when the time comes, they can continue to mobilize soldiers from the country to defend. Although everyone in the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban was exhausted, the last 10 miles or so was more than twice as fast as before, and everyone rushed towards the City of Glory with all their strength. Open the city gate quickly. His Majesty the King is here.
The returning army stopped a few hundred meters away from the City of Glory. Chief Cinna, under King Lawrence, took several people to the bottom of the city wall to convey the news of Lawrence's return.
Oh, my father is back? Then Commander Xena, please inform my father and ask him to come. I have something to discuss with him. Your Highness, Second Prince, why are you here?
Chapter 465 Magic Scroll. At this time, the person standing on the towering wall of the City of Glory and speaking was none other than Chad Jean, the second prince of the Principality of Jean.
Commander Xena, if you want to enter the city, let my father come over and talk.
The second prince, Chad, ignored Cinna's inquiry, repeated the sentence again, and then sat leisurely on a soft chair. Seeing the second prince acting like this, Cinna knew that he had no control over what happened. So he simply turned the horse's head and headed towards the rear. The people in the rear had also noticed something was wrong at this moment, and the little nobles couldn't help but become nervous.
His Majesty, what's going on? Cinna! His Majesty's second prince appeared on the city wall of the City of Glory and said that if you want him to open the city gate, you need to go there and negotiate in person.
Buzz. Cinna's words can be said to have dropped a bombshell in the ranks of the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban. Now there are pursuers approaching from behind, and the front is safe. But such a change suddenly occurs. No one can calm down. King Lawrence's face was ugly, and he didn't pay attention to the comments behind him. He quickly confirmed to Cinna again.
Are you sure it's Chat?
That was his second son, and now his only son. Now that the enemy was behind them, Prince Chat blocked them out of the city. How dare King Lawrence believe that this was true?
Your Majesty, I can be sure.
Seeing Lawrence's anger, Cinna immediately lowered his head, but his voice was very sure. Gervais was not far away from King Lawrence at the moment. He also heard Cinna's report, and his heart suddenly thumped.
Is this also a conspiracy of the church? Their strategy of inciting the second son to usurp the throne was not only used in the Principality of Xysis and Alban, but also in the Principality of Jean?
Drive. King Lawrence did not say any more words, but directly galloped towards the gate of the City of Glory. When the other nobles in the front row saw it, they quickly urged their horses to chase King Lawrence. They also wanted to hear what was going on, as this was a matter of life and death for all of them. Gervais was not left behind, and also followed those nobles.
Father, you are back.
When King Lawrence came to the bottom of the city wall, Chat showed a smile on his face and shouted to King Lawrence.
Chat, let someone open the city gate right now.
Before setting off for the southern expedition, Lawrence left the second prince Chat in the principal capital. He had never expected such a thing to happen. Lawrence didn't ask much about why the second prince Chat appeared here, but gave the order directly with a stern face, and the aura of a Golden Peak Knight was also released.
Father, if you want me to open the city gate, you need to agree to a few requirements.
Faced with the aura revealed by King Lawrence, Prince Chat was frightened for a moment and paused slightly. But he reacted immediately the next moment, became extremely calm again, and put a smile on his face again.
Father, you don't have to be like this. I don't really want to prevent you from entering the city. I just want to take this opportunity to make a small request to you. As long as you agree, I promise to open the city gate. Explain.
Although with the strength of himself and others, they would definitely be able to invade the City of Glory with a little delay. But the problem now was the lack of time. King Lawrence was worried that the pursuers behind him would take the opportunity to attack them from behind. And then, they would be attacked from both sides, with more than 20,000 elites behind them. This was their biggest support in resisting the church. In order to successfully enter the City of Glory, Lawrence suppressed his anger.
Thank you, Father. That's what I'll say.
Prince Chater smiled slightly, and then said,
My request is that you can canonize me as the only heir to the throne. Can. In addition, I guarantee that I will not be deprived of my right to be the heir after entering the city. Can.
King Lawrence looked at Chat with deep eyes, and agreed to Chat's request without any hesitation.
Thank you very much. Father, you must have promised something in front of so many earls and commanders. As a king, you should not break your promise. But father, it's all nonsense. I have a written contract here. You just need to sign it, stamp it with your seal, and then swear an oath to the God of Glory. I will open the city gate right away.
After Prince Chat finished speaking, he saw that the gondola had been put down on the city wall, and an ordinary soldier ran down from the top holding a scroll-like contract. Looking at the scene ahead, Gervais felt a little uneasy. Gervais felt that the request of the second Prince Chat seemed reasonable, but was too blatant. although they say they swear an oath to the God of glory. As long as they are knights and nobles, basically no one dares to violate it. Even the king. But the second prince, Chat, was too weak, and King Lawrence still had many years to live. During this period, he could do whatever he wanted to do to punish the second prince. Doesn't the second prince Chat know this? However, although he felt uneasy in his heart, Gervais could not detect anything wrong. He even doubted whether he had guessed wrong before. This was just the second prince's own idea, without the involvement of the church. Judging from the expressions on the faces of other nobles, they didn't notice anything wrong, but thought it was normal. Hasn't this kind of thing happened twice already? It's not surprising that it happened in the Principality of Xi'an as well. The only difference may be that the other two principalities were planned by the church, while the Principality of Jin may have been the idea of the two princes themselves. They were even laughing at the bad luck of the second prince. Chat. Now that the eldest prince, Derek, was dead, even if the second prince didn't come, he would definitely be the king's heir. If you do this now, the gains outweigh the losses. Even if you are qualified as the heir, it will definitely not be comfortable in the future. Under the gaze of everyone, the soldier responsible for transmitting the contract scroll carefully came to the front of everyone, and then held up the scroll and presented it in front of King Lawrence. All the nobles craned their necks to look at the scroll, wanting to see what was in it. However, no one noticed that there was a hint of successful conspiracy in the eyes of the soldier who was holding the scroll, bending over and lowering his head. At the same time, he began to chant silently. Gervais was also looking at the scene in front of him at this moment. King Lawrence was only 5 or 6 meters away from him. Alice and others. Initially, Gervais did not notice anything strange. But when the soldier began to chant silently, he suddenly noticed violent fluctuations in energy. Magician? In an instant, a thought flashed through Gervais's mind, relying on his super mental power to detect the situation. Be careful! There's a scam! He's a magician! Without thinking, Gervais shouted immediately, grabbed Alice, put her on the unicorn, and galloped towards the rear. The magician didn't expect that Gervais would notice the clues. He chanted faster, and at the same time, he didn't move slowly in his hands. He dropped the scroll and turned around to leave. Still want to leave? King Lawrence roared, drew his sword and struck at the magician. It's a pity that I only heard a dang sound. The magician had been chanting just now in order to release a powerful shield. Now that he finished chanting, the shield instantly covered his whole body. King Lawrence's long sword seemed to have struck a hard piece of iron, which only caused the spiritual light on the surface of the magic shield to stir for a moment, and then return to normal. Go to H.L. All this happened in the blink of an eye. After realizing that the shield was intact, the magician put on a ferocious smile and shouted. As he shouted, the scroll that fell on the ground without anyone paying attention suddenly changed. The scroll that originally looked like an ordinary piece of animal skin paper suddenly emitted various lights. And there were also complicated inscriptions flashing on the scroll. Boom! Before anyone could react, the scroll suddenly erupted with extremely dazzling light, followed by an explosion that resounded throughout the world. I saw that the area within 20 meters centered on the scroll was completely enveloped in the explosion. Even Gervais and Alice, who had run 20 meters away, were knocked off their horses by the powerful shock wave. Chapter 466 Desperate Situation. Alice, are you okay? Gervais shook the dust off his armor, then patted Alice, who was pressed beneath him, and asked with concern. I'm fine. Gervais! Because Gervais's reaction was timely enough. The two of them ran out of the center of the explosion. So although they were blown away by the shock wave, they were completely out of the way. After making sure Alice was okay, Gervais stood up and looked behind. I saw that the rear was in a mess. The originally smooth road was blown into a large black hole, and the land more than 10 meters around was scorched black. Is it a magic scroll? The more Gervais thought about it, the more he felt that the scroll, just now, was the magic scroll in the novel of the previous life. After all, even magicians appeared, so it was not unusual for magic scrolls to appear. Ah! While thinking, Gervais began to scan the surroundings, trying to find King Lawrence and others. At this moment, a painful wailing sound came from Gervais's ears. He immediately looked in the direction where the moans came from. I saw that all the nobles who had just gathered behind King Lawrence were in a panic. Moreover, their location has changed, and the air wave of the explosion lifted them all away from their original position. This is why Gervais didn't see them when he looked at the center of the explosion. At this time, these nobles were sitting or lying down, obviously suffering a lot of injuries. Alice,
Go and get the medical team ready.
Gervais did not dare to neglect and hurried over to check the injuries of the nobles. King Lawrence and Gus are among them. If something happens to them, this continent will really be doomed.
Lord Gus, are you okay?
What made Gervais a little relieved was that when he hurried over, he saw one of them standing up on his own. It was the Lord of the North.
It's okay. Although he suffered a lot of injuries, it shouldn't be a big problem after he recovers for a while. Let's quickly find where His Majesty is. Okay.
Soon they discovered that King Lawrence also stumbled to his feet. However, because he was closest to the scroll, King Lawrence was obviously much more seriously injured than the Lord of the North. When King Lawrence stood up, a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of his mouth. He couldn't even stand upright. In the end, he could only insert the long sword in his hand on the ground as a support and half knelt.
Your Majesty, are you okay?
The Lord of the North quickly ran over and asked with concern.
I can't die, but I'm afraid it will take a few months to fully recover. I didn't expect it. Our 3 principalities were all destroyed by the church and the second son.
It was obvious that Prince Chater had also been bewitched by the church and wanted to kill him. First, he lost the eldest Prince Derek, and now the second prince, Chat, cooperated with outsiders to trap and kill him. One can imagine how King Lawrence felt.
Lawrence, now is not the time to sigh. Our most important thing now is to enter the City of Glory. If you are willing, we'd better send people to start attacking the city now.
At this moment, Hayden, who still had some blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, came over. Like the Lord of the North, although he was a little injured because he was farther away, the injury was not that serious.
Siege the city!
At this point, we must attack by force no matter what. Staying outside the City of Glory will only lead to death. While Lawrence and others were talking, Gervais kept checking on other nobles. Of the more than 20 nobles present just now, 5 or 6 died directly, including 2 commanders of low-level gold knights, plus several nobles who were not gold knights. And several of the remaining people were seriously injured. What made Gervais a little disappointed was that Nino and Avery were only slightly injured. In fact, such casualties were far less than what Second Prince Chat and the others expected. Originally, they thought that this assassination could directly reduce most of the nobles. Except for a few Golden Peak Knights, the other immortals were also seriously injured. It's a pity that Gervais just shouted that voice, which made the nobles take precautions and use their fighting spirit to protect themselves, thus reducing the damage. Soon hundreds of people from the army a few hundred meters away rushed up and began to clear the battlefield. All the seriously injured and dead nobles were carried down, and Lawrence gave the order for the lightly injured earls, such as Nino and Avery, to lead the people to attack the city. Nino and others also knew that the situation was urgent, so they immediately had dozens of simple siege ladders made, and began to attack the city with thousands of soldiers. And they personally led the team. Everyone wanted to capture the City of Glory as quickly as possible before the pursuers arrived. However, when these thousands of elites began to attack the city, what happened made everyone outside the city even more desperate. Because there are 8 more golden knights on the wall of the City of Glory. And there are also 5 magicians. When Nino and the Counts of Avery finally stormed the city wall with their soldiers, the 8 golden knights and 5 magicians suddenly appeared and attacked, directly killing hundreds of elite soldiers who had climbed onto the city wall. Seeing such a situation, several earls did not dare to stay longer. Relying on the cultivation of the Golden Knight, they jumped off the city wall and fled back to the army, thus saving their lives.
What a vicious strategy. Let the people outside the city see hope first, and then directly kill this hope when they think they are about to win. And if it weren't for the cleverness of a few counts, 1 or 2 more golden knights would definitely die.
Gervais witnessed everything that happened during the siege, and had to admire the church and charter's thorough planning. The team, which had been on the verge of mental collapse after escaping all the way, suffered such a blow again. Their morale was extremely low, and they no longer had the courage to attack the city. And they continued to stay outside the city and wasted their lives. What awaited their 20,000 people was the fate of being attacked from both sides and completely annihilated. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, a group of rangers rushed from the south, bringing bad news, which made the entire army even worse. One of them should be the captain of the rangers. When he came back, he jumped off the horse without even having time to stop his horse, half kneeling in front of Lawrence, panting heavily and reporting,
Your Majesty, the holy knights of the Principality of Xisus and the church are rushing towards us and will arrive in half an hour at most. And, looking at their numbers, they should have joined up with the cavalry teams behind them. Keep exploring.
King Lawrence sat on a soft chair, his face a little pale, and ordered in a hoarse tone.
Yes, your majesty.
The ranger quickly took the order, rode his horse, and led his men towards the south at high speed. When the rangers left, the nobles present fell silent for a while. Now that morale is low and there are no effective siege weapons, even if they want to organize another siege, it will be too late.
Cinna, help me up. Your majesty, where do you want to go?
Commander Xena quickly helped King Lawrence and asked in a low voice.
Help me go to the bottom of the city wall. I want to discuss it with Chat again.
King Lawrence thought about it. And now the last hope may lie with the second Prince Chat, and he is ready to give it another try.
Lawrence, your second son is now bewitched by the church and will definitely not agree to let us enter the city. Why don't we evacuate now? We are heading to the west. Our earldom of Borel in the Principality of Alban is in that direction. Relying on Borel City, we can also compete with the church.
Hayden understood Lawrence's mood at the moment, but he didn't think there would be any results from continuing the negotiation. It would be better to retreat directly.
Hayden, I know this, but I still want to give it a try. The church must be trying to seduce them by helping them ascend to the throne. Since he wants to get the throne, I will give it to him. If my method is really useless, then I will do as you say, and we will withdraw to the west immediately.
Lawrence had no choice but to do this, although they could still escape to other places. The Alban Principality was no better than the Gene Principality. As long as they enter the City of Glory, they can have a great hope of blocking the attacks of the Church and the Principality of Xysis, and there will be a steady stream of backup behind them. And even if they stay in the Principality of Alban and escape the pursuit for the time being, they will only be able to sit on one side in the future and will be annihilated by the Church sooner or later.
Okay, then go and give it a try.
Hayden listened to Lawrence's words and nodded in approval.
Your Majesty, the gate of the City of Glory is open.
Just when Lawrence and Hayden were deciding where to go next, the gate of the City of Glory in the distance suddenly opened, and thousands of soldiers and horses came out. After thousands of soldiers and horses left the city, the gate of the City of Glory was closed again. In an instant, the people from the Alban Principality and the Gene Principality were looking at the thousands of soldiers and horses. The two kings and several earls also stood up immediately and led everyone to face the team.
Chat, how dare you come out of the City of Glory?
When the teams from both sides met, they finally saw each other clearly from 100 meters apart. The team leaving the city was led by Prince Chat, with the Golden Knights and Magicians on his left and right.
Father, the reason why I came out now is for your sake, and I want to give all of you a way to live. You are afraid that we will leave here now and want to delay time.
Although King Lawrence was injured, he was not stupid. He had already guessed that Chat and his party came out, and he probably wanted to delay time until the pursuers from behind arrived.
Father, since you have seen through it, I will tell you directly.
The second Prince Chat was not surprised. He admitted it generously, and then continued.
Although we came out this time with the intention of holding you back, I did come out this time to give some of you a chance to survive. As long as you agree to be loyal to me now, I will guarantee that you will never be harmed, and your title will still be kept. Chat, even if you agree, can you make the decision? Will the church agree?
King Lawrence retorted unceremoniously. He really didn't expect that the son he had raised for so many years would turn out to be a complete white-eyed wolf.
Father, I promised the church to make them the state religion of the Principality of Xeon, and I am also willing to become one of the spokespersons of God in this continent. So, I can still decide whether they live or die. Now it's up to you whether you live or die. It's up to you.
Chat answered Lawrence very confidently. Then he looked at the nobles in front. Now the Principality of Gene and the Principality of Alban have become meat on the chopping board. Life and death can be said to be a matter of his own thoughts. After the second Prince Chat finished speaking, the scene became a little quiet for a moment. All the nobles, big and small, were silent, waiting for other people's choices.
Everyone, you only have one chance. If you don't make a decision, then I will go back. I believe that the army and the holy knights of the Principality of Shisi will arrive soon.
Seeing that all the nobles were silent, Prince Chat continued to speak. He believed that few people could resist such a temptation and survive while retaining their title. Now we just lack a role model to take the lead.
Count Nemo, Count Avery, your wives and children are still in the Principality. You have to think about it. Can you bear to let them die with you? His Royal Highness Chat, can you really keep your title? What about the territory?
Nemo and others were shocked when they heard Chat's words, looked at King Lawrence, and then took a deep breath and asked the second Prince Chat.
Count Seignior. I keep my word. Of course, I can keep my title and my territory. But there will be some changes in taxes in the future.
Chat thought this was a good start, and replied with a smile on his face.
Then the Charles family is willing to be loyal to you.
With that said, before everyone could react, Seignior quickly broke away from the crowd in the Principality of Jean, ran towards the second Prince Chat, and half knelt down in front of him to express his surrender.
Seignior, you cowardly mouse.
The Lord of the North was immediately furious. Seignior had set an example, and other nobles, big and small, were also starting to make moves. His move was likely to be the last straw for the two principalities.
Custer, let them go.
King Lawrence spoke up to stop the Lord of the North from insulting Seignior.
Who else wants to go there? Go now. I won't stop you.
Lawrence also knew at this moment that the situation was over. Even if he could lead them to resist for a while, he would still die if he could not return to the Principality of Jean. So he was not prepared to drag so many people to be buried with him. When Lawrence said these words, two earls walked out of the crowd again and went to the second Prince Chat. It was Avery and Lanny's father, Earl Kerwin, and some others were hesitating.
Ha ha! It's a very wise choice. What about you? Decided to fight to the end? You only have this chance. Time is running out. You have to think about it.
Seeing that the current situation was completely tilted to his side, Chat laughed heartily and was indescribably proud. At this moment, a magician next to Prince Chat suddenly came to his side and said something. But when Gervais, who was in the Principality of Jean, saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat, because this magician was the one who had just left the city to deliver a magic scroll to assassinate King Lawrence. At this moment, he had changed into a soldier's attire, wearing a white linen robe and holding an exquisite staff. He had been scanning the crowd in the Principality of Jean just now, and finally his eyes fell on Gervais. And then he immediately ran to say something to the second Prince Chat. Sure enough, after he said something to Prince Chater moved his eyes away from the earls and towards Gervais. And when he saw Gervais, he also saw Alice next to Gervais. The second Prince Chat suddenly had a strange light in his eyes. Chapter 467, The Road to Survival is Dead.
Count Alice. Long time no see.
After Prince Chat saw Alice, he had temporarily ignored the little Viscount Gervais. At this moment, he felt indescribably proud, thinking that he had put down his face and pursued Alice for 2 full years. But in the end, he couldn't even touch her, making him the laughing stock of the royal capital and even the entire Principality of Zeon. But today, she was finally feeling proud. Alice had become a piece of meat on the chopping board, allowing herself to feast on it.
I don't want to see you.
Alice had a cold face and did not give Prince Chat any face. Alice originally hated the second prince, but now that the second prince has united with the church, she hates him even more.
Ha ha! Alice, do you still think you were the Earl's daughter back then? In my eyes now you are just a bitch who doesn't know how to show appreciation.
Prince Chat's smile disappeared immediately, and a cold look appeared on his face. Since this woman is so ignorant of praise, Prince Chat is not going to use gentle tactics, but is going to use force later. He wants this woman to beg for mercy and wail under him.
Who are you calling a bitch?
Seeing Alice being humiliated, Gervais certainly couldn't sit still and immediately stood up and asked Chat.
Bitch is calling Ellie.
Upon hearing the question raised by Gervais, the second Prince Chat answered it smoothly. However, when he was halfway through speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately stopped talking, and then looked at Gervais with an angry look.
Little reptile, you are looking for death. Ha ha! Bitch, if you can, come here and bite me.
In his previous life, even elementary school students would not fall for the trap. But it made Chat embarrassed in front of 2 nobles of the principality. This made Gervais find it quite interesting. He also knew about today's situation, which was a desperate situation. Gervais would never choose to seek refuge with the church and the second prince, because if he fell into the hands of the church, they would definitely try their best to discover the secrets in him. In addition, there is also the grudge between Alice and the second prince. If she really surrenders, Alice will definitely not be easy. In this case, Gervais fortunately let go of all worries. When he relives his life, he must control his own destiny and never be manipulated by others.
Ha ha, little reptile. You are Alice's husband. Right. Very good. I won't let you die so easily.
The second Prince Chat suddenly thought of Gervais's identity, and his original angry look gradually disappeared. He said something disdainfully to Gervais, and then turned his attention to other nobles. Chat is not an idiot. He knows that there are many opportunities to deal with Gervais and Alice. What he needs to do now is to disintegrate the team of the Principality of Jean.
I'll give you one last minute. If you still haven't made a choice, then you can be buried with my father.
Chat issued an ultimatum to everyone. When the nobles in the Principality of Jean heard Chat's ultimatum, many of them were ready to take action. Soon, 2 counts came out of the team of the Principality of Jean. Since then, the original 8 counts of the Principality of Jean have been reduced by half, and many of their vassals have left the army of the Principality of Jean and followed their lords to join the church. Only a very small number of vassal nobles regard the God of Glory as their faith and are not prepared to seek refuge in the church. Soon, Chat's original team of only 1,000 people swelled to more than 4,000 people. Tap 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 tap. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came again from behind Gervais and others. It was the rangers who were sent out to investigate the situation. The ranger quickly arrived in front of King Lawrence and hurriedly reported to Lawrence.
Your Majesty, the army of the Principality of Isis and the Holy Knights of the Church are less than 10 miles away from us.
This news instantly changed the faces of all the nobles present, and everyone began to become impatient. Although they did not choose to surrender to the church in Chat, it did not mean that they were not afraid of death. Everyone looked at King Lawrence, waiting for his order. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late.
Hayden, later you take these vassals of mine to the Borel city you mentioned, and I will be responsible for arranging your heirs.
King Lawrence knew that he could not delay any longer, so he immediately said to Hayden, who had been silent. At this time, Chat was not counting the earls and other troops who had just defected. There were 8 golden knights from the church alone, and there were also 5 magicians. If no one was responsible for breaking up the rear, even if they evacuated, they would not be able to pull him back. Keep distance.
Your Majesty, you are seriously injured now. Why don't you leave first? And I will be responsible for the aftermath.
The Lord of the North stood up. If Lawrence wanted to take action again, he could only gain short-term combat effectiveness by consuming his life force. However, if he really did this, Lawrence would definitely die. After so many years, the Lord of the North certainly doesn't want to see something like this happen.
No need. Gust, you have fought for me for so many years. But now everyone is facing a desperate situation because of my second son. I will be the one to cut off the heir.
Lawrence immediately shook his head and rejected the Lord of the North's proposal with an unquestionable attitude. Lawrence's words came to this point. Although the Lord of the North hesitated to speak several times, he could only sigh deeply in the end. Afterwards, several counts began to send people to convey orders to the rear team. The first to evacuate were the elite soldiers and small vassal teams. They all need to continue to block here for a few minutes. After the soldiers have run away enough, it will be the turn of several earls to evacuate. And when everyone evacuates, only King Lawrence will be responsible for stopping the church's few golden knights and magicians. Of course, even if King Lawrence breaks the retreat at the cost of consuming his life force, he can only hold on for a short while at most.
Do you still want to leave now?
Naturally. The actions of the 2 principalities could not be hidden from Chat and others. Seeing Gervais and the army behind him begin to withdraw quickly towards the west, Chat sneered and looked at Lawrence and the earls with a joking look in their eyes.
Do you really think that we have been out of the city for so long just to persuade you to surrender? Ha ha! I just want to see your despair with my own eyes. Kill! Kill all the despicable humans. Kill! Kill all the dirty humans.
When Prince Chat finished speaking, 5,000 to 6,000 orcs appeared in the west of the City of Glory, under the constant temptation of hundreds of cavalry. This 5,000 to 6,000 orc team is rushing towards the teams of the 2 principalities. In an instant, the entire retreating team was in chaos, and the teams that had originally headed towards the west retreated one after another. If there were 5,000 or 6,000 human troops ahead, they would break out to the west without hesitation. But there were orcs there. Even the most elite soldiers would be frightened when they saw such a number of orcs.
I just gave you the opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then you all go to H.L.
The second Prince Chat looked crazy and showed cruel expressions to Gervais and others. Now that the last way of survival has been cut off, everyone is calmed down.
Since you can't escape, then fight with them. You must be buried with them even if you die. Okay, then let them be buried with you. Your Majesty, I will kill the second prince later. Don't blame me. Of course, I will deal with this unfilial second son myself. Guster, go and kill the magician who just plotted against us first. Ha ha. Okay, then I'll kill the magician.
Amid heroic laughter, Everyone drew their swords and prepared for the final fight. Chapter 468 Die Together.
We've reached this point, and we still want to struggle in vain.
Chad was very disdainful of the battle between trap beasts between the two principalities. After making a mockery, he turned his attention to Seignior and the others.
Since you have chosen to be loyal to me, let me see your loyalty. You should know what to do.
Chad was not worried about any danger to himself. The 4 counts who defected from the Principality of Jin were all Golden Knights. The church sent 8 more Golden Knights and 5 magicians to it, bringing the total high-end combat power to 17 people. On the other hand, looking at the Principality of Jin and the Principality of Alban, there are only 7 ordinary Golden Knights left. As for the 3 Peak Gold Knights, Lawrence has been seriously injured. Even if he makes the final fight at the cost of consuming his life force, he can only deal with 2 or 3 middle and high-level Gold Knights. As for Hayden and Gust, although their injuries were not as severe as Lawrence's, it was no longer possible to exert their full strength. The 2 of them could only exert the strength of the Golden mid-level Knights. This was also why Chad had dared to swagger out of the city before and unscrupulously persuaded him to surrender in front of Lawrence and others.
Your Highness, don't worry. We will definitely catch Lawrence and the others in one fell swoop.
After hearing Chad's words, Seignior and other defecting nobles categorically expressed their loyalty. When the 5,000 or 6,000 orcs from the west appeared just now, Seignior and others were all glad that their choice was wise. At the same time, they felt that the nobles who refused to surrender were entirely their own faults. Now they and others just killed them as a token of surrender.
In that case, what are you waiting for? Except for Alice and the reptile named Gervais. No one else is left. Yes, Your Highness.
Seignior and Avery's eyes couldn't help but light up when they heard Chat's final explanation. Gervais and the others had long been filled with hatred, and Chat's explanation was exactly what they wanted. Killing Gervais directly can no longer alleviate the hatred in their hearts. The only thing they want to see is torturing Gervais in order to survive and die.
Kill! Kill!
Next, the people of the 2 principalities and Chat finally broke out in the largest peak battle outside the City of Glory. There were more than 20 Golden Knights participating in the battle on both sides, and there were even 5 magicians participating. Lawrence and others felt that there was no way to survive, so they were not prepared to spend extra time to take care of the rear. Instead, he wanted to take advantage of this limited time to see if he could kill Chat, or kill a few more people from the church, so that they could be buried with him and others. So while the counts and kings of the 2 principalities were fighting hard, the army at the rear was in chaos because it was leaderless.
Captain Ike, what should we do?
In the army at this time, other minor nobles and the soldiers were already in a mess. Only Gervais's subordinates were still calm, and they all appeared at the frontmost position to the west, facing the enemy directly. Orcs. Looking at the scene in the distance that looked like thousands of beasts galloping, Alec asked Ike with a grimace.
Your Excellency is already fighting with the enemy. We can't embarrass you. So what about the orcs? We have killed many orcs.
While instructing several personal guards to load ammunition into the small steel cannon, Ike responded to Alec's words in a carefree manner.
That's right. From the past to now, more than 10 orcs have died in my hands. I'll kill a few more later, and that will be enough.
After hearing what Ike said, Alec scratched his head and laughed, paused, and then said again,
It's a pity. I can already feel the presence of fighting spirit. Maybe I can become a titled knight like you in a few months. What's such a pity? I'm not the same.
Ike felt that Alec's words were showing off, so he retorted angrily. Then, Ike looked at the battlefield where Gervais was inside.
Your Majesty is really kind. This is the first time in decades that I have heard of a noble being as generous as Your Majesty. We didn't make any achievements, yet Your Majesty taught us how to cultivate fighting spirit. Of course, Your Excellency is definitely the most chivalrous Seignior in the world.
Alec also looked towards Gervais and nodded solemnly.
By the way, Captain Ike, do you miss your wife and children? I miss the blacksmith shop. I miss my father. I wonder if my father will be sad after receiving my news. Of course I have. That boy of mine is already over 10 years old and is stronger than you. He will definitely be stronger than you in the future. I am also planning to let him be your personal guard in the future. Captain Ike, you are bragging. Apart from the title knight, I have never seen anyone stronger than me since I was a child.
Alec rolled his eyes, a little unconvinced.
Who is calling the shots here now?
Just as Ike and Alec were bickering with each other, a woman's voice came from behind them. And the owner of this voice was none other than Caroline. At this time, Caroline had already put on the armor. Against the backdrop of her red hair, not only was she not obtrusive, but she looked even more enchanting.
Miss Caroline, why are you here? The villain is in charge here now. I don't know what your orders are.
Caroline didn't know Ike, but Ike knew Caroline. After seeing Caroline, Ike immediately answered respectfully,
You are very good. I have also brought some people. See if you need their cooperation, or just let them participate in the battle.
Caroline nodded to Ike, then pointed to the team of several hundred people behind her and said, These are all vassals of his Welton family. And Caroline just went over to summon them. Although she knew she was facing death, Caroline was not someone who was willing to sit back and wait for death.
Miss Caroline, there is no need to cooperate with us. Just let them rush in with us later. Very good. I'll leave this to you then. I'm going to find Gervais now.
Although he knew that such a small number of people would be of little use against 5,000 or 6,000 orcs, Caroline had done her best, and he was now going to find Gervais.
If I can't be with you alive, Alice won't blame me if I am with you after death.
Thinking about it, Caroline turned around and prepared to go to the battlefield on Gervais's side.
No need to go. Caroline, let's buy some more time for Gervais and the others here.
Just after Caroline turned around, she was surprised to find that Alice was here too.
Alice, why are you here?
Caroline felt a little guilty. What she just said about going to find Gervais was actually heard by Alice.
Gervais asked me to come here. We have to buy them more time. It's best to kill that shameless bastard Chet. But don't you want to die with Gervais?
Caroline was filled with reluctance. She knew that she would not be able to survive today. So if she did not find Gervais now, her plan to be with Gervais after her death would be in vain.
No more. Gervais promised me that he would definitely come to me. And even if he dies, he will die with me.
Alice knew exactly what Caroline was thinking. At this time, she also clearly knew her feelings for Gervais. So why didn't she want to be with the person she loved most when she was dying? Seeing a flash of sadness in Caroline's eyes after hearing her words, Alice continued with a smirk.
And you?
What? Caroline's eyes widened.
He said he also wanted to die with you,
Alice said angrily, then ignored Caroline, and began to order the 2 soldiers who had been following him to blow the horn. Although it was a battle between trapped beasts, if there was a unified command, they would not be massacred one-sidedly. So Alice came over at Gervais's request. Gervais did promise her that if he was really about to die, he would come to her. That's why Alice was willing to leave Gervais at this time. As for Gervais also wanting to die with Caroline, of course Alice made it up herself. Although Gervais mentioned Caroline just now, he just asked Alice to find Caroline in a vague way, saying that Caroline was the granddaughter of the Lord of the North after all. And she also had many schemes in her mind, so she might be able to mention something useful. Views? In this way, Alice was willing to help Gervais comfort Caroline before she died. After all, as a real wife, Gervais can still worry about her. Otherwise, if Gervais dared to say such outrageous words to her face, Alice felt that she would definitely beat Gervais to death first. Chapter 469 The Only Chance of Survival. Woohoo! When the loud horn was blown, all the panicked soldiers fell silent and looked to the west. The sound of the horn came from there, and the sound of the horn conveyed the order to form a formation. Except for the vassal team. Those who could escape all the way from the Duchy of Alban's mansion here were all elite legions. And most of them were elite knights. So hearing the sound of the horn was like finding the backbone. And they naturally felt at ease.
Your Majesty, the Earl has ordered that all infantry go to the west to form a formation, and all cavalry go to the west to prepare for the first wave of charge. All vassals go to the 2 wings and are responsible for supporting the attack. If anyone dares to retreat before the battle, he will be executed on the spot if he disobeys military orders.
When the horn sounded, there were hundreds of cavalry in the army, shouting and delivering orders. They were Alice's Knights of the Rose. After receiving such a clear order, all the soldiers began to assemble towards the west in an orderly manner. Several counts and knights directly under the king also headed to the forefront of the west under the leadership of their respective captains, preparing for the first wave of charge. When the armies of the 2 principalities reluctantly got into position, the orc army was less than 400 meters away from them.
Knights, attack! Kill!
Following Alice's order, the charge horn was blown, and the elite knights of more than 5,000 people did not hesitate to mobilize their horses and charge towards the orcs ahead. Roar! Hiss! The distance of 400 meters was just enough for the cavalry to raise their horses to the optimal speed. The 2 torrents of cavalry and orcs suddenly collided together at the next moment. And people neighed, horses roared, and beasts roared repeatedly. Although the weapons and equipment of the orcs are simple, they have obvious racial advantages. Their tall and upright horses are even taller than war horses. When the cavalry in the front row charged and collided with the orcs at full speed, after knocking over 2 or 3 orcs in a row, the speed of the war horses immediately slowed down, and the orcs on the side also seized the opportunity and swung the stone. Hammers and stone axes began to hit the knights and horses. Suddenly, the horses and knights were knocked to the ground and died. After the orcs dealt with the cavalry in front, the human cavalry who were close to the front sprinted over again, without any hesitation because of the miserable condition of their teammates. As the number of cavalry increased, some gaps were gradually opened in the orc team. Soon, more than 5,000 elite knights penetrated the orc team and rushed to the rear. Although they penetrated the orc team, the knights also paid a quarter of the casualties. In this round of charge, they lost more than 1,000 men and horses. As for the orcs, although the team was pierced, there were not many casualties. Only 400 to 500 orcs were killed, and the damage was not as high as that of the knights. These orcs were obviously battle-hardened and extremely ferocious. After the knights charged past them, instead of being timid, they accelerated their charge under the orders of their respective leaders and charged directly towards the armies of the 2 principalities. They knew that as long as they rushed into the human army, the human cavalry would be of no use.
Ike, the rest is up to you. You can seize the opportunity to fire.
Alice knew very well that she didn't understand muskets and artillery, so she let Ike and others decide the time of attack.
Yes, sir,
Ike responded respectfully, and then estimated the distance between the orcs in his mind.
Fire!
As the orcs roared and rushed to a position more than 150 meters in front of the army, Ike gave an order. Boom! As a burst of white smoke rose, countless projectiles the size of pigeon eggs shot out from the running tube, hitting the center of the orc team directly. When the armies of the 2 principalities were about to come into close combat with the orcs, Gervais and the others' battle began to become difficult. Chad's side not only had a numerical advantage, but also had 5 magicians. The magic unleashed by these magicians was something Lawrence and the others had never seen before, which made a kind of golden knight unable to help himself. Lawrence, Gus, and Hayden were not only one against many, but they were also the focus of attention of those magicians, which made the battle situation become stalemate. At this moment, Gervais was surrounded by a group of silver knights and noble heirs. These people were the same people who had just rebelled.
You must be Gervais. You can't blame us for the current situation. Hey, if you want to blame it on yourselves for not knowing what to choose and for not being self-aware. Gervais, I advise you to surrender obediently. If we wait for us to take action, we will at least break both of your legs.
Gervais was surrounded by 4 or 5 silver knights and several earl's heirs, and Lanny was also among these people. Lanny's father, Earl Kerwin, defected to Charter, so Lanny naturally surrendered with those vassals. They don't have the ability to deal with the Golden Knight, but to capture Gervais, they feel that they can take the opportunity to express their loyalty. Although Gervais showed off his power as Harry in the past few days, it was just one moment and another moment. At that time, they were fighting alone, and their strength was all bronze knights. But now there are 4 or 5 silver knights. No matter how powerful Gervais is, they can only be captured without mercy.
Lanny, right. Don't be angry when I tell you. In fact, I sent people to burn your camp in the buffer zone. And I also sent people to rob your convoy.
What?
Is it you? How is that possible?
Lanny was shocked when he heard what Gervais said, and obviously couldn't believe that Gervais did it. He did suspect the Jones family at the beginning, but the Jones family did not know the existence of the camp before, and the woman lurking beside him had been placed beside him for a long time. It was later confirmed that the woman was his elder brother's spy, so the suspicion of the Jones family became smaller. In addition, Lanny also later collected the trends of the Jones family and found that during that time, everything was as usual in Roseburg, and no troops were mobilized to Gervais' territory. So in the end, Lanny always believed that destroying his camp and taking away the Mithril people was his big brother.
Ha ha! Nothing is impossible. I have to thank your elder brother for that. Your elder brother also sent people to prepare for the robbery. In the end, when they were almost done, they gave me an advantage.
Gervais had a smile on his face. He was not afraid of Lanny and the others. The reason why he was still here to chat with them was that Gervais had been paying attention to the battle situation of the Lord of the North and the others. At the same time, he was thinking about how to find a way out of this desperate situation. After thinking about it, Gervais felt that there was only one way that he and others might be able to survive. Either capture Chat and threaten the people in the city to open the city gate. Either defeat Chat's masters, let Chat feel threatened and retreat to the city on his own, and wait for the city gate to open to find a way to seize the city gate. So the only hope right now is with Chat. But what Gervais could think of was how could scheming superiors, like Lawrence and Hayden, not know this? They are now risking their lives in the final fight against the trap beast. And this is their original intention. But it was so difficult to catch Chat. Originally, they thought they could find a glimmer of hope. However, only a few minutes after the battle broke out, they realized that they and others had underestimated how terrifying the magician was. Without these magicians, even if Chat's golden knights were twice as many as them, they would still have a chance to fight. But now that there are these 5 magicians, the weird and unpredictable magic not only completely suppresses them, but also causes them to frequently encounter life and death crisis.
To open a breakthrough, those 5 magicians must be eliminated.
This is Gervais's only idea at the moment. So while writing ink with Lanny and others, Gervais is racking his brains to come up with a way to deal with those magicians. Although the physical quality of magicians is not as good as that of titled knights. As long as there is enough distance and caution, it is more difficult to kill them than to kill Chat. What's more, I still want to kill 5 at once. Their magic shield has been tested. Lawrence, the Golden Peak Knight, slashed it with his sword, which only made their magic shield agitate.
We must surprise them and assassinate them. And we must do it quickly.
Chapter 470, The Finishing Touch.
Is it really you?
Hearing that Gervais knew that his brother had sent men in black to ambush, Lanny no longer doubted, and was convinced that Gervais really did it. Suddenly, veins popped up on Lanny's forehead, and his eyes could spit out fire. Gervais not only destroyed the camp he had finally built, but also caused him to make a lot of noise in the territory of Count Kerwin, and was finally punished by Count Kerwin.
Now you believe it. Speaking of which, I want to thank you even more. You helped me dig mines for free for more than a month. Ha ha.
Gervais didn't care about Lanny's murderous gaze, but showed an expression that wanted to be beaten. As he spoke, he even took out a golden fruit from his helmet, and then ate it leisurely.
Gervais, you little pretty boy. I swear not to break all the bones in your body. Lanny, swear not to be human.
Gervais is not only the real culprit who robbed his mithril mine convoy, but now he has an attitude that he deserves to be beaten. How can Lanny endure it? After yelling, Lanny looked at the 2 silver knights of the Kerwin family next to him, and said loudly,
What are you 2 waiting for? Get rid of him quickly. As long as he doesn't die.
Although Lanny was angry, he had also seen the power of Gervais, so he naturally asked others to subdue Gervais first. Clang, clang, clang. Following Lanny's order, the 2 silver knights took the lead in drawing out their swords and running their fighting spirit towards Gervais. Gervais had also finished eating the golden fruit at this moment, and also pulled out his long sword to fight with the 2 of them. One of the 2 silver knights is a junior silver knight, and the other is an intermediate silver knight. When the 3 of them fought together, what surprised Lanny was that Gervais actually fought evenly with the 2 silver knights by relying on the armor on his body.
Gervais is so powerful. Fortunately, he met the second Prince Chat. He will definitely die in the end. Otherwise, I will definitely be in a lot of trouble in the future.
Lanny was terrified when he saw that Gervais, a bronze knight, had such combat power. If things like today hadn't happened, he could imagine that he and Gervais had a conflict over the buffer zone, and that he would have shed his skin even if he didn't die. Just when Lanny was feeling rejoicing, the battle between Gervais and the 3 took a sudden turn. Gervais nimbly dodged the combined attacks of the 2 silver knights, then suddenly increased his speed and quickly retreated 2 meters away. Just as the 2 silver knights hurried forward to pursue them, the corners of Gervais's mouth turned up with a bloodthirsty smile on his face.
Fireball!
Gervais, 2 meters away, was seen holding a sword in one hand and holding up the other hand. A fireball the size of a wash basin suddenly appeared on the holding hand. The fireball was activated the moment it appeared, and headed quickly towards the silver mid-level knight. Boom! Facing the scorching fireball, so close at hand, the silver mid-level knight only had time to raise his hand to block before he was hit by the fireball. But how could the physical body block the fireball? As a loud crackling sound was heard, Gervais's fireball instantly enveloped the upper body of the silver mid-level knight.
Ah!
Facing the fireball that was as hot as lava, the silver mid-level knight had no chance of surviving and immediately let out a shrill scream. His face was scorched black, and the full armor on his body was burned red and smoking black by the high temperature of the fireball.
Holy shit! When fighting magicians in the future, you must be careful when wearing full body armor.
It was also the first time for Gervais to truly see the process and results after the fireball hit a person. Seeing the miserable condition of this silver mid-level knight, Gervais couldn't help but feel his scalp numb and break out in a cold sweat. Being roasted dry like salted fish is more terrifying than death.
Tyler!
Lanny also didn't expect that Gervais's fireball technique was so sharp that even a silver mid-level knight, wearing full-body armor, couldn't guard against it. And he immediately exclaimed. After confirming that Taylor was dead, Lanny immediately turned his attention to the silver knights of other families and shouted angrily.
What are you waiting for? His Highness Chat is watching over there. If this Gervais runs away,
it won't be easy for you all.
While Lanny was shouting, Gervais was not idle. Taking advantage of the moment when the junior silver knight was stunned by the tragic death of his teammate, Gervais tried his best to activate his fighting spirit.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Puff! Gervais's attack was extremely fierce, and with a flash of cold light, the mithril sword struck the stunned silver junior knight, completing a double kill.
And Tony.
Lanny's face was already distorted. He never expected that Gervais would be so strong. After the two silver knights of the Kerwin family died, the vassals of the Charles family and the other two Earl families did not dare to delay, for fear of really causing Chat's dissatisfaction. So the four silver knights drew their swords and carefully surrounded Gervais from all sides. It was at this time that Gervais, who had just completed the double kill, suddenly staggered.
It's working,
Gervais murmured in his heart, not worrying too much about his current state. The fruit he just ate was not an ordinary fruit, nor was it actually taken out of the helmet. It was a golden kiwi fruit, which Gervais had just exchanged for his last 10 energy points. Since the last time he took the black kiwi fruit that enhanced his strength by 50 times. The black kiwi fruit not only gave Gervais a 3-day period of weakness, but also brought him another great benefit. That is to make his cultivation speed faster. During the past 2 days during the retreat, Gervais sat in the carriage and practiced all day long because of the sense of crisis. He already felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He was only one step away from breaking through the Bronze Peak Knight and becoming a real Silver Knight. In normal times, it might take 2 or 3 days or a week to complete this final step. But after what happened today, if he couldn't escape and ascend to heaven today, Gervais would never have a chance again. So in this desperate situation, Gervais chose to exchange for a golden kiwi fruit, hoping to use the golden kiwi fruit to help him achieve a rapid breakthrough. Gervais's stagger was when the golden kiwi started to take effect. The first time Gervais took the golden kiwi, he fell asleep in the bath. The same was true this time. Gervais gradually felt that his head was a little dizzy, and he was very sleepy.
You guys, hurry up and catch him. This reptile Gervais must have consumed too much mental energy because of the use of magic.
At this time, Prince Chat, who was standing far away, spoke. He had been paying attention to the battlefield, and the appearance of Gervais's fireball just now was also very conspicuous, so it temporarily attracted his attention. Seeing that Gervais was staggering a little and his head was dizzy, Chat immediately shouted to the people who were cautiously approaching Gervais. Speaking of which, Chat actually didn't know the existence of magicians. But just a few days ago, the magician from the church let him know that there was such a wonderful profession in the world. In order to win over him, the church not only promised him to become one of the spokespersons of the gods, but also gave him a meditation manual. Although he didn't know whether he had the qualifications to become a magician, Chat attached great importance to this meditation notebook and read and practiced it carefully every day. So he also knew what would happen if he consumed too much mental power. And he guessed that this was the case with Gervais at this time. When Chat's words fell, Lanny looked at Gervais carefully and saw that he was shaking even more violently, as if he was about to fall down. So Lanny couldn't help it any longer, and gritted his teeth and pulled out the long sword from his waist.
Although I can't kill you, but I will do what I say. I will break all your bones.
Lanny was afraid that the other people would take away his credit, and also wanted to vent his hatred immediately. So he rushed forward without hesitation. When? Puff! It's a pity that Lanny doesn't understand how terrifying Gervais' true strength is. The fact that he could kill the Silver Knight so easily across ranks was beyond the reach of Lanny. A little Bronze Knight.
Even when Gervais was in poor condition, blood overflowed from Lanny's mouth, and he looked at the sword that pierced his chest with some disbelief.
I've been waiting for you.
Boom, boom. Then, there were 2 muffled sounds in the field, and Gervais and Lanny fell to the ground at the same time. Chapter 471 Become a Silver Knight. Gervais knew that if he couldn't get rid of Lanny before he fell into coma, he might really have a few bones broken. So after killing Lanny, I could no longer hold on and fell asleep. As for the other people, they didn't hate him as much as Lanny, and they probably wouldn't dare to do anything serious to him under Chat's eyes.
Okay. Catch him quickly.
Chat didn't care whether Lanny died or not. He became excited after seeing Gervais fall. Originally, he just wanted to torture Gervais to vent his anger. But now seeing that Gervais's magic is so sharp, Chat couldn't help but want to dig out the secrets about practicing magic from Gervais. After all, Gervais is also a native of this continent, and he can practice magic quietly. He must have a lot of experience that he can learn from. Chat had heard from people in the church that the person who could truly become a magician could be said to be only 1 in a million. He was very unsure, so he eagerly wanted to seize every opportunity that would allow him to become a magician.
Lanny! Boy Gervais!
Following Chat's excited shouts, the Golden Knights over there couldn't help but look at Gervais' side with their peripheral vision. When they saw Gervais and Lanny falling to the ground, there were 2 urgent roars at the same time. One voice was naturally that of Lanny's father, Earl Kerwin, and the other voice was that of the Lord of the North. The Lord of the North roared loudly, and his fighting spirit reached its peak. He pushed back the 2 enemies in front of him, and then rushed towards them at high speed. Because at this moment Gervais has been lifted up by 2 silver knights, and is slowly being carried towards Chat. The Lord of the North rushed all the way, and when he was still more than 10 meters away from Gervais, he suddenly heard a whistling sound coming from his ears. The Lord of the North was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Fortunately, he evaded in time, and 2 bowl-sized fireballs flew in front of the Lord of the North. If his reaction had been slower for even a moment, he might have been hit by 2 fireballs at the same time. However, during the pause when the Lord of the North paused, Gervais had already been lifted out of the battle circle. The Lord of the North originally wanted to pursue him, but when he saw that the 2 magicians were still eyeing him, he gritted his teeth and finally gave up. In this situation, everyone is going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter whether he saves Gervais or not.
Ah!
Just as the Lord of the North turned around and prepared to return to the battle group, he saw Commander Xena screaming in front of him, and his entire arm was chopped off by Seignior and Avery. Xena is the only commander under Lawrence who can still fight. Unexpectedly, one of his arms was cut off.
Seignior! Avery! You 2 shameless traitors!
The Lord of the North roared violently and shot straight towards the 2 of them. Although the magician had no chance to kill, the traitor must be killed. However, the Lord of the North was injured after all, and Seignior and Avery were 2 against 1, and there were magicians in the rear to support them. So Seignior and Avery were still equally matched with the Lord of the North.
Ha ha! Gus, you have today too.
Seignior and Avery were extremely happy. In the past, they were overwhelmed when facing the Lord of the North. Today was a day where they were completely proud.
You 2 shameless traitors! You think that if you can survive now, you will be truly better off in the future. You will regret it one day.
The Lord of the North was so angry that his teeth were itching, and his heart was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. Now that Cinna had cut off an arm and lost his fighting ability, the battle between the 2 principalities became more difficult, and they gradually fell into a disadvantage. They were already struggling to hold on. Boom! Boom! As the Golden Knights of the 2 principalities fell into a disadvantage, the offensive of the church and Seignior became more fierce, and the magicians also accelerated the frequency of magic. Then several Golden Knights from the 2 principalities were gradually forced into a ball, holding their swords back to back and breathing heavily.
Ha ha! Gus, you can go on your way with peace of mind. I will take care of your family's wealth for you.
Seeing that the Golden Knights of the 2 principalities had been completely surrounded and were only left to survive, Seignior and others knew that the overall situation had been decided, and they taunted proudly.
Seignior, you treacherous traitors who colluded with the church will be punished sooner or later, and the God of Glory will also punish you.
After this period of fighting, King Lawrence's condition had gradually deteriorated. Seeing that his former vassal had succeeded, he cursed at several people regardless of the blood flowing from his mouth.
Ha ha! The God of Glory! Even if he really exists, he has already fallen. Otherwise, how could you end up in this situation? Your Majesty, you are breathing your last breath now, so you should pay more attention to yourself. Ha ha!
The Golden Knights of the 2 principalities are at the end of their game, and the army in the distance has been invaded by orcs. Even if the orcs can be defeated in the end, not many people will survive.
Your Highness, we have brought Gervais to you.
2 silver knights carried Gervais, who seemed to be in a coma, to Chat, and said flatteringly to Chat,
Very good. Tie him up and leave him alone for now. You are responsible for keeping an eye on him for me.
Chat nodded and did not continue to pay attention to Gervais, because the battle ahead was about to be settled, and Chat did not want to miss this critical moment. As for Gervais, he was mentally exhausted, and would never wake up for a while.
Yes, Your Highness.
The two silver knights quickly brought Gervais to the side, then took the rope sent by the soldiers, and began to wrap it around Gervais. They were well aware of Gervais's terror, so they tied Gervais's entire upper body tightly, then relaxed and waited. After the two tied up Gervais, they stood aside, and secretly looked at the battlefield ahead. They also wanted to witness the death of the Golden Knight with their own eyes. Just as the two of them were looking intently at the battle ahead, Gervais's eyes suddenly opened, and there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. They were not worried about the situation of being captured at all.
Finally a breakthrough. I became a Silver Knight.
The first thing Gervais checked when he woke up was his physical condition. In addition to strengthening his body again, the golden kiwi fruit also allowed him to break through again as he expected.
So, what kind of state will I reach if I take the black kiwi fruit now?
Gervais was secretly looking forward to it. Whether he would live or die today would depend on how much his strength would soar in the future. When taking a black kiwi fruit, Gervais could feel that his power was at least as strong as the Golden Knight. However, he was not sure whether it was an intermediate gold level or a peak gold level, because there was no reference for him to compare. But no matter what state he was in, Gervais felt that with his strength that day, he could not break the current fatal situation. If you want to fight for a glimmer of hope in today's desperate situation, you must be several times stronger than your strength that day. It is best to surpass the Golden Peak Knight. Although Gervais doesn't know if there are other realms above the Golden Knight. Explain? Of course, this does not prevent Gervais from pursuing ultimate strength. This is exactly why Gervais took Golden Kiwi Fruit to seek a breakthrough. Although he already possesses the same strength as the Silver Junior Knight. A breakthrough is a breakthrough. And a breakthrough represents a dramatic improvement in all aspects of physical strength. Gervais' current strength has surged at least 4 to 5 times compared to before. If he is given time to consolidate, he may not be 7 or 8 times stronger than his original self. This is a benefit that all knights who break through and become the Silver Knight will get. Gervais began to look forward to how much stronger he would become after taking the black kiwi fruit, which was 5 or 6 times stronger than before. Chapter 472 Rise Up.
Then let's start. Whether we live or die depends on this time.
Feeling the strong power coming from his body, Gervais was ready to give it a try. If today's crisis cannot be solved by relying on his current strength that far exceeds that of Silver Elementary and a 50-fold increase, now Gwais felt that his death was not unjust. At this moment, the Lord of the North and King Lawrence and others not far away were already in danger. So Gervais no longer delayed. He directly opened the system panel and first set his sights on the black kiwi fruit whose strength had increased 50 times. As Gervais thought, the whole kiwi fruit appeared in his mouth. This is why Gervais allowed himself to be captured by Chat with ease. Because the thing taken out from the space does not have to appear in the hand, but can be within 1 meter of Gervais's body. Where it appears depends on his will. Of course, this is also because this kiwi fruit is not large in size. If it were as big as a grapefruit like a purple kiwi fruit, Gervais would not dare to do this even if he was killed. When the black kiwi fruit appeared in his mouth, Gervais began to chew slowly without hesitation. At this time, Chat and others all looked at the battle circle in front. And no one noticed that Gervais's cheeks suddenly bulged while facing the ground. Get up and squirm. As he slowly chewed the black kiwi fruit in Gervais's mouth, it completely turned into warmth and flowed into his belly. After this warm current falls into the abdomen, it is transmitted to the whole body along with the chi channels and blood. And Gervais immediately felt the changes in his body. His chi veins were broadening and becoming thicker, and his muscles began to respond. Although there was nothing unusual about the appearance, Gervais could see through perception that the muscles were slowly squirming, and then became clearer, which could better transmit power and improve the body's mobility. This process lasted for about 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, Gervais transformed from a Silver Knight into a top powerhouse.
Would you like to eat the other infinite dochi together?
When he felt the unrivaled power contained in his body, Gervais looked at the last black kiwi fruit left on the panel and thought about it.
It's better to eat. This time you are risking your life. If your life is gone, it will be useless no matter how easy it is to keep the things.
After figuring this out, Gervais without hesitation once again used his mind to transfer the black kiwi fruit with infinite fighting energy into his mouth. As the kiwi fruit was also digested, Gervais raised his deep and sharp eyes and began to look at the surrounding situation. There are 2 Silver Knights beside him at this moment, But to Gervais now, these two people are just ants. No different from ordinary people. So Gervais turned his eyes away from them, and immediately saw Chat and others 4 or 5 meters away. As for the 5 magicians Gervais was going to deal with at the beginning, they were standing further away, more than 10 meters away. Gervais quickly calculated his next sequence of actions in his mind, and he immediately had an idea. His mithril sword was currently being held by a silver knight next to him. This man must have seen that his sword was so sharp and could easily penetrate Lanny's full body armor. So he took it over specially and prepared to occupy it, for one's own sake. Therefore, Gervais's first target is him, and Gervais's next target is the 5 magicians more than 10 meters away. As for Chat, he is only a junior silver knight, without the magicians and golden knights of the church to rely on. Gervais can deal with him even without taking the black kiwi fruit. After making the plan, Gervais began to wait secretly, waiting for the best opportunity to take away the 5 magicians with one blow.
Father, have a good journey.
Chat felt that the time was almost up, and the Principality of Size and the Church Paladins had already appeared at the end of the horizon, and it would only take a few minutes to get here. So he wanted to completely capture these golden knights from the 2 principalities before they arrived, so that he could have more say than the Principality of Xysis in the future.
Chat, I really regret giving birth to you, a white-eyed wolf.
After such a long time, Lawrence's strength was exhausted, and there were signs of falling down at any time. When he heard his words this time, his whole body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and shouted,
Father, this is the general trend, and I am doing it for the good of the Jean family. At least this way the blood of the Jean family can continue to flow.
The second Prince Chat was not angry or guilty, but looked matter-of-fact. After speaking to Lawrence, Chat looked at Seignior and others.
Let's do it. Send them to meet their god of glory. Yes, your highness.
Following the words of the eldest prince, Seignior and others showed bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, and they gradually surrounded Lawrence and others. The 5 magicians at the rear also started chanting, preparing to cooperate with Seignior and the others to complete the final blow and directly harvest the lives of the golden knights of the 2 principalities. At this moment, whether it is Seignior and others, the 5 magicians or Chat, they are all waiting for the next moment. In just a few seconds, this continent will belong to them. The 2 silver knights next to Gervais couldn't help but clench their fists. 9 golden knights died at the same time, and they could witness it with their own eyes. They couldn't help but be excited. Maybe when they grow old, they can talk about this matter with their heirs. After all, they are also involved in today's events. Under this thought, the 2 silver knights couldn't help but murmured,
Kill quickly! Kill quickly! Kill quickly!
Click! Click! Well, however, with a lucky man like Gervais present, their hopes are doomed to fail.
It is true that many golden knights will die later, but you 2 will never see each other, and you will not live to see the day when you grow old.
At some point, Gervais had broken free from the rope on his body and stood quietly behind the 2 of them. Before other ordinary soldiers could issue a warning, Gervais's left and right hands were placed on their necks respectively. With the sound of 2 crisp fractures, the necks of the 2 people were twisted and crushed by Gervais. Before they were completely dead and still had expressions of shock on their faces, Gervais picked up the 2 people who were limp and then swung one of them hard towards the magicians. After losing one person, Gervais took back his mithril sword from the remaining silver knight. After getting back the mithril sword, Gervais used force on his hand again, and the silver knight was also thrown out by Gervais. 2 silver knights wearing full body armor hit the 5 magicians like cannonballs. Then Gervais didn't waste any time, and the fighting energy in his body was running to the extreme, and he rushed towards the 5 magicians like lightning.
Careful!
Gervais suddenly burst out to deal with the 2 silver knights, and then charged away on his own. All in an instant. After he finished everything, the ordinary soldiers behind him had time to react and shouted a word of caution. However, Gervais's current cultivation level is equivalent to 50 times the strength of ordinary high-level silver knights, and a distance of 10 meters is as close as a stone's throw to him. The shouts of these soldiers were heard, and his men had followed the bodies of the 2 silver knights to behind the 5 magicians. Chapter 473 White Flag Knight. Boom! Boom! Puff! 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 As 2 muffled sounds came, Gervais's sword blade directly passed through the necks of the 3 magicians. They didn't even have a chance to turn around to check the situation. The huge head flew into the sky, rolled and spun several times before falling to the ground with a thud and dying. After their heads fell to the ground, the bodies of the 3 fell to the ground with 3 more thuds. At this time, Gervais's movement still did not stop. Although the other two magicians had been knocked to the ground by their corpses, Gervais was deeply aware of how terrifying the magicians were. So as long as they were not completely confirmed to be dead, Gervais couldn't rest assured. So Gervais walked between the two people, and sure enough he saw that one of them was just vomiting blood. But his eyes were still open. It was the man who used the magic scroll to sneak attack the two principalities. At this time, the man was chanting silently, preparing to release magic. Puff! Of course, Gervais would not give him a chance to finish his chant. He swung the mithril sword, and the cold light flashed directly across his neck, and blood spurted out instantly. The magician immediately stopped singing, covered his neck with his hands, and vomited blood, with disbelief in his eyes.
I'm a genius magician. I have a chance to become a legend in the future. I have an incredible talent. I can release magic without making a sound. Why?
Before dying, this magician was full of reluctance. But when the blood gradually drained away, even a monster-like genius was of no avail. After taking care of the magician, Gervais followed suit and slashed the other magician's neck with his sword before looking up and looking ahead.
You!
Gervais burst out and completed 7 kills in an instant, shocking everyone present, including people from the two principalities, as well as people from the church and charter. And Seignior was so frightened that he trembled all over. He said the word "you" 3 times in a row but didn't say anything. In addition to Gervais's feat of 7 kills in an instant, they, the Golden Knights, could all feel the terrifying and ocean-like energy in Gervais's body. This means that Gervais's strength is much higher than them. Even when the Lord of the North, Lawrence and Hayden were victorious, they were not as powerful as Gervais at this time.
Count Seignior, you're surprised, aren't you? Now that I'm telling you some news, you'll probably be even more surprised.
The magician had been destroyed, and Gervais walked leisurely towards Seignior and others. As he walked, he said jokingly to Seignior,
"Didn't you send your vassals and legion commanders to kill me last time? In fact, I killed them too. Besides, I actually killed your eldest son that day."
Puff! Seignior, who was already extremely frightened, finally became furious when he heard the bombs, LS thrown by Gervais one after another, and spit out a mouthful of blood out of thin air.
Gervais, you are so cruel. Count Seignior, you are wrong about this. I, Gervais, stand on the principle that I will not offend others unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will punish them. Don't be impatient. I will send you to see them later. You too. Kill him first.
At this moment, Chat, who was not far behind Gervais, was trembling all over. In a trembling voice, he began to order the church's Golden Knights, Seignior and others to surround Gervais at the same time. After saying that, Chat was worried about his own safety and immediately galloped towards the rear again. But he only retreated about 100 meters and did not enter the city directly. His strength is not high. He is just a silver knight. Although he thinks Gervais is scary, he is still lucky. After all, he has more than 10 Golden Knights here.
Kill!
In fact, without Chat's order, these dozen Golden Knights also knew that Gervais was extremely terrifying. If they could not kill Gervais together, they would be in danger. So several people looked at each other, and then raised their swords to kill Gervais without hesitation.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Faced with the encirclement of more than a dozen Golden Knights, Gervais was not nervous because his soaring strength gave him immense confidence. Moreover, even if he does fall into a disadvantage, he is confident that he can escape unscathed.
Win!
Puff! Puff! Along with the sound of the clash of swords, the sound of flesh penetration also followed. Gervais's strength has exceeded the scope of what this continent knows. It can even be said that in this spiritually barren continent, it is impossible to breed such a strong man. At this time, Gervais was only created because of the heaven-defying effects of the black kiwi fruit. If he were allowed to practice step by step on this continent, he would not be able to reach such a height even if he practiced for 100 years. Because the aura here is not enough to allow him to the native's body undergoes fundamental changes.
He is the White Flag Knight. How is this possible? There can be no existence above the Golden Knight on this island. Who are you?
Gervais killed 3 companions one after another. Even the Golden Knights of the church were frightened. They were already sure of Gervais's true strength. That's the White Flag Knight. In the Holy Continent, above the Golden Knights, they can be divided into White Flag Knights, Black Flag Knights, Red Flag Knights, and Purple Flag Knights. As for the higher level, they are no longer able to understand it. There is a reason why this name is used to divide levels. In the Holy Continent, As long as you break through the Golden Night and reach a higher realm, you can create your own banner. After displaying the flag, you can gain many conveniences in the alliance. The color of the flag represents the corresponding benefits, and judging what kind of flag you can get depends on your strength. Therefore, it is the dream of every knight in the Holy Continent to become a knight with a flag. Even the lowest level white flag is out of reach for many people.
White Flag Knight. What is this?
It was also the first time for Gervais to hear this new name. He felt so old-fashioned, like a knight who surrendered and waved a white flag.
You don't know about the Knight of the White Flag? Then who are you?
This Golden Knight of the church was also confused. Gervais clearly has the strength of the White Flag Knight, but he is not from the Holy Continent.
Ha ha! My name is Gervais. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it.
With that said, Gervais moved again and began to harvest the lives of these Golden Knights. As for the question he just asked, Gervais planned to leave one alive later, and then learn more about it later. And seeing that the Principality of Xisus and the Holy Knights of the Church were about to arrive in the distance, he felt that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise the soldiers of the two principalities would definitely suffer heavy losses. And Alice and Caroline are still there. As Gervais moved again, the Lord of the North and others joined the battle group even though they were exhausted. Soon Gervais and others killed 6 of the 8 Golden Knights of the Church. Only one escaped from the battle circle, while Gervais was not paying attention and fled in the direction of the Holy Knights. Gervais originally wanted to chase him, but found that Chat behind him also started to run away. So Gervais gave up the idea of chasing the Golden Knight. As for the other remaining Golden Knight, his arms were chopped off by Gervais, leaving half of his life. Gervais was ready to get more information about the Holy Continent from him.
Boy Gervais! How could you?
When several Golden Knights of the Church died and fled, only Nino and others were left on the scene, still struggling to resist the attacks of Hayden and several other Golden Knights. But the Lord of the North came to Gervais first and looked at him like a monster.
Lord Gust, now is not the time to talk about this. You deal with Nino first, and I will go after Chatter.
Gervais thought it would be too troublesome to explain, so he directly blocked the Lord of the North's mouth, and then headed towards the gate of the City of Glory. The direction of Chat's retreat was towards the City of Glory. Gervais deliberately paused for a while so that the gate of the City of Glory could be opened, and then he could directly occupy the city gate.
Okay, Boy Gervais. I'll go to Alice's side and ask them to start retreating too.
The Lord of the North also knew that it was important to enter the city now, nodded, and quickly headed towards Alice and Caroline. Chapter 474. Let's go on the road with peace of mind. Except for a few Golden Knights and magicians in the church, Chat's men did not have real high-end combat power. There were only a few Silver Knights as his own confidants and guards. At this time, Chat was leading a dozen of his cronies and running wildly. As for other ordinary soldiers, he could no longer care about them. He was really scared at this moment. Chat couldn't figure out how a Bronze Knight could turn into a strong man who could kill a Golden Knight as easily as he killed an animal in just a minute or two. He even speculated whether this might actually have something to do with the God of Glory. So now he only wants to return to the City of Glory, and then hide in the city to wait for the arrival of the church. In his opinion, the only people who could confront Gervais now were the main force of the church.
Open the city gate quickly! Open the city gate quickly!
Chat had already given instructions, and when he ran back, he asked the defenders in the city to prepare to open the door. So when he rode his horse and galloped a mile to reach the city gate, the city gate had already been opened a crack under the operation of a guard, and it would take more than 10 seconds for one person to enter or exit. However, Chat felt that it was very slow at this speed, and from time to time, he shouted loudly at the soldier inside, who was responsible for opening the door. After shouting, Chat looked back nervously, and saw that the thousands of ordinary soldiers he had led out of the city, and the surrendered vassals, and small nobles were also running towards the City of Glory in a panic. At this time, it was less than 500 meters away from the city gate. Chat was afraid that Gervais or the masters from the other two principalities would be hiding among them. So he was not going to let these people enter the city together later. Otherwise the city gate would not be able to be closed. The people inside heard Chat's urging, and immediately used their strength to open the city gate faster. When the heavy city gate of the City of Glory was opened to a width of more than 1 meter, Chat could no longer wait and entered the hole in the wall first, while more than a dozen guards filed in behind him. In the end, the city gate of the City of Glory, which was more than 10 meters wide, only opened to a width of more than 2 meters.
Quick! Close the city gate!
When entering the city gate, several of his guards came in, and Chat immediately ordered the soldiers to close the city gate.
Outside your highness's city.
The guards were a little confused. The more than 1,000 soldiers that Chat brought out were all their comrades in arms. If they closed the city gate at this time, they would be abandoned. So they were a little hesitant. Clang.
I'll shut you down as soon as I tell you. If you keep nagging you, go out and accompany them.
Not willing to delay any longer, Chatner immediately drew his sword and roared angrily. Chat relied on the golden knights and magicians of the church to control the city of glory. The control time at this time was still short, and he still led them to deal with his own King Lawrence. Therefore, the guards' loyalty to Chat is not high at present. They only obey orders due to threats. And this is why they hesitate to follow Chat's orders. Hearing Chat's threat, the guard captain did not dare to be nagging, and immediately ordered his teammates to slowly close the city gate. At this moment, Chat saw a figure suddenly shoot out from the crowd in the distance, through the door gap more than 2 meters wide. It was Gervais who made him tremble.
Hurry up! Hurry up! You guys should go help too!
Chat was so frightened that he was scared to death, and quickly sent more than a dozen of his guards up. The gate of the City of Glory weighs more than 1,000 pounds. And even if more than a dozen people struggle to close it, it will only speed up the slightest.
Hurry! Hurry!
Seeing the city gate closing tightly, leaving only a gap less than the width of a fist, Chat's mood rose to his throat. Boom! With a muffled sound from the city wall gate, the last gap was closed. Only then did Chat feel a little more at ease. The city gate has been closed, and as long as the sleepers standing on the side fall, even the Golden Peak Knight will be helpless. The door is wrapped inside and outside with 2 centimeters of mithril iron, and the wood in the middle is also made of the hardest black iron pine wood.
Okay, it's safe.
It only took a second or two for the sleeper to fall. Chat had already seen the 2 soldiers raising their hands to open the mechanism that fixed the sleeper. He exhaled and prepared to turn around and go to the city wall. Boom! But at this juncture, a muffled sound suddenly came from outside the city gate. Like a drum. Quick! Boom! Chat's eyes were splitting. As long as he was given another second, the sleeper would fall. But at this moment, Gervais's second impact came. With Gervais's full blow this time, the originally closed gate was suddenly opened, and the more than 20 soldiers behind who were pushing the city gate hard with their hands were all knocked away.
It's really strong!
Gervais was originally worried that he would break the city gate if he was too strong, and then he would not be able to guard against the church people. But when he kicked the heavy city gate for the first time, he knew that he was worrying too much. The city gate is so strong that even if the 2 of them attack with all their strength, they will not be able to cause damage to it. So Gervais stopped being cautious, and concentrated all his fighting energy on his arms, and then punched the heavy city gate, directly hitting the center of the city gate. The city gate was blasted open with a bang, and a shallow fist mark remained on the 2 centimeter thick mithril door panel. You must know that the iron material mixed with mithril is equivalent to the top military armor in the previous life. Gervais was certain that if a car were to be dismantled by him now, he would definitely be able to blast it into scrap metal within 10 seconds.
I wonder how strong the black kiwi fruit would be if given to the Golden Peak Knight. Is it possible to collapse the city wall with one blow?
Suddenly, a question flashed in Gervais' mind. In fact, he originally planned to give the black kiwi fruit to the Lord of the North. After all, this is the safest way. Unfortunately, just when Gervais had this idea, the system suddenly popped up a reminder. The kiwi fruit cannot be directly eaten by people other than the host. In the end, Gervais could only let himself eat the black kiwi fruit and give it a try.
You, Viscount Gervais, as long as you are willing to be loyal to me, I will give you the title of Earl and entrust you with the earldom.
Facing Gervais, who was like a god and demon coming to the world, Chat couldn't help but retreat with a pale face. And at the same time, he began to offer generous terms to Gervais.
Ha ha! Do you think I would care less about the Earl title you conferred?
Gervais sneered and stepped forward slowly.
I will give the Principality of Jean to you. I will give it to you, as long as you let me go.
Chat saw Gervais getting closer and closer, and he didn't think about anything now. He just wanted to survive. And when the time came, he would seek refuge in the church, and then find a way to regain the principality.
I'm sorry. The Principality of Jean is not yours. You can't make the decision.
Gervais was indifferent, and the sword was held in his hand.
Since you have embarked on the path of greed, you must pay the corresponding price. Your Highness Chat, go on your way with peace of mind.
If it weren't for his systematic kiwi fruit, Gervais could imagine that he and Alice would end up very tragic. So it was naturally impossible to let the second Prince Chat go. However, it was because of him that he became Alice's husband. So Gervais was ready to give him a happy life. As Gervais finished speaking, the sword in his hand flashed with cold light. The head of the second Prince Chat, who was so proud a few minutes ago, was separated, with fear in his eyes. His greedy and short life ended.
Get out of here now. If anyone lets me see you at the city gate again, Chat will be your fate.
Gervais was too lazy to pay attention to Chat's guards and the defenders of the City of Glory. Someone would naturally deal with them after the armies of the two principalities entered the city. As Gervais shouted loudly, these soldiers and title knights rolled and crawled towards the city. No one took a second look at Chat, who was lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 475, fighting 3,000 paladins alone, eh? Boom! Boom! Just as Gervais turned around to see if the army had withdrawn, he suddenly heard several loud explosions outside the city. When Gervais looked intently, he saw that the Principality of Xisus and the Holy Knights of the Church had also arrived on the battlefield in the distance.
The Holy Knights are here. There should be magicians among them.
Gervais did not dare to neglect. His chief wife, Caroline, and Gandalf were all in the army. Then Gervais' whole body burst out with fighting spirit and rushed out of the city. But Gervais ran to the place where he originally fought with several golden knights. At this time, only Seignior and Avery were left among the 4 counts who had betrayed the Principality of Jean, and the other 2 had died on the spot. When Gervais saw this situation, without saying a word, he directly used his fighting spirit and rushed forward. Puff! Puff! Seignior and Avery were already at the end of their defenses, and they were seriously injured by Gervais, each with a sword attack when they were off guard.
Counts! Quickly deal with them both, and then take Majesty Lawrence to the City of Glory.
At this time, Hayden probably discovered the situation ahead and was not here. King Lawrence was already exhausted and squatting aside. The other earls were not much better. Gervais directly asked them to retreat. After speaking, Gervais headed towards Alice and the others without looking back, leaving only a few earls looking at his retreating back with complicated eyes. When Gervais came close to the armies of the two principalities, he realized how fierce the fighting was. At this moment, there were broken corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood dyed the entire grassland red. The dead corpses on the ground were both human and orc, but generally speaking, the majority were human corpses. At this time, the fighting here is still continuing, and there are still more than 1,000 orcs. The Principality of Xisus and the Paladins did not immediately join the battlefield, but stopped not far away to watch the two principalities and the orcs fighting. As for the 2 explosions just now, they were caused by 4 magicians. At this time, the Lord of the North and Hayden were fighting several golden knights. Seeing that the Lord of the North could hold on for a while longer, Gervais did not go over immediately, but prepared to clear out the orcs in the army first. And Alice and others had arrived. These orcs are extremely dangerous opponents to ordinary soldiers, but to Gervais, they are like leeks, and a single encounter can directly harvest their lives. Puff! 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 Gervais's fighting spirit was running to the extreme, and he was not afraid of the consumption of fighting spirit at all. Every slash of his sword could take away 1 or 2 orcs. When encountering 5 or 6 orcs gathered together, Gervais would even use the breathless slash to directly take away these orcs in one wave.
Gervais!
When Gervais was rushing left and right to harvest the lives of the orcs in the armies of the two principalities, he suddenly heard a sweet call. This pleasant voice was full of surprise, and Gervais could tell that it was Alice's cry without looking. Looking in the direction of the sound, Gervais saw Alice riding on his unicorn. At this time, Alice's originally exquisite and beautiful body armor was already stained with blood, which was all stained while fighting the orcs.
Are you okay, Alice?
Gervais quickly killed the 3 orcs in front of him and came to Alice and asked with concern.
I'm fine. Gervais, Caroline and your men are over there. I saw that there are more orcs here, so I came here on a unicorn to help. It's okay. Alice, please ask everyone to retreat now. The gate to the City of Glory has been opened.
Hearing Alice's answer, Gervais was relieved. It would be the best thing if the people he cared about were okay.
Has the city gate been opened?
Gervais had not yet reached the city gate when the Lord of the North and others arrived. After they arrived here, the Principality of Xisus and the Paladins arrived at this time. They did not have time to find Alice and others, so Alice and others had not received the news of their retreat. After hearing the news, Alice's face showed joy. The opening of the city gate meant that they were no longer in a desperate situation. At least they had a way out. You must know that he had to use his long arrow because he had run out of arrows today. Sword fighting.
However, if we retreat from the Principality of Xisus and the Holy Knights of the Church, they will definitely attack.
Immediately Alice frowned again. Not to mention there are hundreds of orcs in the army. If they dare to retreat immediately, the troops of the Principality of Zeiss and the church will definitely attack them immediately. By then, it is estimated that not many of them will be able to escape.
It's okay. I'm responsible for everything. Just give the order.
Gervais patted his chest and gave Alice a confident smile. Alice was now convinced of Gervais' words and knew that retreating a minute earlier could reduce some casualties. So she nodded immediately without asking any other questions.
Okay, Gervais. I'm going to give the order to retreat now. Be careful.
After saying that, Alice headed in the direction she just came from. In an army of tens of thousands of people fighting in a melee, it is natural to use the sound of a trumpet to convey orders. It would be completely impossible to accomplish this by relying solely on manpower. This is why the Lord of the North and others did not give verbal orders to the other soldiers to retreat. Some soldiers might think that their companions had fled and a stampede would occur. Woo! Woo! Not long after Alice left, a horn sounded from one end of the army, which was an order to evacuate in an orderly manner. Upon hearing such an order, the soldiers who were fighting the orcs were stunned for a moment, and then they all showed joy. At this time, an orderly retreat was issued, which meant that they could enter the City of Glory. Otherwise, all you will hear is an order to fight to the death or break out. Then these soldiers fought and retreated into a small group of dozens or hundreds of people, and slowly moved towards the City of Glory. When these soldiers were retreating, Gervais ignored the remaining orcs. Although he had been among the army for less than 10 minutes, he had already killed 300 to 400 orcs, which relieved the soldiers of the two principalities. A lot of pressure. Now that the soldiers of the two principalities have begun to retreat, the most important thing now is to block the holy knights of the Principality of Zeiss and the church. When Gervais came to the opposite side of the Principality of Zeiss and the holy knights, the Lord of the North and Hayden were fighting fiercely with several golden knights. And there were 4 magicians on the side, who were unleashing attacks on them from time to time. Magic. Without any hesitation, Gervais rushed directly into the battle group of several people. Those golden knights didn't know if they sensed Gervais's strength. When they saw Gervais joining the battle group, they were instantly frightened and quickly retreated towards the rear.
Knights of the White Flag! Get out!
As his words fell, several people quickly retreated towards the rear army, while the magicians released magic towards Gervais to prevent Gervais from pursuing. It was at this time that the armies of the Principality of Zeiss and the Holy Knights on the opposite side suddenly started to move. However, they were not moved because of the arrival of Gervais, but were preparing to intercept the armies of the two principalities.
Lord Gust and King Hayden, please retreat quickly and leave this place to me.
In front of him, thousands of troops were rushing towards him. Instead of being afraid, Gervais raised his sword and charged forward, while letting Hayden and the Lord of the North retreat first. At this time, they were at the end of their war effort, and their fighting spirit was exhausted. If they really fell into the midst of thousands of troops, the end would probably not be much better. Chapter 476 Fighting 3,000 Paladins Alone B.
Kill!
Tens of thousands of cavalrymen urged the horses, and the momentum was like the sky falling apart, and the whole earth was shaking. Breaking wind. Gervais did not change his expression, and held the long sword in his hand tighter. When the cavalry from the Principality of Casus and the church were about to arrive in front of him, Gervais directly launched the strongest weapon he had ever learned so far. Secret skills. As Gervais shouted, a hurricane immediately appeared around him, and in this hurricane were countless shining swords. As Gervais moved, this strong wind rushed into the tens of thousands of cavalry ahead like a death scythe. For a moment, Hayden and the Lord of the North, who had not had time to evacuate, were stunned. Even with their strength during the period of total victory, they would not dare to rush into the tens of thousands of cavalry like this. And there are also the holy knights of the church among them. There were 3,000 silver knights armed to the teeth. The elephants were killed by ants. Even the golden knights had to bow their heads when they saw such a battle.
Is this kid going to be okay? We can rely on him to fight against the church in the future.
When the Lord of the North saw Gervais, who had been overwhelmed by the torrent of cavalry, he didn't need to murmur to Hayden.
It should be fine. Gervais is a smart man. Smart people don't make fun of their own lives.
Hayden shook his head. Ever since he knew that Harry was Gervais, he had become a monster in Hayden's heart. What's more, what is happening to Gervais now is something he has never heard of. So he dared to conclude that Gervais would be able to come back alive.
Gust, let's protect the retreating army first, and we'll come back to pick up Gervais later.
Although Gervais rushed into the cavalry and held back many cavalry. After all, there were more than 20,000 cavalry,
And there were still many cavalry from the Principality of Xisis coming around from both sides, rushing towards the two principalities that were evacuating. The soldiers attacked. It can only be the Lord of the North nodded helplessly. Their fighting spirit was almost at its bottom. Even if they followed Gervais and rushed into the army, it would not help. It was better to use the remaining fighting spirit to go to the rear to block the cavalry that was coming around. After Gervais rushed into the cavalry regiment, the ordinary cavalrymen of the Principality of Cases would be directly cut in half by the wind blades in the hurricane without Gervais's own hands. And Gervais's target is not these ordinary cavalry. Currently, the greatest threat to the two principalities is the Holy Knights of the Church. And it is they who Gervais wants to eliminate most. Calculating the time, Gervais's two black kiwi fruits only lasted for more than half an hour. He wanted to take advantage of this time to weaken the Church's strength as much as possible. After all, he didn't know if he would be able to obtain such a kiwi fruit with incredible effects again in the future. Kill! Gervais charged all the way through the siege and claimed the lives of hundreds of cavalrymen. Fortunately, he finally reached the location of the paladins after a while. Seeing the badges on the armor of the Holy Knights, Gervais roared and charged directly into their midst. Win! 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 Puff! 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 When Gervais joined the ranks of the Holy Knights, he immediately understood why the three principalities were helpless against the Church. The Holy Knights not only have 3,000 silver paladins, but all of their armors are forged from mithril. When these paladins stepped into the hurricane within 5 meters of Gervais, the wind blade that could easily harvest lives caused minimal damage to them. It can only leave deep dents on their mithril armor. Only 1 or 2 unlucky ones will fall to the ground unwillingly if the wind blade hits the only gap in their necks. However, although these paladins could block the hurricane's wind blade, they could not block Gervais's slashing. Gervais is not only powerful, but also the power of every slash is extremely powerful. As long as he is hit by his sword, the result will be nothing but death. 30, 35, 40, 60. Gervais muttered silently as he rushed to kill him. Of course, he would not hit the enemy's armor every time he slashed. Most of the time, Gervais' sword fell on the paladin's neck. Although these paladins ride war horses, the war horses do not have mithril armor. Gervais's wind blade can directly cause fatal damage to the war horses. Get back! We are no match for him! When Gervais counted more than 300 people, the Silver Knights of the Holy Knights finally knew how powerful Gervais was, and no longer dared to approach Gervais, because they found that Gervais's fighting spirit was still full, which shocked everyone. They are all knowledgeable people. The hurricane attack around Gervais is extremely powerful, but it also means that a huge amount of fighting energy needs to be consumed. According to common sense, maintaining this state for 3 to 5 minutes is already the limit of a titled knight. But now 8 or 9 minutes have passed, and they have paid a price of more than 300 people, and Gervais's hurricane is still around them. This completely frustrated their plan to drain Gervais's fighting spirit. I want to hide! Is it that easy? When Gervais saw that these Silver Knights were no longer attacking him, he said with a bloodthirsty smile and immediately used his fighting spirit to pursue the scattered Silver Knights. With Gervais's current state, even the best war horses would not be able to escape his pursuit in a short time. So Gervais quickly caught up with several Silver Knights. As the hurricane covered the opponent, the horse under the paladin immediately whined, and the wind blade directly penetrated the horse's body and fell to the ground. Puff! Gervais's movements were also very fast. When the paladin rolled off his horse and fell to the ground, Gervais's sword arrived as promised and penetrated directly into his neck. 351. Gervais muttered silently, and then chased towards the next target again. In this way, the originally menacing Holy Knights of the Church were chased and killed by Gervais alone outside the City of Glory. When the cavalrymen of the Principality of Cases saw such a scene, they hid as far away as they could, because Gervais needs to wield the sword himself to kill the paladins. But there is no need to do it himself when killing them. As long as they are within 5 meters of Gervais, they will suffer immediately. More importantly, the people of the Holy Knights are also very vicious. When they saw Gervais chasing him, they knew that no matter how fast their horses were in the open space, they could not escape Gervais' pursuit. In the end, these paladins ran directly into the army of the Principality of Cases, hoping to use the bodies of the knights of the Principality of Cases to help them hinder Gervais' pursuit. Although Gervais killed only a few hundred paladins, the number of cavalrymen from the Principality of Xisis who died under the hurricane wind blade was probably in the thousands. At the same time, near the City of Glory, because Gervais blocked the Holy Knights, most of the soldiers from the two principalities
had safely retreated into the City of Glory. Only more than 4,000 elite cavalry were still doing regard tasks outside the city, confronting the cavalry of the Principality of Xisus. The Principality of Xisus was taken by the Lord of the North and others, and without the help of the Holy Knights, they naturally did not dare to attack the City of Glory with all their strength. At this moment, they are waiting for the moment when the Holy Knights come to support. Hayden and others also knew what the cavalry of the Principality of Casus were thinking, so they did not take action. Instead, they kept paying attention to Gervais's condition while slowly recovering their consumed fighting spirit. But while waiting, a scene that no one expected happened. Gervais alone chased thousands of people and hid, which stunned everyone who had been paying attention to the distant battlefield. Some of the great nobles of the Principality of Casus even rubbed their eyes in disbelief.
I saw the Holy Knights being chased and hacked by that young man.
Once upon a time, the Holy Knights were the strongest deterrent to the three principalities. But today, this strongest deterrent was killed by one person with a sword. How can this not be shocking? Chapter 477, The Olive Branch of the Church.
Alice, is that guy Gervais a human?
The Lord of the North originally thought that Gervais could temporarily hold back the Holy Knights. But then he escaped unscathed, which would be unprecedented. But the scene at this moment is not holding the opponent back. It is directly chasing the opponent. Thousands of people were chased wildly by one man, and they were all silver knights armed to the teeth. It was such a shocking scene.
Grandpa, what are you talking about? Of course Gervais is a human being. Yes. Grandpa, you are talking nonsense.
Alice and Caroline could have withdrawn into the city because they were not very strong and they were still women. So it was not appropriate to stay here at this time. However, Gervais was still fighting outside. Of course, they were unwilling to enter the city now, so they kept standing behind the Lord of the North and others. Seeing Gervais defeating all the invincible members of the Holy Knights, like an invincible god of war, his little heart was already beating loudly. Unexpectedly, when he heard the Lord of the North say something like this, he immediately stopped and hurried back.
Ha ha! I'm just sighing. With Gervais's strength, he is probably the first among the three principalities. He is still so young. I really don't know how he cultivated.
Hearing Alice and Caroline refuting him at the same time, the Lord of the North immediately smiled bitterly. He was their grandfather, and now he was talking back to him just to help Gervais. Gervais did not know that his performance had refreshed the views of everyone present, but continued to race against time to chase down these silver paladins. He has now counted more than 400 people, but he also does not have much time left. The effect of the 2 black kiwi fruits can only last for 10 more minutes. To be on the safe side, Gervais must set aside 5 minutes for him to return to the City of Glory safely.
Harvest a few dozen more people, and we'll have to stop when we reach a round number of 500.
Gervais's breath was slightly heavy, and he stopped temporarily, calculating silently in his heart. As more and more paladins were killed by him, these paladins became more and more cunning. They all retreated hundreds of meters away. As soon as they saw Gervais intending to rush over, they would immediately escape. This also made Gervais spend a lot of effort to kill a paladin. Fortunately, his fighting spirit was unlimited within the time limit, and could be consumed without any scruples. The Holy Knights did not know whether they had received any orders, and they did not dare to escape from the battlefield. They only dared to flee within 1 kilometer nearby. Just when Gervais was about to hunt down those silver paladins again, a cavalry squad of dozens of people suddenly appeared a mile away to the south. Gervais couldn't help but look intently. With his super eyesight, he immediately saw clearly where the group of people were coming from. They are all members of the church because they have the flag of the church in their ranks. What caught Gervais's eye the most was a middle-aged man wearing a golden armor. Although he was about a mile away, Gervais could still feel the amazing aura on his body. After seeing this man appear, Gervais no longer planned to continue chasing those silver paladins, because Gervais could feel the threat coming from this man. Soon, the group of dozens of people arrived on the battlefield. Dozens of meters away from Gervais,
"Meet the Pope! Meet the Pope!"
When the group of people stood still, the paladins who had been hiding far away quickly galloped towards the middle-aged man in golden armor. When they got close to the middle-aged man in golden armor, without exception, they all got off their horses and half knelt down respectfully.
"There's someone coming over there. Grandpa, those paladins are half kneeling down. Is the Pope of the church coming?"
At this moment, everyone saw the sudden situation over there, and both Hayden and Gus frowned. Alice also showed a worried look. Only Caroline didn't know as much about the church as several earls, so she asked the Lord of the North for confirmation.
"It is indeed the Pope. When the Snow Eagle Empire was established, In order to show respect for the Jean family, the Pope attended the ceremony in person. That was the only time I saw the Pope. And he was wearing this golden armor at the time.
The Lord of the North had not yet answered, but Hayden on the side spoke in a solemn tone.
I hope that boy Gervais won't be brave later. People from the two principalities have retreated now. After he comes back, we can enter the city directly.
Hayden had already given an explanation, and Gus did not add any more, but said to several people worriedly,
although the Pope lives in the Holy City all year round, no one has ever seen him fight with others. But it is rumored that this Pope is not simple, and his strength is unpredictable. Grandfather, I will go over and inform Gervais now to let him retreat. I am riding his unicorn, which is several times faster than a war horse.
After hearing the words of the Lord of the North, Alice became even more worried. As she spoke, she urged the unicorn to go towards Gervais.
Alice, you can't go. If you go now, it will increase the burden on Gervais. Let's wait here for a while. If things really go wrong later, Grandpa, I will go over and help.
The Lord of the North has made up his mind. Whether it is for Alice or for the future of this continent, Gervais must live. If necessary, he would personally go and help Gervais to stop him, so that Gervais could escape safely back to the City of Glory.
A bunch of trash. Get to the back.
The Pope did not look down upon the Knights of the Holy Knights. They only wear the cloak of kindness and virtue as the Church. But in reality, they are an organization that attempts to completely control and enslave this continent. Therefore, this Pope is not a compassionate person, but more like a powerful overlord. Following his cold snort, these paladins trembled all over and immediately retreated neatly behind the Pope.
Is your name Gervais?
At this time, the Pope had already turned his attention to Gervais, his eyes full of doubts.
Yes,
Gervais replied in an indifferent tone with an expressionless face.
My name is Longfellow Eugene. I think you should also know the current situation on the mainland.
Pope Longfellow's eyes were sharp, although he did not deliberately emphasize his tone. The majesty in his words was naturally revealed.
I am very satisfied with your performance. On behalf of the Church, I extend an olive branch to you. If you can be loyal to the Church and serve my God, then your status in this continent will only be lower than mine.
Pope Longfellow said slowly. Gervais couldn't help but narrowed his eyes after hearing his words. Such conditions are indeed very tempting. If the Church really takes over the entire continent, then hundreds of millions of creatures on the continent will live under the wings of the Church. And Gervais can become a person who is inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. This is more tempting than being an earl, or even more concessionary than being the king of a principality. After all, the principality only controls one country, while the Church is in charge of the entire continent. Chapter 478 Frog in the Well.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty the Pope. I am a noble viscount, and even more a Seignior, and my belief is the glory of knights, so I can't understand your kindness.
But despite being tempting, Gervais refused the Pope's solicitation without hesitation. Not to mention that he now has such strength because of the black kiwi fruit. Even if he really reaches this level, Gervais will not join an organization like the Church that uses faith to achieve certain goals. Gervais has memories of his past life and knows how unreliable an organization like the Church is. Moreover, when he interrogated the Church member in the palace of the Duke of Alban, Gervais already knew from clues that although the Church was king and hegemonic in this continent, but in the Holy Continent, it is very likely that he is a street rat that everyone shouts and beats, and he can only exist in the darkness.
Viscount Gervais, I advise you to think about it again. Do you know what it means to refuse my olive branch?
Gervais's flat refusal surprised Longfellow, and his aura was released, pressing towards Gervais. In an instant, Gervais felt a huge pressure on himself. So Gervais quickly circulated the fighting spirit in his body and also released his own power, launching an invisible confrontation with him. When his own power dissipated, the sense of oppression on Gervais disappeared without a trace in an instant.
He is indeed a knight of the white flag.
Pope Longfellow's reaction when he saw Gervais immediately confirmed Gervais's state.
Viscount Gervais, for being able to practice as a white flag knight on this continent, and at such a young age, you can be called a monster. But do you know, this is just a wild land, just an isolated overseas island. If you continue to stay here for the rest of your life, you can only sit in a well and watch the sky. If you are willing to join the Church, and when your loyalty to the Church is recognized, we can take you out of this barbaric land and to a truly prosperous place. There are stronger and stronger people there, and there is a broader world.
For Gervais to become a white flag knight at such a young age, Longfellow still couldn't believe it at first when he heard that his subordinates had escaped and reported back. Now that I have confirmed it myself, I am also extremely surprised and have other thoughts in my mind. So Pope Longfellow revealed the most secret news in the world. Even the kings only had a partial understanding of this news. Longfellow believed that such news would be very tempting to the monster Gervais.
Ha ha! Sorry, Your Majesty the Pope. I refuse.
Gervais's answer was beyond Longfellow's expectations. No matter what tempting offers Longfellow could come up with, Gervais knew he wouldn't be able to accept them now, compared to Longfellow's belief that he was throwing out secrets that no one could know. Gervais was more concerned about another thing. He was silently calculating the time until the black kiwi fruit would expire. At this time, he had less than 9 minutes left to solve the trouble at hand. This also includes the time to return to the City of Glory safely. So what he is doing at the moment can be said to be very urgent. If the kiwi fruit fails, and he cannot return to the City of Glory safely, then the most likely end is death. So Gervais is not going to be long-winded. It is best to solve the problem quickly.
What a pity then! I really don't want to kill a genius like you. I really hope you can serve the church.
Pope Longfellow shook his head sadly, but his words came from the bottom of his heart. Their new temple is a shady organization in the Holy Continent, and has been hunted and suppressed by official organizations in the Holy Continent. Therefore, if Gervais, a monster without any background in the Holy Continent, can be absorbed, he is likely to bring unexpected benefits to the new temple in the future. However, since Gervais is unwilling to join the church and instead chooses to become a stumbling block to the church, Longfellow will not be merciful. He needs to nip this evil stumbling block in the cradle. The church has spent decades accumulating strength in order to seize this continent, and it is just waiting for this moment. Longfellow does not allow any accidents.
Since you are willing to be a frog in the well, then I will let you see what the real sky is. In our place, the white flag night is just the starting point.
As he spoke, Longfellow's expression changed, and there was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Seeing this, Gervais did not dare to be negligent at all, and began to use his fighting spirit to the extreme.
Mysterious meaning, death verdict.
Longfellow pulled out the sword from his waist, but he still stood there, more than 20 meters away from Gervais, and slightly shouted a name. When he finished speaking, the long sword in his hand also moved, and he gently slashed down towards Gervais through the air. This cut seemed easy and casual, but when faced with Longfellow's sword, Gervais's expression suddenly changed. He felt an extremely powerful killing intent. This was the first time he felt such a terrifying killing intent. It was also mixed with a cold aura, which made Gervais's hair stand on end.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Gervais instantly turned his fighting spirit to the extreme and swung his sword forward 5 times without thinking. Every time Gervais swung his sword, he could see the sword energy shining with aura slashing forward. As for Longfellow, who was 20 meters away and had a smile on his face, there was nothing unusual about him. But when the first ray of sword energy struck by Gervais reached 5 meters in front, there was a sudden bang from the front. The sword energy struck by Gervais seemed to have been hit by something hard. It directly shattered into dots of spiritual light and disappeared without a trace. Then came the second, third, and fourth courses. After the sword energy was chopped into pieces, Gervais could clearly see the shape outlined by the broken spiritual light. It was clearly an invisible sword energy. In an instant, Gervais' face became even more ugly. The invisible sword energy shattered all his sword energy, but its power was still undiminished, which made Gervais unbelievable.
What kind of realm is Longfellow? Even with my current strength, a sword energy can only be 7 or 8 meters away from the body. If it exceeds 7 or 8 meters, it will lose all its power. But his sword energy can still reach 20 meters away. Can break my 5-hit combo. Breaking wind slash.
Although he was horrified in his heart, Gervais was not a person waiting to die. He immediately shouted loudly, and a powerful hurricane instantly appeared around his body. In this hurricane, Gervais really saw this invisible sword energy. At this time, the sword energy was already very close to him. Gervais did not dare to neglect, and frantically gathered fighting energy in his arms. When a slight pain spread across his arms, he slashed hard at the invisible sword energy.
Break it for me!
Boom! This invisible sword energy defeated Gervais 5 times in a row, and when it hit the last one, the 2 powerful forces finally collided together, making an explosion. Suddenly, Gervais was surrounded by smoke and dust, making him unable to see. When the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Gervais, who was shrouded in it, finally appeared in front of people again. It's just that at this time, Gervais lost his original heroic appearance and became a little embarrassed. Not to mention that the mithril armor on his body was dented everywhere, and even the hardest plate armor on his chest had a large dent.
Puff!
Gervais stood with his sword raised in both hands. But he couldn't hold it for long. The next moment, he couldn't hold on anymore, and quickly took off the black mask on his face, and then spat out a large mouthful of blood with a pop. Chapter 479 Trial.
Not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to catch my move. If you change your mind now, I can spare your life.
Longfellow was surprised to see that Gervais was just a little embarrassed and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was a high-level White Flag Knight, and he had killed no fewer than 2 low-level White Flag Knights. Originally, he expected that if Gervais was hit by his attack, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. After all, in this wild and backward continent, those so-called secret skills are outdated. In their opinion, they are just martial arts used by country people, and there is no way they can block their own attacks.
Ha ha! Keep using your skills. You want me to join the church? You're dreaming.
Gervais wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and held the sword in his hand tighter. There was no fear in his eyes, and he was surprisingly calm.
What kind of strength is the Pope of the church? Why can the sword energy be so powerful even 20 meters away? The Pope's strength has exceeded our imagination. We must get the Gervais boy out as soon as possible. It seems that he is not the Pope's opponent yet.
Hayden and the Lord of the North looked at each other, their hearts filled with incomparable shock. Longfellow was too powerful. If they had faced that invisible sword energy at that time, maybe the single blow could have killed them.
Drive!
Just when the Lord of the North and King Hayden looked at each other and were about to take action, Alice, who was behind them, suddenly activated the unicorn and galloped towards Gervais.
Drive!
The Lord of the North was in a hurry and was about to stop Alice's move. Unexpectedly, there was another clear sound of horse riding behind him. It was his granddaughter Caroline. At this moment, Caroline also urged the horse to follow Alice. And go.
Don't go there. It's dangerous.
The Lord of the North was shocked. Even if they were enemies in front of the Pope, if Caroline and Alice passed by, their lives would be in danger even if they were just caught in the aftermath. Unfortunately, the Lord of the North shouting could not change the minds of the two women at all. Alice and Caroline still rushed towards Gervais without hesitation.
Your Majesty Hayden, you stay here while I go to Gervais's side.
The Lord of the North spoke urgently to King Hayden, and then hurriedly urged the war horses to head towards Gervais. Although Alice and Caroline were concerned about Gervais's safety, they were both extremely smart women and knew that if they got close, Gervais would be hindered by them. So the two finally only reached a stop 200 meters away from Gervais.
Gervais, come back quickly. The army has entered the city.
Alice thought to herself that with the unicorn under her, even the Golden Peak could not catch up with the speed of the unicorn's full burst. And the Pope should not be able to catch up either, especially when she saw the blood still remaining at the corner of Gervais's mouth. Alice's eyes turned red. Although Caroline did not speak, she felt distressed in her heart. It's just that Alice is here at this moment, and she can't show her emotions no matter what. Hearing Alice's words, Gervais turned his head slightly and saw Alice and Caroline running over. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a warm current flashed through his heart.
At least what I'm trying to protect is still valuable.
Although he has only been in this world for a few months, Gervais already has a sense of belonging here because of the presence of Alice, Caroline, Gandalf, and everyone else. So he really wanted to contribute to the two principalities. And at the same time, he could prevent himself and his territory from being enslaved by the church.
Gervais, you have really angered me. Since you are not willing to be used by the church, you can only perish.
Longfellow didn't pay attention to the two women in the distance, because in his eyes, Alice and Caroline were no different from ants. Moreover, Gervais's cultivation level was completely different from his, so there was no need to threaten Gervais with hostages. He was confident that he could kill Gervais with one blow, and he was ready to do so immediately. As he spoke, Longfellow became focused, and his fighting spirit flowed to the extreme, and the fighting spirit in his body emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, just the power displayed by Longfellow made everyone present tremble. Even Alice and Caroline, who were standing 200 meters away, turned pale.
This power is really terrifying. Nothing will happen to you. Gervais!
Alice and Caroline really wanted to tell Gervais to come back quickly, but they were worried that opening their mouths at this time would disturb Gervais' response to the enemy. So they could only silently pray to the God of glory in their hearts with worries on their faces. At this time, the Lord of the North also arrived beside Alice and Caroline, and his expression was solemn after noticing the aura emanating from Longfellow.
Alice, Caroline, you leave the unicorn behind and then ride back to the city immediately. If you continue to stay here, it will distract the boy Gervis.
With that said, the Lord of the North dismounted and placed the reins of his horse in Alice's hands.
Grandpa, don't go there.
Although they care about Gervais in their hearts, if the Lord of the North trades their lives in the past, it is not what they want. Whether it was the Lord of the North or Gervais, they did not want to see either of them harmed.
Alice, Grandpa is doing this for the two principalities and the entire continent. With Gervais's current excellence, he will definitely be relied upon to fight against the church in the future. So no matter who dies, Gervais cannot die. Besides, at my grandfather's age, even if he doesn't die now,
he won't live for many years.
With that said, the Lord of the North pulled out the long sword from his waist, and then walked slowly towards Gervais' direction. The Lord of the North's steps were not very fast, because Longfellow's power was so oppressive that even he felt like he was weighing 1,000 pounds every step he took.
Grandfather, Grandfather.
Alice and Caroline's eyes were a little wet, and they really didn't know how to speak at the moment. Tell the Lord of the North not to say Gervais, or trade Lord of the North for Gervais? No matter what the outcome is, it means that they will lose the most important person in their hearts.
Be judged, infidel.
Finally, the fighting spirit in Longfellow reached its peak, and as he shouted loudly, the long sword in his hand began to swing. Different from the previous swing that seemed to be casual, Longfellow's sword swing this time was like splitting mountains and seas. With great momentum.
Temple cross cut.
Boom! As Longfellow finished speaking, the long sword slashed with shocking power. A deep groove suddenly opened up on the ground where Longfellow's sword was pointing. The deep groove spread from in front of him to the front, sweeping towards Gervais. In an instant, the field was filled with sand and rocks, as if it was the end of the world. Looking at the turbulent wave-like cross slash in front of him, Gervais felt as if he was in a strong wind and huge waves. However, he was not afraid, nor did he have any expression. The spiritual light on his body was already operating to the extreme. However, unlike Longfellow, even though the aura flowing through his body reached its maximum, Gervais still did not release any moves, but continued to accumulate energy. Through the previous blow and the scene in front of him at this moment, Gervais already knew that Longfellow must be 2 realms higher than himself. If you have no other way, even if you resist the strongest blow at your current level, you will definitely die in the end. But Gervais is a time traveler, and he even took it a wonderful treasure like kiwi fruit. His current level is not as high as Longfellow's, but he has endless fighting spirit. Therefore, Gervais tried his best to accumulate fighting spirit in his chi veins. He was determined not to defeat Longfellow with 1 blow. Otherwise the time limit of the kiwi fruit would be reached soon. Even if he dodged the blow, he would probably be in trouble. Just what kind of state you have represents the limit of pressure your body can withstand. Gervais continued to accumulate fighting energy in his chi veins, and at this time, the chi pulses all over his body were already bulging. But even so, Gervais still didn't stop.
Keep saving for me.
Gervais felt heartbreaking pain all over his body. But in order to survive, he could only grit his teeth and persist. Click! At this time, cracks appeared in some of the peripheral chi meridians in Gervais's body, and as he continued to accumulate fighting energy, the cracks became larger and longer, gradually spreading towards the main chi meridians. If Gervais hadn't been wearing full body armor, others would have been able to see that the blood on his body was condensing and oozing out. Only he knows what kind of pain Gervais is suffering at this moment. When Gervais was desperately gathering fighting spirit, Longfellow's powerful blow was also rushing toward Gervais. The deep chasm on the ground had already reached less than 10 meters in front of Gervais. Meters distance. Seeing such a situation, the Lord of the North could no longer care about anything else. He faced a huge sense of oppression, and used all his fighting energy to run towards Gervais. 8 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Critical strike and slash with 1 sword. At this last critical moment, Gervais finally took action, as his long-suppressed violent roar resounded throughout the audience. All the pain he had endured due to the accumulated fighting spirit was vented at this moment. Chapter 480. Both sides suffer. When Gervais's roar fell, a violent wind suddenly swept across the field, and a huge impact force rose in vain from in front of Gervais, mixed with sand and dust,
making everyone unable to open their eyes. Longfellow, a high-level white flag knight, had the most sensitive perception. He immediately noticed something was wrong after Gervais made a critical strike with his sword.
Impossible. How can a low-level white flag knight have such power?
Longfellow did not escape because he had absolute confidence. He believed that his temple cross slash could kill any low-level white flag knight with one blow. Boom! In the thick dust. No one could see clearly what was happening in the field. But when a shocking explosion came, everyone's expression changed. The power of this explosion was more than 10 times stronger than the Pope's previous casual blow. Puff! At the same time as the explosion sounded, many silver knights behind Pope Longfellow were too close and were affected by the collision of the two strongest blows. And blood spurted out from their mouths. The Lord of the North had already run to a place more than 10 meters behind Gervais. At this moment, his face turned pale, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth.
Ha ha! It's a pity that such a monster was killed by me before he could grow up.
The explosion sounded, and smoke filled the front. Longfellow thought that if such an intense collision happened in front of Gervais, he would definitely be dead.
Boy Gervais! Gervais! Gervais!
In addition to Longfellow, the Lord of the North and Alice also felt desperate. Such a collision happened in front of Gervais. How could he still be intact? So several people rushed towards Gervais's location frantically.
What is that?
But at this moment, a sudden change occurred in the field, and a situation suddenly appeared in the battlefield that was originally shrouded in smoke and dust. I saw that the smoke in the sky was disturbed by something unknown, and a stream of smoke was being pushed towards Longfellow.
It's sword energy. There is still sword energy in the smoke. How is this possible?
Boom! When this terrifying sword energy was noticed by everyone, it had actually arrived in front of Longfellow. Longfellow didn't even have time to react before he was hit by a sharp sword energy. In an instant, there was another loud explosion in the field. In fact, after Gervais's critical strike sword slash collided with Longfellow's temple cross slash just now, it did not dissipate due to the collision as everyone imagined. Instead, Gervais's critical strike with one sword completely shattered the temple cross slash with a crushing gesture, and continued to slash towards Longfellow without losing its power. It's just that there was a lot of smoke and dust in the field just now, and no one could see clearly the situation in the field. What's more, the shocking collision just now caused chaos in the nearby spiritual energy, making this area temporarily become a place of chaotic spirits, where it is impossible to use perception to detect the situation. When the critical strike was about to hit Longfellow in front of Longfellow, everyone saw a little aura of sword energy through the slightly thinner smoke. At this time, everyone's eyes widened, waiting blankly for the result. Alice, the Lord of the North, and others have also stopped. Since Gervais's slash can smash the Pope's temple cross and hit the Pope, it means that Gervais is not as weak as everyone thinks. For a moment, the battlefield with tens of thousands of people was silent, and there was only a breeze carrying the smoke and dust away from the battlefield. As time passed by, the smoke and dust became thinner and thinner, and everyone's eyes did not dare to blink for a moment, not wanting to miss the moment when the final result appeared. Finally, everyone saw two figures in the hazy smoke and dust. At this time, the two figures were still holding swords in their hands, and Wei Ran stood facing each other. One is a burly man wearing golden armor. The other one was a slender man wearing dark gray silver armor. Although there is a huge difference in body shape between the two, at this moment, they are both invincible gods of war in the eyes of everyone, and their evaluation will not be affected by the difference in body shape.
I'm really surprised. This is something I've never seen before.
Longfellow, who was wearing gold armor, spoke first. His tone was calm and expressionless, and his eyes were full of complex expressions.
Monsters like you are rare even in the Holy Continent.
After breaking through the Golden Night, there are really very few people who can leapfrog the challenge. Because at this level, every breakthrough is extremely difficult and unique. So except for a very small number of people, the ordinary title Knight realm represents strength. Longfellow didn't expect that he would meet a young man today who was 2 levels lower than him. He couldn't imagine how such a monster could appear in this continent.
Ha ha! Thanks for the compliment.
Puff. Facing Longfellow's compliments, Gervais smiled modestly. But the next moment, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Gervais quickly inserted the long sword into the ground, and then stabilized his figure slightly.
It's not a compliment. It's just that if you don't want to join our church, you are destined to be a heretic. No matter how evil you are, you will definitely die.
Longfellow didn't pay attention to Gervais' seemingly injured behavior and continued.
Let's go!
After saying that, Longfellow took a deep look at Gervais, then put the long sword into its sheath, turned around, slowly got on his horse, and took the lead in the direction he came from.
Gervais! Gervais!
After the Pope left, Alice, Caroline and the others finally couldn't hold it any longer and quickly rushed to Gervais, holding Gervais's body on the left and right. After the two women supported him, Gervais saw that the knights and paladins of the Principality of Shisi had also walked away. And then he finally supported himself. His whole body went limp. And then he fell into a coma.
Lord Longfellow, why don't we take the opportunity to kill the boy named Gervais? I see that he is seriously injured.
Bishop Ferdinand was following Pope Longfellow at this time, wondering why the Pope left like this. The two principalities have still not been wiped out and have entered the City of Glory. So this plan has failed. Puff! Just when Ferdinand's questioning stopped, there was a sudden movement in front of him, which made Ferdinand startled. Longfellow actually vomited blood. How can this be? In an instant, the followers behind Longfellow were all shocked.
Lord Longfellow, are you okay?
Ferdinand and the others quickly got off their horses, came to Longfellow's horse, and helped him down.
That Gervais is very weird. He is clearly only in the realm of a low-level white flag knight. But that attack just now showed the strength of a peak white flag knight. I'm not sure if he still has any strength left.
Longfellow's face was pale, and there was a large amount of blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, Longfellow lowered his head and looked at the shocking sword mark on his chest, which was made by a critical strike with a sword. Ferdinand and his followers also looked towards Longfellow's golden armor, and immediately saw this shocking sword mark that could almost break through the golden armor. Everyone was shocked.
How is this possible? This is armor forged with gold crystals and flame sand.
Everyone was deeply afraid of Gervais at this moment. It makes me more understand why Longfellow just said a few words to Gervais seemingly indifferently, and then retreated. At this moment, Longfellow, the strongest man in the church, was clearly seriously injured by Gervais's last blow, and was unable to fight anymore. Chapter 481 The Heir to the Throne. After the church team retreated, the unconscious Gervais was also carried back to the City of Glory. Since then, the two principalities have temporarily gained a chance to breathe because of Gervais. In a luxurious room, Gervais lay on a soft big bed. At this moment, Gervais's body, which had fallen into a coma, suddenly moved. However, because of the pain all over his body, he just groaned in pain for the first time.
Gervais, you wake up!
At this very moment, an overjoyed voice came from Gervais's ear. Gervais endured the pain all over his body and tried to open his eyes. What came into view was Alice's stunning and beautiful face. At this moment, Alice's eyes were full of surprise. Gervais wanted to lift his arm, but unfortunately, as long as he exerted force, his whole body could not help but feel sore. In the end, Gervais could only barely show an ugly smile and continued to lie down and began to look at the surrounding environment.
Alice, where are we now?
Seeing that Gervais was willing to get up, Alice immediately leaned over and carefully helped Gervais up, leaning on the cushion at the head of the bed, and then answered Gervais's question in a leisurely manner.
Gervais, we are in the palace of the City of Glory. Although the church has temporarily withdrawn, the Scent Rangers have detected that the church is now stationed in White Rock City, and it is making siege equipment. So in order to guard against the church, we cannot return to the territory for the time being.
Oh, Alice, I've been in a coma for a few days.
Gervais was not surprised that the church did not retreat directly. Seeing Longfellow's slow movement on the horse that day, Gervais had already guessed that Longfellow might have been seriously injured. But at that time, he himself was at the end of his game, and the effectiveness of the black kiwi fruit was about to disappear. So he didn't challenge the Lord of the North to kill Longfellow. After all, the magicians and golden knights behind Longfellow alone are enough for the two principalities to drink a pot.
You've been in a coma for a week, Gervais.
Alice's eyes were full of tenderness, but also a little tired. Boom! 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 At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then a woman with a hot figure walked in. It was Caroline.
Gervais, you wake up.
When Caroline saw Gervais leaning on the bedside, she was extremely excited and quickly came to Gervais's bed.
Just woke up.
Gervais felt a little guilty and could only hold back a smile and nodded to Caroline.
It's okay. I'll ask someone to get you something to eat first.
Caroline knew that her reaction just now was a little too big. After all, Alice was still here. But now that Gervais was awake, she was satisfied. So she said something and ran out immediately without stopping. After Caroline left, Gervais looked at Alice and found that his cheap wife's face had returned to a cold expression.
Gervais, since you're awake, just take good care of your injuries. I'll go take care of the government affairs first.
With that said, regardless of Gervais's opinions, Alice walked out of the room with elegant steps.
It's faster to fall out than to turn over a book.
Since then, Gervais was the only one left in the room, and only the faint feminine fragrance remained.
Brother Glory, what should I do? Why do you want these nobles to engage in monogamy? After all, this is the fantasy world of the noble Seignior. Shouldn't we embrace it openly and openly?
Gervais complained helplessly to the god of glory. Boom! 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 At this moment, Gervais's door was knocked again.
Come in.
This time the visitor did not knock on the door and come in on his own like Caroline. In the end, Gervais spoke and the door was opened.
Father!
When Gervais saw the person clearly, he immediately shouted, and it was his chief father Gandalf who came.
Little Gervais, you finally woke up. Don't be brave again.
Gandalf was preaching, but the smile on his face was extremely bright. Now Gervais has become a presence that everyone in the two principalities knows. It was even more because of Gervais's strong strength that the earls respected him as a little baron who was a father.
Now that I know my father, I won't take such risks in the future.
Gervais did not refute, but nodded in response.
I just saw the earl walking out of the room, looking unhappy. Did you make her angry?
Gandalf came to Gervais's bed, moved a chair, sat down, and asked Gervais.
No.
Gervais didn't know how to explain the reason, so he just shook his head and denied it.
Gervais, the earl is really kind to you now. The earl has never left this room in the past few days since you were unconscious. Even if you sleep, you are still in this room.
Gervais didn't tell Gandalf and didn't ask any questions. But at this time Gandalf had already concluded that Alice had feelings for his wife.
So he very much hoped that Gervais could seize this opportunity.
The Count has personally taken care of you these past few days while you were in coma. She did all the washing herself, without letting any servants do it.
Hearing this, Gervais was instantly moved. His cheap wife had done so much. If Gandalf hadn't told him, it would have been hard for him to know. Gervais knows Alice's character best. She is the kind of person who doesn't like to show off, so she will definitely not mention taking care of herself in the future. At the same time, Gervais also discovered a sofa next to the bed with a blanket on it. It was estimated that Alice would sleep on this sofa at night.
I know. Father! I will personally thank Alice then.
Now that he knew that Alice, the powerful countess, took care of him personally, Gervais made up his mind to thank Alice properly in the future.
Little Gervais, it's good that you know.
Regarding the emotional affairs of his children, this was already the limit that Gandalf, a big boss, could do, so he did not continue to talk about it. Gandalf paused, changed the topic, and said to Gervais,
Gervais, King Lawrence was too seriously injured and died the next day after you fell into coma. What? King Lawrence is dead.
Gervais was shocked when he heard the news. He really didn't expect that a strong man like Lawrence would die just because he wanted to. However, in the end, King Lawrence burned his life force and indeed could not survive for a few days. However, Gervais did not expect that Lawrence would be unable to hold on so quickly.
Yes, and the funeral was arranged the day before yesterday. He was buried in the City of Glory.
Gandalf also lamented that this southern expedition was the closest to capturing the Duchy of Alban. But unfortunately it fell short in the end due to the conspiracy of the church and suffered huge losses. Even until his death, King Lawrence failed to fulfill his decades-long wish.
Father, what will happen to the throne of the Principality of Jean now? According to King Lawrence's last will and testament, now that we are facing a powerful enemy, we need a leader who is both strong and able to convince the public. So King Lawrence passed the throne to you, and the 4 major earls of the Principality, as well as King Hayden and his 2 earls, all agreed to King Lawrence's decision. What? Pass the seat to me?
Chapter 482 Meditation Manual. Gervais wondered if his ears were not sharp. He never thought that one day he would be crowned king.
Yes, Gervais. King Lawrence's last words were indeed true, and the 4 earls of our Principality of Jean and King Hayden were all present at the time.
Gandalf spoke very firmly, his face filled with endless pride.
Ding.
System tasks.
As a time traveler, being crowned king is a symbol of your excellence. Mission requirement, be crowned king. Task reward, 10 energy points reward. Additional reward, in order to celebrate the host's ascension to the throne. When the host is crowned king, he will receive a free lucky wheel draw.
Listening to the system voice in his mind, Gervais was speechless. This system just likes to join in the fun. It's just that Gervais feels a little uneasy. His current strength has returned to the Silver Knight. Will all the nobles, big and small, be willing to be pushed to that position by King Lawrence halfway? After learning about King Lawrence's last words, Gervais wanted to go out and see the real reactions of the nobles. Unfortunately, his body is recovering slowly. And although the meridians in his body are also recovering on their own, if he wants to fully recover and use Do Chi again, it probably won't take more than a month or two. This lay for another week. Gervais lay in bed every day. But he was not idle. Because during this period, people came to visit him every day. First the Lord of the North, and then other famous earls. Even Hayden came to Gervais's room with 2 of his own earls and expressed words of thanks to Gervais. In addition, Pat and other old acquaintances of Gervais also came to visit him. All those who came to visit secretly expressed their support for Gervais, even if they found that Gervais no longer had the strength he had that day. In fact, Gervais' worries were unnecessary. Not to mention King Lawrence's last words. After Gervais took the black kiwi fruit, his terrifying state made all the nobles, big and small, in awe. Moreover, the church's crisis has not been truly resolved at this time. Everyone hopes that Gervais, the strong man, can lead them to defeat the church. Although Gervais's strength has now fallen back to its original position, they all feel that there must be some secret in it. As long as a powerful enemy appears again, Gervais can still become the invincible god of war. On the 8th day after waking up, Gervais slowly walked out of bed, with the help of his servant, and came to the balcony. Since Gervais woke up, other nobles, big and small, have come to visit him. However, Caroline and Alice have reduced the number of visits. Gervais' daily life has been taken care of by servants.
You guys go out first. I'll sit by myself for a while.
After arriving on the balcony, Gervais sat on a soft chair and then dismissed the 2 servants.
Yes, sir.
The 2 servants bowed respectfully and then exited the room. After the door was closed, Gervais took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Staying in bed all day during this period really made him suffocated. Below the balcony is a large garden with pleasant scenery and fresh air. Gervais's mood suddenly became much brighter.
It's time to see what we've gained this time.
Withdrawing his gaze from the garden, Gervais directly opened his system panel. When Gervais put his eyes on the energy value bar, he quickly saw the number 35. Gervais' energy value, which had been completely consumed, became 35 points again, which he had obtained by killing the orcs in the army. Although hundreds of orcs were killed in total, the orc leader Gervais only harvested 35 people.
Not bad. Keep up the good work.
The corners of Gervais' mouth curled up slightly. Energy points were the guarantee of his strength. Now 35 energy points meant that he could get at least 3 kiwi fruits. How could this make him unhappy? After reading the energy point values, Gervais closed the panel, and then set his sights on an animal skin bag on the table in front of him. This animal skin bag was delivered by Alice in the morning, and Gervais asked his servant to put it here just for his own convenience. Gervais raised his hand and opened the leather bag, only to see several staffs and 2 books inside, which were seized from the magicians killed by Gervais. These things are now regarded as Gervais's trophies. Knowing Gervais's terrifying strength, naturally no one among the nobles dared to embezzle them. Moreover, the text in these books is also the text of the Holy Continent. Even if the nobles took it, they would not be able to understand it. Gervais did not rush to get the book, but first took out a simple-looking staff. This staff is neither gold nor wood, and feels cold to the touch. But if you look closely, you can see that it has complicated lines on it. In addition, there is a fiery red Warcraft crystal inlaid on the top of the staff.
I don't know how to use this thing.
Thinking like this, Gervais couldn't help but hold the staff, wanting to try out the uses of these magician staffs, and also want to study how to use them. So, after holding the staff, Gervais began to outline the matrix of the fireball technique in his mind. When the matrix of the fireball technique was completely outlined, something magical happened. Originally, Gervais wanted to start injecting magic power into the matrix step by step, but he did not expect that the next moment, magic power fluctuation suddenly came from his hands. I saw a magic power invisible to the naked eye converging from the staff to the matrix outlined by Gervais. This magic power is not only extremely pure, but the injection speed is more than twice as fast as Gervais's own perception injection, which directly shortens a lot of spell casting time. Boom! When the magic power was injected, a fireball immediately appeared on Gervais's hand. This fireball was the size of a wash basin, and was the same as the fireball that Gervais obtained by injecting magic power through perception.
It turns out that this staff is used to speed up spell casting. It can also reduce the consumption of mental power.
Gervais murmured, finally understanding the function of the staff. This staff can extract magic power from the magic beast crystal. So it not only speeds up the injection, but also avoids excessive consumption of mental power, because there is no need to manually inject energy. After checking the staff and confirming that it had no other strange functions, Gervais took out the 2 books in the bag.
Basic Meditation Method. Level 1 Fire Magic Skill.
When Gervais spread out the 3 books, he immediately saw the words on the covers of each book. One of them is about magic skills, and the other is a legendary meditation manual. In fact, Gervais became a magician entirely because the green kiwi strengthened his mental power, and he learned the fireball and healing skills by accident. To say how much Gervais knows about magic, he knows nothing about it. But this meditation method is a must-have book for every person who wants to become a magician. So Gervais opened this basic meditation method without hesitation. As he continued to flip through it, Gervais gradually became excited. Through the introduction of this meditation manual, Gervais realized that relying on powerful mental power to release fireballs was not a magician in the true sense. Because no matter how strong Gervais's mental power is, his magical attainments will not improve much. At most, he can only cast a few more fireballs. If he wants to practice more advanced spells, it is impossible, because magicians not only rely on mental power, but also need to store magic power in their own bodies. Currently, Gervais can only release fireball, so he can quickly inject a sufficient amount of magic power from between heaven and earth. But what if it is to release more advanced magic, such as those forbidden spells of the great mage? Even if there is endless magic power between heaven and earth that he can guide and inject, I don't know how many days it takes to cast the spell. It takes several days to release a magic, and the day lily is probably cold. And there is also the capacity of the body to accommodate it. You must know that the matrix is outlined in the body. If there is no body suitable to accommodate higher level magic, even if you want to outline the matrix, you cannot do it. Therefore, this basic meditation method not only teaches people how to cultivate spiritual power, but also teaches people how to guide magic power into the body, transforming the body and storing magic power at the same time.
I don't know how long it will take for the chi pulse to heal completely. How about I practice this meditation method recently?
Damage to the chi veins and the inability to use do chi also means that Gervais cannot practice do chi. So fortunately, he picked up the meditation method and studied it carefully, preparing to take advantage of this gap to practice magic. Gervais is deeply aware of the power of magicians, and he really envies those magicians who can release fire snakes and magic shields. Not only are the methods weird and unpredictable, but the styling is even more outrageous. Chapter 483 Crowned as King. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed. In the Palace of Glory City, the palace was newly decorated today, and huge red curtains were hung vertically on the walls of the palace, letting people know at a glance that a grand ceremony was about to be held here, because many nobles, big and small, had not returned to their territories. The gate of the palace was also very busy at this time. After being inspected and registered, the nobles in gorgeous clothes walked towards the main hall of the palace in groups, talking and laughing in a gorgeous manner inside the palace. Gervais was standing in the dressing room with his back straight. Several male and female servants were busy working on him. His cheap wife Alice stood aside and looked at him intently, her eyes full of complex expressions. There is pride, tenderness, and a little uneasiness. Soon, under the service of several servants, Gervais was dressed up. She was wearing a purple silk dress, and outside the purple dress was a milky white gown embroidered with gold. In addition, the belt used to hang the sword around Gervais's waist has also been replaced. Originally, the belt around Gervais's waist was the most common, monotonous animal skin belt. But at this time, it was replaced by one made of Warcraft leather, inlaid with many gems and gold ornaments, which completely matched Gervais's luxurious dress.
Alice, how are you?
Gervais looked at himself in the mirror and realized that this should be considered the most handsome moment in his 2 lives combined. So he asked Alice coquettishly.
Very handsome.
Alice knew that Gervais was being mean, but she still said something nice in reply. Apart from anything else, Gervais's slender and well-proportioned figure is really handsome in this gorgeous new outfit, coupled with the already handsome facial features. Alice's beautiful eyes were shining with brilliance just now.
Ha ha! Let's go then!
Hearing this compliment from his cheap wife made Gervais feel happier than anything else. Praise is different from person to person, and praise from a stunning beauty like Alice made Gervais feel that he had truly reached the pinnacle of his life.
Grown-ups!
Walking out of the locker room, the guards immediately saluted respectfully. Today, Their attire is also different. In addition to the original equipment, they are also equipped with a huge half-body square shield. And a red trumpet cloak has been hung behind them. Gervais took a look at Ike and the others. They looked pretty good and looked like real personal guards. Then he and his cheap wife went to the main hall of the palace side by side. Today is the day when Gervais is crowned king. When Gervais walked out of the gate of the manor, in addition to the 11 personal guards of Ike, there were dozens of ordinary guards following behind. Because the size of the palace cannot be compared with the real palace, it didn't take long for Gervais and Alice to arrive at the main hall where the coronation ceremony was held today. At this time, a red carpet has been laid outside the main hall, extending from the road to the main hall. When Gervais and Alice stepped onto the red carpet, Ike and others automatically moved to both sides. Only Gervais and Alice were eligible to step on this red carpet today. After stepping onto the red carpet, Gervais paused, not because of nervousness, but because of Alice's presence. After stopping, Gervais turned his head slightly to look at his cheap wife, then slowly bent and raised his right hand. The meaning of this action is very clear. That is, waiting for Alice to take her arm. Alice glanced at Gervais angrily, but from the slightly red skin on her face, we knew that Alice was very willing, but just a little embarrassed. At the next moment, Alice gracefully stretched out her slender white jade hand and put it on Gervais's arm without any hesitation. This was the second time Alice held Gervais's arm like this. The first time was when the two got married. They walked arm in arm to the banquet platform to hold the wedding ceremony. And all this is that Gervais is about to be crowned king. Of course, the first time Alice and Gervais held hands it was just for show. Gervais didn't even get a hair, let alone any skin-to-skin contact. But this time it was different. The moment Alice took Gervais's arm, Gervais felt the warm and smooth feeling on his arm. In addition, Gervais could also feel that Alice's body was obviously close to him, and he could smell the refreshing fragrance of Alice on the tip of his nose.
Lord Gervais is here! Lord Gervais is here!
When Alice held her arm, Gervais didn't wait any longer and immediately led Alice slowly toward the palace on the red carpet. When the servants who were responsible for shouting saw Gervais finally starting to move, they immediately began to loudly convey the news of Gervais' arrival, accompanied by shouts. Every time Gervais takes a step forward, the guards on both sides will salute him respectfully.
Lord Gervais! Lord Gervais!
Although Gervais has not been crowned yet, it will only be a few moments later. So when Gervais entered the main hall, both the big and small nobles saluted and addressed him as Sir. Even the earls were no exception. After all, calling them Viscount Gervais at such a moment would be causing trouble for themselves. Gervais heard the greetings and greeted them with a very kind smile. In this way, Gervais led Alice and quickly arrived under the king's throne in the main hall. Although the size of the palace cannot be compared with that of a real palace, this is the king's palace after all, and the hierarchical specifications are also very strict. Naturally, the authority of the superior cannot be taken lightly. The high throne platform in front of Gervais is exactly the same as the one in the palace, with the same 12 steps. When Gervais stood still in front of the steps, Ike and others immediately dispersed around and defended the high platform. Although these few people are not titled knights, they are very impressive, and they immediately highlight the majesty of the throne. Gervais only paused for a moment. When Ike and others dispersed and stood still, they immediately raised their steps and stepped onto the high platform step by step. Alice had already let go of Gervais's arm at this moment. After Gervais walked up the 2 steps, Alice followed him up gracefully. Gervais is crowned king, so Alice is the well-deserved queen and is naturally qualified to go up. And Alice is not only qualified to go to the high platform, but after Gervais's coronation, Alice also needs to complete the coronation here and become the legitimate queen.
The coronation ceremony officially begins.
As loud shouts came out, an attendant immediately walked out of the side of the hall. The attendant carefully carried a tray to the high platform, then bent at 90 degrees, and stood in front of Gervais holding the tray high. Gervais did not pick up the crown or scepter impatiently, but carefully scanned the expressions of the people below. At this time, the Lord of the North looked at him with a smile, obviously very supportive of Gervais being crowned king. The Lord of the North was the closest to the battle that day, other than Pope Longfellow, and he was the only one who could personally feel the terror of Gervais. In addition to the Lord of the North, the remaining 3 earls of the Principality of Jean also watched all this with smiles, and they had no objections. It was expected that such a strong man would be crowned king and lead them against the church at this difficult time. The crowning of Gervais as king represents the control of power, but he is also responsible for protecting his vassals and subordinates. At this moment, Hayden and his two earls were also standing on the side of the hall, watching this scene with the same interest. At this point, after scanning everyone, Gervais finally withdrew his gaze and focused on the tray in front of him.
Crowned as king?
Gervais muttered something silently in his mind, with mixed emotions, including excitement, expectation, and some unreal feelings. In such complicated thoughts, Gervais reached out and picked up the crown on the tray, and then put the crown on his head. After putting on the crown, Gervais reached out again and picked up the scepter symbolizing authority from the tray.
Meet His Majesty the King! Meet His Majesty the King!
Chapter 484 You Are My Queen. Lord Earl. Seeing the nobles of all sizes in the main hall bending down to salute neatly and shouting, Your Majesty, in their mouths, Gervais had an unreal feeling as if he was in another world.
Am I really crowned king?
This was something Gervais had never thought about before, and he had not felt such a strong feeling before the coronation. Fortunately, Gervais had the experience of Mr. Seignior, and he recovered after just a moment of trance. Gervais turned around and sat on the king's throne.
Oh! This throne is not as easy to sit on as I imagined. The throne is too wide, and you can't even lean on the back of the chair.
This was Gervais's first feeling when he sat on the king's throne. But he didn't have much time to complain at the moment. He just muttered for a moment, and then retracted his thoughts, looking at the large and small nobles below.
His Majesty Lawrence's decision was sudden. I didn't expect that I would be the heir to the throne. But since everyone agrees that I have the ability to sit on this throne, I will no longer refuse. I swear to the God of glory here that I will definitely lead everyone to smash the church's conspiracy and regain our homeland.
After sitting down, Gervais immediately made his coronation declaration. There is no long speech, but instead it focuses on the key points and goes straight to the point. Gervais knew why the following nobles, big and small, supported him on the throne. After saying that, seeing that the nobles and nobles below did not make a sound, Gervais still had one thing in mind, and immediately signaled to a servant below with his eyes. This servant also carried a tray. After receiving Gervais's signal, he immediately saluted respectfully, then walked out of the crowd and walked towards the high platform. The servant came to Gervais with the tray, because Gervais was sitting on the throne at this time. In order to maintain respect, the servant knelt down in front of Gervais. The servant then raised the tray in his hand and placed it in front of Gervais. There is also an exquisite crown on this tray, but the size of this crown is very small, and the whole body is mainly silver. It is the queen's crown. Gervais did not hesitate, reached out and picked up the crown from the tray, and then looked at Alice, who was still standing aside. After Alice noticed Gervais' gaze, her pretty face blushed a little. Finally, she slightly pursed her red lips and walked to Gervais and knelt down. If someone else becomes the queen, she must kneel down to accept the king's coronation. However, in addition to the title of queen, Alice is also the Earl of the Principality of Jean, so she only needs to half kneel to accept the coronation. In fact, after Gervais learned about this, he wanted Alice to stop having to kneel down. Unfortunately, as the heir to the Earl, Alice was very particular about etiquette in this area and rejected Gervais's idea.
From now on, you are my queen, Count Alice.
Gervais put the small and exquisite crown on Alice's head, and then teased his cheap wife with inaudible words. When Alice heard Gervais's words, she immediately stood up with a slight blush, saluted Gervais again, then glanced at Gervais unhappily from an angle that could not be seen from the audience, and then sat down. He sat in the queen's special seat next to Gervais. Since then, Gervais's coronation ceremony was finally completed, and from this moment on, he became the new king of the Principality of Zion. After the coronation was completed, the nobles in the hall did not disperse, and each one walked out of the crowd to swear allegiance to Gervais. Even the Lord of the North was no exception. Currently, among the only 4 remaining earls in the Principality of Jean, apart from the Jones family and the Welton family of the Lord of the North, the remaining 2 are the Elvo family and the Stanley family. These 2 earl families were ranked middle and lower among the original 8 earls in terms of strength. This time they would rather fight to the end than surrender to the church, so they were lucky enough to survive. Speaking of which, the Elver family and Gervais also have some intersections. It is the family of Boris, who lost the purple elf to Gervais in Winterfell. Several earl families swore allegiance to Gervais, followed by some of the original king's direct vassals and subordinates. For example, Grand Commander Xena leads these legion generals. After Xena and the others have finished swearing allegiance, today's coronation ceremony has come to an end. Just when Gervais was about to let everyone disperse to attend the coronation ceremony banquet, Hayden, who had been silent, suddenly walked out of the crowd.
King Gervais, I have something to say.
Hayden stood under the high platform, saluted Gervais, and then said loudly,
Oh, King Hayden, if you have anything to do, you can just say it.
Gervais was a little surprised, but seeing that Hayden didn't look like he wanted to disturb the coronation ceremony, he simply asked him to speak out.
King Gervais, I, Hayden Harold, want to join the Principality of Zion and swear allegiance to you.
Wow! In an instant, the entire hall was boiling. Hayden is actually ready to choose allegiance to Gervais. You know he is a king. Hayden's words exceeded everyone's expectations, including Gervais.
King Hayden, you are the king of the Principality of Alban. Why do you choose to be loyal to me?
Gervais asked curiously.
Your Majesty Gervais, now that the Principality of Alban has fallen under the iron heel of the Church, my title of king has ceased to exist in name only. And now if we want to defeat the Church, you are our strongest support. Therefore, I hope to assist you in crushing the Church's conspiracy and avenging all the dead warriors of our Alban Principality.
In fact, this was a decision that Hayden made after thinking about it for a long time. Now that the Principality of Alban has been destroyed, his king exists in name only. Now, staying in the City of Glory and being dependent on others, it is better to become a true person of your own. That way, he would not be jealous of the nobles of the Principality of Jean, and he could truly integrate himself with the Principality of Jean to deal with the Church. In addition, the most important thing is that the king of the Principality of Jean is no longer Lawrence, but has become Gervais. Gervais had no serious enmity with the aristocratic principalities of the Principality of Alban. Gervais himself was a peerless strongman who could compete with the Pope. There was nothing wrong with him. Hayden, choosing to be loyal to Gervais. What's more, if one day they really defeat the Church and regain the entire continent, will Hayden still have a chance to regain his country? Obviously. With a strong man like Gervais, there is no possibility at all. Hayden can see this clearly. Therefore, instead of surrendering at that time, it is better to become Gervais's help now, while his wings are still young, and the rewards he will get in the future will definitely not be small. Hayden's answer was quite satisfactory, but Gervais also roughly guessed Hayden's thoughts. Since this was the case, he certainly had no reason to turn him away. The two principalities now only have 2 Golden Peak Knights, the Lord of the North and Hayden. Therefore, if Hayden is willing to be loyal to him, Gervais will have the only 2 Golden Peak Knights left in the Principality, and they are both relatively reliable, so his position as king can be more secure. At the same time, the integration of the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban means that the internal hidden dangers of the 2 principalities are truly eliminated. Such a good thing Gervais must not miss.
Very good, Sir Hayden Harold. I accept your request.
Gervais immediately stood up with a smile, showing respect for Hayden, the former king. Afterwards, Hayden swore allegiance to Gervais in public, in order to express his appeasement to Hayden and his subordinates. Gervais canonized Hayden as the Earl of the Principality of Jean on the spot, and also granted the territory of a traitor to the Earl of the Principality of Jean's family to Hayden. Gervais was naturally reluctant to grant the fiefdoms of Avery and Seignior to Hayden. After all, these 2 families were originally the most powerful count families in the Principality of Jean, and they were 2 big fat men. As for whether this will wrong Hayden, as long as the Church is really eliminated, will he still worry about not having land? When Hayden heard that Gervais had directly consecrated a county to him, he laughed from ear to ear on the spot. At the very least, this was Gervais's sincerity to him, and it was also the basis for the survival of the remaining power of the Principality of Alban. A noble without a territory is worthless, but a seigneur with a territory can be passed down from generation to generation, even if it is in a remote rural area, and has unlimited hope. Chapter 485 Damage Immunity Kiwi Fruit. In this way, Gervais's coronation ceremony came to a successful conclusion. What follows is a grand banquet. The nobles of the 2 principalities were all tense during this period and had no time to relax. This banquet gave them a good opportunity, and everyone indulged themselves. As the protagonist tonight, Gervais once again danced with Alice in public. After the song was completed, Gervais left the banquet hall. Since King Lawrence had given him such a huge benefit, Gervais would pay homage to him no matter what. A few days ago, due to physical reasons and preparations for the coronation, Gervais did not come to pay homage to Lawrence. Accompanied by Alice and the Lord of the North, Gervais came to a hillside behind the palace, where King Lawrence was buried. This was King Lawrence's own intention. He did not want to return to the royal capital, but wanted to watch the church be defeated in the City of Glory, and watch how the Principality of Jin unified the entire continent. Because of the rush of time, Lawrence's mausoleum was not considered luxurious. It only made a statue of Lawrence riding a horse, and killed it using pure white marble. And there were no other decorations. Gervais placed the flowers under the statue and mourned silently for a few seconds before the memorial ceremony was completed. It is also worth mentioning that in addition to the eldest prince and second prince, Lawrence actually has other heirs. Lawrence had a total of 4 children, but the other 2 were women. The older of the 2 princesses is already married to the heir to the title of the Stanley family. The younger one is only 6 or 7 years old and is led by the queen in the palace. Before Lawrence died, he also asked the Lord of the North to send a private message to Gervais, hoping that after Gervais ascends the throne, he can bestow a viscount title on his youngest daughter, and then grant the corresponding fiefdom to ensure that the blood of the Jean family can continue. Of course, Gervais would satisfy Lawrence. And in order to repay Lawrence for passing the throne to him, Gervais planned to confer not only the title of Viscount to his youngest daughter, but the title of Earl. However, now that Lawrence's youngest daughter and the Queen are far away in the capital, Gervais naturally cannot be canonized. So they can only complete the canonization after a while, when they come from the capital to pay homage to Lawrence. After paying homage to Lawrence, Gervais returned to the palace manor without stopping. Now that he has just completed his coronation, he is still confused about various things in the principality. Fortunately, his cheap wife has rich experience in handling government affairs. Fortunately, Gervais left the ordinary government affairs to her for the time being, while he focused on military matters. At this time, there were several registers placed on Gervais' desk. These registers are all the forces of the 2 principalities currently in the City of Glory. When Gervais opened the register and looked through it carefully, what he saw was simply shocking. The Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban originally had a total of 120,000 troops during the duel. However, due to the pursuit of the Principality of Xisus and the Church, the army that finally returned safely to the City of Glory only had less than 16,000 troops. All the remaining soldiers either died in battle or were left in the Duchy of Alban because they could not escape the Church's pursuit without horses. Originally, Gervais was just a little viscount. Although he knew that many soldiers would give up or die in this escape, he did not expect that there would be so many. 100,000 people. There are only so many people in the entire Winterfell. But one thing is a blessing among misfortunes. That is, among the team that fled back to the City of Glory. Excluding the thousands of vassal troops, there were 11,000 people who were the most elite soldiers of the 2 principalities. Among them, there are about 4,000 elite cavalry in total, and about 7,000 infantry. This also allows Gervais and the others to temporarily rely on the City of Glory for defense. However, it is definitely not enough to deal with the Church with these troops. The Church not only has many golden knights, but also many magicians. The most important thing is the Pope himself. Gervais, the new king who dominated the battlefield with his black kiwi fruit, has now fallen back to his original form. Although people from the 2 principalities believe that as long as there was a battle, Gervais would be able to show his invincible demeanor as the god of war. But my family knows my own affairs. If I meet Pope Longfellow again now, he will crush me to death with just a few fingers. No! We have to find a way! The more Gervais thought about it, the more uneasy he became. And suddenly he thought of the system. By the way, I have just been crowned king, and the rewards from the system have arrived. There is an additional reward to get a chance to draw a lottery. He took action as soon as he thought of it. Gervais was not prepared to keep the lottery opportunity, so he directly opened the system panel. I saw that the energy point value in the panel at this moment has increased from the original 35 points to 45 points. The next 10 points are the rewards for completing the task. Gervais ignored the joy and moved his gaze directly to the right. He wanted to see if he could draw another kiwi fruit with incredible effects. The big cheating carousel! Activate! With a thought from Gervais, the lottery opportunity awarded by the system was used by Gervais without hesitation. He didn't ask for help from the glory boss like before, nor did he criticize the cheating system, because through so many experiences, Gervais already knows that his cheating system is completely soft and hard, and talking to it is a waste of time. Soon, under Gervais's unblinking gaze, the pointer of the rotten dial finally slowed down, and finally stopped on the icon of a black kiwi fruit. Gervais was not too disappointed with this, because he had already tasted some sweetness from the black kiwi fruit. Although black kiwi fruit has no permanent effect, the effects after eating it are incredible. Gervais eagerly looked toward the top of the panel to check the efficacy of this black kiwi fruit.
Black kiwi fruit. This is a powerful damage immunity kiwi fruit. After eating it, you will be immune to any damage suffered within an hour. Note, the saving throw damage will decrease with the passage of time. From the moment the saving throw damage takes effect, the effectiveness of the saving throw will be weakened by 1% every minute until the effectiveness of the black kiwi fruit ends. Holy crap! You're so stupid at breaking this system. The effectiveness of this immunity will also be weakened.
This damage-immune kiwi fruit can be called an invincible fruit. According to Gervais, this lottery is not a loss, but a big profit. Just after seeing the note, Gervais couldn't help but curse. The effect will weaken over time, which means that the real invincibility time after taking it is only 1 minute. After 1 minute, the effect will be reduced by 1%. After an hour, only 40% of the effect remains.
Oh, just 1 minute. Maybe it can really save your life in an emergency.
In the end, Gervais sighed helplessly. Although the effect would be weakened, at least he would be invincible for the minute it took effect. This was also an extra life-saving trump card. After reading the registration book in the manor study, Gervais rubbed his head and walked out of the study and came to the balcony. After becoming the king, it meant that the burden of confronting the church fell on him. However, in the current situation, the Pope's personal strength was too strong, and the black kiwi fruit that increased his strength by 50 times has been used up. It will be extremely difficult to fight against the church next. When Gervais walked outside the balcony, he realized that it was already dark. But that was just what Gervais wanted. To blow in the cool night breeze, to relax his mind and body. But just as Gervais was enjoying the cool breeze, he suddenly discovered a figure in the dark night in the distance, hiding in a corner of the garden and crying. If he hadn't been standing on the balcony, it would have been impossible to discover her existence.
Caroline?
Gervais could vaguely tell from the fiery red hair that the crying person was Caroline. So Gervais quickly ran down the manor and rushed over there. Chapter 486. The scumbag is gone.
Gervais, you bastard. Gervais, you heartless man. Let you be Alice's queen. I'll trample you to death. I'll trample you to death.
As soon as Gervais arrived near where Caroline was, he heard Caroline's crying voice. While scolding, Caroline broke off the flowers beside her, put them on the ground and trampled them hard. After stepping on it a few times, Caroline felt that she was still not relieved, and the exquisite soles of her feet crushed it hard. When the flowers had been crushed to pieces, Caroline stepped into the next round of scolding Gervais.
Cough! Cough!
Seeing that Caroline was about to enter the next round of scolding him, Gervais was no longer ready to eavesdrop in hiding. He already knew the reason for Caroline's crying. So he took 2 steps forward and came to her. There were 2 low coughs behind him.
Ah!
Caroline was concentrating on cursing Gervais when she suddenly heard a familiar dry cough coming from behind her. She immediately exclaimed and stood up from the ground.
Gervais, why are you here?
Caroline quickly wiped the tears from her eyes without leaving a trace, then turned around and looked at Gervais calmly.
Me! When I was reading in the study, I heard a meowing sound coming from the garden. So I ran over. I didn't expect it was you. A kitten. Meowing here.
Looking at Caroline, whose eyes were red from crying, Gervais felt very distressed. However, Caroline obviously has a lot of resentment towards herself. So if she wants to comfort Caroline, she still needs to extinguish her resentment first.
Gervais, you bastard. You are the cat. I will never pay attention to you again.
Sure enough, in the next moment, Caroline was like a cat with exploded fur, gnashing her teeth, turning her head, and turning her back to Gervais. She felt wronged here for a long time and cried for a long time. But when Gervais saw it, he laughed at her heartlessly, which made Caroline really sad. After turning around, Caroline's crystal tears flowed from her eyes again.
Your Majesty, why are you here so late? Don't hinder me from admiring the flowers.
Now, Caroline even changed her name to Gervais.
Viewing flowers. Right. Let's see if this flower is beautiful.
Seeing Caroline looking like this, Gervais smiled, and then suddenly stretched out his hands from behind Caroline to hold her in his arms, and then took out a beautiful ring in his hand. There is no such thing as a wedding ring in this world. But Gervais knew that Caroline would definitely feel emotional if he brought the queen's crown to Alice. So a few days ago, I found someone to make a beautiful ring. This ring was designed by Gervais himself. There is a small blooming flower on the ring, and in the middle of the flower is a precious gemstone. Although this thing is not worth a lot of money to a big noble, Gervais knows that if you want to coax a woman, giving a gift is the best way. Besides money, What women care about most is their thoughts and attitude. Sure enough, Caroline's tears stopped the next moment, and she stared at the ring in Gervais' hand. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful ring. At this time, most of the anger in Caroline's heart disappeared in an instant. But she didn't want to be coaxed by Gervais like this. So she paused and deliberately began to struggle. And he said,
"Why are you holding me? Let me go! I don't care about your things."
Although Gervais and his wife have never been in love a few times combined, they have read a lot about the 36 strategies for picking up girls and secret techniques for pursuing girls on the internet. Knowing what Caroline was thinking at this moment, instead of letting go, she directly forced Caroline to face him. Then he kissed Caroline before she could react. Woo! Caroline let out a low cry and then was speechless. Gervais had always believed that the strategies for picking up girls on the internet were completely made up to deceive people. But it wasn't until I came to this world that I realized that the 36 strategies for picking up girls is indeed useful. But the premise is that you must be rich, powerful, or handsome. Otherwise, even if I give you the 108 strategies for picking up girls, it will be in vain. And now Gervais can be said to be all three in one. So just a few minutes later, Caroline blushed and leaned on Gervais' shoulder and became extremely submissive.
"Come on, Caroline. I'll bring it to you."
Sitting on the lawn, Gervais took Caroline's delicate jade-like hand and put the ring on.
"It's beautiful. Thank you, Gervais."
Caroline looked at the ring in her hand. Her previous little emotion had completely dissipated, and she had a happy smile on her face.
"No need to thank me. Your happiness is my greatest happiness. Promise me not to cry secretly like this again. If you have any grievances, you can come to me directly."
Gervais also smiled and spoke softly.
"Women in this world are so easy to satisfy. Even a scheming woman like Caroline is so easy to coax."
Seeing Caroline smile, Gervais was deeply moved. If he had been in a previous life, let alone Caroline's status, even an ordinary girl would not have been able to fool Gervais so easily. It can only be said that the status of women in this world is not high. So men basically don't need to care too much about each other's feelings. And someone as well informed as Gervais can make women in this world feel considerate and caring with just half of his previous life skills.
"That's right. Now we are also a king. Let's see if we can change the laws on marriage after the church is crushed."
This idea floated through Gervais' mind for no reason. But Gervais was not sure whether Alice would blow him up by then. For now, he just dared to think about it.
"I know. Gervais."
Gervais' caring words were really devastating to Caroline. And Caroline obediently leaned on Gervais' shoulder. After a pause, Caroline was worried that her performance today would make Gervais feel resentful. So she added,
"Gervais, I know you are also in a dilemma. I didn't expect this at first. But when I saw you putting on the queen's crown for Alice, I couldn't help it for a moment. But don't worry. I promise I won't do it again. I won't make it difficult for you in front of Alice."
After hearing these words from Caroline, Gervais' heart trembled, wondering if he had become the ultimate scumbag. An outstanding woman like Caroline actually puts herself in the most humble position.
"Caroline, believe me, I will definitely find a way in the future."
Moved, Gervais solemnly gave Caroline a guarantee. Then Gervais held Caroline's fair cheeks with both hands and kissed her deeply. The day after he was crowned king, Gervais got up early. Yesterday was a coronation ceremony followed by a banquet, so Gervais did not arrange any government affairs. But today is different. Gervais needs to hold his first meeting after becoming king. There is a powerful enemy at hand. If he doesn't seize the time and actively deal with it, he will probably not be able to be king for a few more days. When the time comes when the church's attack cannot be defended, it is estimated that Gervais will be the first to be sacrificed by the church.
"I have met His Majesty. I have met His Majesty."
When Gervais arrived at the meeting hall, the 5 earls of the Principality of Jean and the commanders of the legions had already arrived. After seeing Gervais, they all stood up and saluted respectfully.
"Sit down."
Gervais took the main seat and nodded to everyone. Chapter 487, The First Meeting.
"Today is the first meeting since I was crowned king. Our main discussion this time is how to fight against the church's attack next."
After the earls and legion commanders below were all seated, Gervais looked at everyone and spoke slowly.
"According to the intelligence the Rangers have been investigating these days, the church will launch a general attack on us soon."
After Gervais finished speaking, the earls below had no intention of speaking, because they all knew about these situations a few days ago. So, Gervais paused and continued.
"And this morning I got some bad news. The church was originally very powerful, and now they have included those captured soldiers into the army. There are at least 50,000 captured soldiers from the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban, which means that in the near future, we will need to face at least 70,000 troops from the church. Your Majesty, is this news reliable?
At this time, the people below were no longer calm. This was very bad news for them. The church's strength was originally too much for them to withstand. But now that abandoned soldiers have been included in the team, their pressure is several times greater than before.
The news is absolutely reliable. I have sent 5 waves of rangers to investigate, and the results of the investigations are the same. The church has gathered those prisoners and started building siege engines and trebuchets with the help of the prisoners.
Gervais gave them a definite answer. All the earls below were lost in thought. Now the City of Glory is their last barrier. If the church cannot be kept out of the City of Glory, the entire continent will fall into the hands of the church.
Your Majesty, we now have a total of 20,000 troops in the City of Glory. Although the supplies are sufficient, the strength of the church is very strong. I think we should gather soldiers and horses from the territory again to come to the City of Glory.
At this time, the Earl of the Seignior family took the lead in making the suggestion. No one wants to be the puppet of the church. Not to mention that they can no longer be accepted by the church. So no one wants to be attacked by the church at this time.
Although this is the best way at present, there is one thing I think you need to pay attention to. Winter is coming in more than a month. We need to defend the City of Glory. But the orcs in the same territory also need to be on guard. And I can tell you clearly that the emergence of orcs is inseparable from the church. I am very worried that not only will the number of orcs this time be greater than before, but the time may also be earlier.
Sitting on the main seat, Gervais could see the worried expressions of all the earls. At this moment, he also expressed what he was most worried about. Although many nobles had suspicions before, no one dared to truly conclude that the orcs were the church's conspiracy. But Gervais was certain. Although the large army of the church was blocked by the City of Glory, there must still be many hidden spies of the church in the Principality of Jean. Although there had been a search for church personnel in the Principality of Jean a few days ago, most of them only captured some ordinary priests. Some spies with title strength or secrets have been lurking for a long time. Gervais was very worried that these people would cooperate with the church's large forces and open the portal in advance to allow the orcs to arrive. The news about Gervais made all the earls change their expressions. Facing the church army was already difficult enough. If chaos breaks out again in the rear, the Principality of Jean may really be like a small boat in a storm, and may be crushed at any time.
Your Majesty, what should we do now?
All the earls stared at Gervais intently, expecting Gervais to come up with a strategy to deal with it. Since Gervais had thought of this, they guessed that Gervais must have thought of a countermeasure.
We have lost so many soldiers in the Principality of Alban now. There is a serious shortage of troops in the Principality. Therefore, not only can we not draw people from the territory, but we also have to ask them to strengthen their defenses. Now we will move into the defenses we used during the cold winter. Fortifications. Your Majesty, just by doing this many of the people will need to evacuate in advance. Even if we evacuate, there is no way. If the orcs appear, it will be us who will lose. So I hope that you several count families can take the initiative to distribute some food to appease the serfs who are forced to evacuate. Yes, Your Majesty.
Having said that, no one dared to refute Gervais's words. After all, this was Gervais's first decision after he was crowned king. Gervais wanted to take this opportunity to collect more mithril, and forging cannons was the best excuse. They have put in so much effort and still have to provide gunpowder. So these earls can't do nothing.
Your Majesty, there is a mithril mine in my earldom, and it is already being mined. I will send a message back later and ask them to send over the refined mithril. There should be more than 100 grams.
The Lord of the North spoke first. Gervais became king, which was definitely a good thing for the Welton family. So he was very supportive of Gervais. It's just that the content of the Welton family's mithril ore is very low, and it may not be possible to extract 100 grams in a month. So this is already the limit given by the Lord of the North. This is because mithril was not taken away last month, and the Welton family seized it from the church.
Your Majesty, although our Elvo family does not have mithril mines in the earldom, we have collected some in the past. We are willing to contribute 30 grams of mithril. I'm Stanny.
With the Lord of the North taking the lead, several other earls also expressed their opinions. Although some families did not have mithril mines, they also took out the family's treasures. Next, Gervais discussed again with several earls about how to train soldiers and strengthen fortifications. His first meeting ended. Chapter 488 Thieves' Cell. This time to resist the church invasion, Gervais prepared to suppress it with cannon and muskets. Blacksmith Bernard is already on his way to the City of Glory. As soon as he arrives, he can start forging a large number of cannons and muskets with the original blacksmiths of the City of Glory. As for the saltpeter ore, Gervais also asked them to bring Wally over and exchange it for a blue kiwi fruit. Then Wally can become an elf. The space will be expanded tenfold, and the saltpeter ore can be restored again. Increase. While Gervais was working intensively to deal with the church, Pope Longfellow was also convening a meeting to arrange an attack on the City of Glory. Although Longfellow is still injured today, he can already move freely. After a while, when the injury is completely healed, it will be time for them to launch a general attack on the Principality of Jean.
Bishop Ferdinand, tell me about the developments in the two principalities these days.
Longfellow himself knew very well about the movements of the Principality of Jean, but other members of the church had no way of knowing it. So he first asked Ferdinand, the bishop who specialized in intelligence work, to explain it to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Of course Ferdinand had no objection. He responded respectfully to the Pope, and then said to everyone,
according to the latest news, King Lawrence of the Principality of Zion died of his injuries the day after he returned to the City of Glory. Now the king of the Principality of Zion is the White Flag Knight named Gervais. Also, King Hayden of the Principality of Alban expressed his allegiance to the new king and became a vassal count of the Principality of Jean. Currently, the Principality of Zion has more than 20,000 soldiers in the City of Glory, most of whom are elite soldiers, and they are reinforcing the defense of the City of Glory. In addition, they are also stepping up the forging of two weapons, called small steel cannons and muskets. Although these two weapons do little damage to the title knights, they do considerable damage to ordinary soldiers. The soldiers we captured have all seen its power. These are the news that the spies have brought from the City of Glory.
After speaking, Ferdinand nodded to Pope Longfellow before sitting down again. After listening to Ferdinand's words, the people below did not whisper to each other, because the church is not a principality with an aristocratic system. The hierarchical system here is more strict. At this moment, the Pope is present, and no one dares to say much when they are not allowed to discuss. Even if they were really allowed to discuss it, the final decision on the matter would only be in the hands of Pope Longfellow.
Now everyone knows the situation in the Principality of Zion. Those pagans are not willing to be enveloped by divine grace. So we need to completely wipe them off this island and make this island a place for us to welcome the arrival of new gods. Although the Principality of Zion has a White Flag Knight as its king, I have already come up with countermeasures, so you don't have to worry.
White Flag Knight. Even in the Holy Continent, it is an existence that cannot be underestimated. Now that such a White Flag Knight appeared on this isolated island overseas and seriously injured himself, Longfellow knew that this would bring considerable pressure to his subordinates. Therefore, he directly made a guarantee at this meeting to allow his subordinates to work with peace of mind. As for how to deal with Gervais, Longfellow would naturally not tell them for the sake of confidentiality.
Ferdinand.
After speaking, Pope Longfellow turned his attention to Ferdinand again.
Sir, my subordinate is here. News has come from the temple, and the orcs have negotiated and promised to send troops early this year. So you pass the news to the Principality of Zion and order them to start taking action. Yes, sir. I will order them to activate the teleportation array later.
Ferdinand immediately agreed. But secretly, the sudden appearance of the White Flag Knight really made the temple's senior officials anxious. Although the orcs cooperate with the temple, in previous years the orcs would only go out during the winter and come here through the portal, because the orcs need to plunder the human territory of the Holy Continent every autumn. The orcs are naturally unwilling to send cannon fodder here at this time. Only when winter comes, the orcs will begin to eliminate the best due to lack of food. They will drive the weaker races here to plunder and let them fend for themselves. They will not be allowed to return until the next spring. At that time, not only have the weak been eliminated, but the remaining orcs can return to the Holy Continent to work as coolies, farming and hunting as slaves for other powerful orc races. If the orcs can agree to let these orcs cooperate with the temple operations this autumn, it will definitely cost a lot.
Conan, His Majesty the Pope, the villain is here. Those captured soldiers will be managed by your Principality of Cases from now on. You must let them make enough siege equipment as soon as possible. Yes, your Majesty the Pope.
Conan, the king of the Principality of Zisus, completely lost his prestige in front of the Pope, as if he was really a humble servant.
Very good. Then you can go out first.
Now that the Church and the Principality of Jean have started a war openly, this time it is a collision of strength, with one side attacking and the other defending. And Longfellow has nothing else to explain to these people.
Zell, Stay. Yes. Sir. Yes. Your Majesty.
Soon, everyone in the council hall retreated, except for the man named by Pope Longfellow. This man named Zell is about 30 years old. He has a plain appearance and is inconspicuous anywhere. Moreover, there are no traces of cultivation on his body. He is no different from ordinary people. In addition, he does not have a staff in his hand, indicating that he is not a magician.
Zell, the task of solving the Gervais this time is left to you. Sir, has the teleportation scroll been delivered?
Zell asked. Zell is a thief, and a very good one at that. Although there is no fighting spirit in him, his real strength is actually that of a silver knight. The reason why he cannot see his cultivation is just because he has practiced special secret skills of thieves.
Yes, the messenger has sent the teleportation scroll. Sir, please rest assured. Now that we have the teleportation scroll, my subordinates will definitely make that Gervais disappear forever. Well, I'm very relieved that you're doing something good. You did a good job last time with the Jones family's Earl Odell matter.
Pope Longfellow nodded and said with approval. Obviously, he valued this subordinate named Zell very much.
I don't dare to take credit. This is all because the temple gave me the teleportation scroll. Otherwise, with my subordinate's strength, if I really assassinate the White Flag Knight, there is only half a chance of success. Ha ha! Zell, you are still young. Only 30 years old now. Although the teleportation scroll is also very precious.
In comparison, you are what the temple needs most. Thank you for your attention. Sir, my subordinates will swear allegiance to the temple and welcome the arrival of the new god.
After hearing Pope Longfellow's words, Zell was immediately filled with gratitude and excitedly shouted the words of allegiance.
Well, then go and prepare first. I will have someone deliver the teleportation scroll to you. And the date to do it will be the night before the battle. The sudden disappearance of their king at that time will definitely catch them off guard. It will reduce our losses when we attack the city.
Yes, sir. Chapter 489, Changes in the Elf Tribe. Boom! 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 Not long after Zell walked out of the conference hall, the door of the hall was knocked again.
Come in.
Pope Longfellow did not raise his head and continued to look down at the various messages from the Holy Continent. It is now difficult for him to know the relevant news about the Holy Continent. He can only know some of the current situation of the Holy Continent through these transcribed envelopes. When the church temporarily gained a foothold on the island, Longfellow was sent by the new temple to take charge of the island and plot to take complete control of it. This seems like a very good job. But those who know the inside story understand that being sent here is a hard job. Here he seems to be inferior to 10,000 people. But it is very difficult to return to the Holy Continent again, because Eurasia is an isolated island offshore, and there are sea tribes in the ocean that are full of malice toward humans. So they all come through the teleportation array when they come. There is a drawback to a low-level teleportation array like this. That is, people who are too strong cannot teleport through this teleportation array. When Longfellow came, his strength was only that of a Golden Peak Knight, and he was only one step away from breaking through. In order to get a chance to break through, he chose to accept the assignment from the temple and came to this island to obtain the potion prepared by the church. It was this potion that allowed him to successfully break through and become a White Flag Knight, who originally had no chance to break through. Then the temple gave him a lot of resources in order to enable him to annex the island faster. After more than 10 years of training, he finally broke through and became a high-level knight of the White Flag. The strength increased, and the time was right to deal with the three principalities. So Longfellow launched a strategy against the three principalities. As long as he takes over this island, the temple will recognize his merits and will give him a teleportation scroll, return to the Holy Continent, and spend more than 10 years in exchange for a breakthrough and become a White Flag Knight. Longfellow can wait for just this moment. As for running away privately, Longfellow never dared to think about it, because before being sent, he had already taken a poisonous potion, which was specially prepared by the temple for those who perform tasks. This is a slow-acting medicine. There will be no problems within 1 to 2 years after taking it. However, if the antidote is not available after 2 years, not only will the strength disappear directly, but in the end you will die in pain. Longfellow had seen many people who defected from the holy religion when he was in the temple. In the end, because he could not bear the pain of the poison, he could only return to the temple wailing and praying for an antidote. So even if the temple sent a teleportation scroll this time, he would not dare to use this teleportation scroll to sneak back to the Holy Continent.
Master Longfellow.
At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in outside the hall door. pulling Longfellow back from his thoughts.
Ambassador Seignior, please sit over here.
After regaining consciousness, Longfellow saw the people coming in, stood up enthusiastically, and began to greet the man in front of him. The highest leader of the new temple is the hall master. There are 12 halls below, and each hall has a hall master. Longfellow's identity in the new temple is that of a hall leader, but his name as hall leader is somewhat unworthy of his name.
And he is the weakest person. It's just that the White Flag Knights can't come to this island for a while. So Longfellow, the new White Flag Knight, is in charge here. Although Ambassador Seignior was just a messenger responsible for delivering orders, he was someone close to the new temple master, which is why Longfellow was so interested in him and wanted to have a good relationship with him.
You're welcome, Master Longfellow. I just came to inform you that the 30 golden knights sent by the temple have arrived. My mission has been completed. I will return to the Holy Continent first. So fast. Why don't Ambassador Seignior stay for 2 more days? No. You also know that the Land of God's Fall is about to open. The Palace Master is very concerned about this matter. So I am very busy during this period and have to deliver news to the Palace Master. Well, I know that the Land of God's Fall is about to open. I just hope to capture this island as soon as possible, and then return to the Holy Continent, hoping to have the opportunity to obtain treasures in the Land of God's Fall. Since Ambassador Seignior is so busy, I won't keep the ambassador any longer. When I completely capture this place and return to the Holy Continent, I will definitely treat Ambassador Seignior to a good drink. Ha ha! Then I wish you all the best. Lord Longfellow, the golden wine you gave me last time was very good. I look forward to starting to produce that kind of golden wine after you take over this place.
Seignior burst out laughing, and did not refuse Longfellow's friendship. And he is indeed looking forward to the golden wine. Longfellow has already said that after breaking through the Principality of Jean, he will definitely have the raw materials and production technology of the golden wine in his hands. I believe that this golden wine is a rare wine even in the Holy Continent.
Thank you, Ambassador Seignior, for your kind words. By the way, Ambassador Seignior, before you leave, I would like to ask if there is any unusual movement among the elves in the Holy Continent.
Just as Seignior was about to turn around and leave, Longfellow suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked.
Elves? This happened several months ago. It seems that the elves suddenly made a big move. Tens of thousands of elves boarded the ship and disappeared. But the elves have never had any contact with us humans, so no one knows what they are going to do. Master Longfellow, why do you ask this?
Seignior recalled, telling what he knew, and then wondered why Longfellow would ask.
Nothing. I just saw this information, so I feel free to ask.
Longfellow's news was brought here by someone himself. And the Holy Continent is very vast. So it is not surprising that there would be a month or two's delay when he received the news. Only messengers like Seignior who travel around can understand all kinds of information about the Holy Continent at the first time.
That's it. The elves have always been at odds with us humans. And since their queen died 200 years ago, all the elves have retreated to the depths of the forest. So no one knows what happened. I guess they discovered it. There must be some treasure or something.
Seignior didn't care, nodded and replied.
Master Longfellow, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Okay, Ambassador Seignior. Walk slowly.
After Seignior walked out of the hall, Longfellow returned to his desk and continued to read the letter.
Maybe we really found a treasure. Ha ha.
The reason Longfellow paid attention to this news was simply because the elves sent out in large numbers, and they went to sea in ships. At this moment, he felt that he was neurotic, and he had to worry about something completely irrelevant. Don't say that the elves don't know the existence of this island. Even if they know, there are no elves on this island. What are they doing here? Capture land? The Holy Continent is vast, and there is plenty of land. Unlike the new temple, the elf clan cannot blatantly establish power in the Holy Continent, so they seek to seize such a wild land. Chapter 490 The Leading Party.
His Majesty! His Majesty!
In the palace of the City of Glory, Gervais walked on a marble-paved road with carefully constructed flower gardens and woods on both sides. The guards on duty quickly saluted and greeted Gervais when they saw him passing by. Gervais did not look back or respond. He walked slowly and calmly while looking ahead. Now that he has become a king, the necessary majesty is still needed. He is no longer the Viscount Seignior who only had 100 subordinates before. There are tens of thousands of people directly under his command in the City of Glory. So he naturally needs to find another way to control his subordinates. Soon, Gervais arrived at the edge of the palace. In a walled manner, This manor is different from other places. The buildings inside are not gorgeous, but they are very solid. And there are obviously many more guards here than in other places. This is where the dungeon inside the palace is located. Gervais is now here to interrogate the Golden Knight, who was captured by him last time.
His Majesty!
When Gervais entered the cold dungeon, several guards responsible for guarding him quickly saluted and greeted him.
Bring the prisoner out. Your Majesty will interrogate him. Yes, Your Majesty. Please wait a moment.
Soon, 2 guards opened one of the cells, and then took out the prisoner with mithril chains on his feet. Gervais looked up and saw that the man's arms had been chopped off, exactly as he had chopped them off outside the City of Glory that day. But after all, this man had the strength of a golden knight, so he wouldn't die from such an injury. Although this place is a dungeon, it has not been used yet, so there is no unpleasant smell. Gervais simply came closer and asked directly,
May I have your name?
I don't know if he didn't hear it, but the man lowered his head and said nothing, and did not answer Gervais's question. Snapped.
Your Majesty is asking you something. Did you hear it?
Without Gervais's orders, the guard standing aside immediately took the thick braid and threw it down hard, immediately beating his back to pieces. The prisoner had taken the poison of the bluebell before being imprisoned, so even ordinary soldiers did not have to fear him.
Barry! My name is Barry. Give me a drink.
Perhaps because of the pain, the man finally had some reaction and said in a hoarse tone,
Give him a bowl of water.
Seeing this man speaking, Gervais put a smile on his face, gave instructions to the guards, and then sat on the chair raised by his subordinates. After Barry finished drinking the water, Gervais cleared away the guards and stayed alone with Barry before continuing to speak.
Barry! Right. Tell me about the Holy Continent. What do you want to hear?
After drinking a bowl of water, the prisoner named Barry finally had a glimmer of hope.
Let's first talk about the levels of the White Flag Knight realm.
Afterwards, Gervais began to ask him for some news about the Holy Continent. Here in Barry, he finally learned that the Golden Knight was not uncommon in the Holy Continent, but the White Flag Knight was the strong one. As for the current situation of the Holy Continent, there are many races on the Holy Continent, and each race occupies its own living area on the Holy Continent. Although humans are the largest in number among these races, they are also the least powerful. On the Holy Continent, humans are not differentiated by country, because they all belong to the same alliance. That is, the Human Alliance. Of course, since it is an alliance, there are many members below, and the spheres of influence of these members are divided by cities. This made Gervais feel a little incredible, and it was not consistent with what he had read in a book before. After continuing to ask, Gervais finally learned from the prisoner named Barry why the current Human Alliance is different from what he had seen in
Brazier Ray's detailed.
According to the description in
Brazier Ray's detailed explanation,
the Holy Continent has more than 300 large and small kingdoms with a population of more than 3 billion. But more than 200 years ago, a great change occurred in the Holy Continent, which resulted in the current situation. There is a magical place in the Holy Continent, and that is the Land of God's Fall. The Land of God's Fall was discovered more than 300 years ago. When the Land of God's Fall was discovered, all the races on the Holy Continent were excited, because it is not only rich in resources, but also has many ancient ruins. Although the environment is relatively dangerous, compared to the endless treasures, such danger is not enough to make people retreat. So the intelligent races throughout the Holy Continent began to explore the place where the gods fell. The Land of God's Fall is vast and boundless. After decades of exploration, people gradually advanced, only to find a light curtain blocking their progress. Of course, people are not willing to stop here. After all, there are endless treasures waiting for them. So every intelligent race tried every means to break through the light curtain and seize more treasures. At that time, humans gathered more than 30 legendary magicians from the entire alliance to jointly launch a forbidden spell to attack the light curtain. It can be said that the full blow of 30 legendary magicians was no weaker than the strike of the gods. So a gap was finally opened in the light curtain. But no one expected that what they opened was not only the entrance to treasure, but also the entrance to H.L. When people poured into the broken light curtain and looted crazily inside, something terrible happened. Tens of thousands of undead creatures came from nowhere, under the leadership of Lich and other leaders. These undead creatures began to attack humans, and came to the Holy Continent through the damaged light curtain. Facing the almost endless undead creatures, the entire continent suffered immediately. Most of the more than 300 kingdoms were wiped out in an instant, and hundreds of millions of humans died. Faced with such a threat, races across the continent united together at that time. In the end, the highest combat power of all races went to the entrance of the light curtain, and 30 legendary magicians from humans also went there at the same time. Finally, all races reasonably arranged an unprecedented seal there, which blocked the gap in the light curtain. However, although the light curtain was blocked again, the highest combat power of all races was also lost. In the end, only 5 of the legendary human magicians survived, and all of them were seriously injured. Although Barry only told a few words about the incident, from the loss of so many top combat forces, Gervais knew that it must be an unimaginably fierce battle. Since then, Gervais finally had a preliminary understanding of the Holy Continent, and similarly, his 3 views have been refreshed again. As for the new temple, they were formed by some people who worship the undead. They were dedicated to welcoming the arrival of the undead, and then finding ways to gain eternal life and gain stronger power. Gervais's understanding of this is that the people in the new temple are preparatory members of the leading party and want to drag the whole world down.
No wonder everyone in the Holy Continent is shouting for a fight. If you want to find a base, you have to come overseas and do it secretly.
When we walked out of the dungeon, it was already dark, although there are still many things that I haven't had time to ask. Gervais is not in a hurry. Since Barry is willing to cooperate, he will keep it closed until the church matter is resolved, and then he can ask more questions. Moreover, Gervais also made up his mind that he would definitely visit the Holy Continent in the future. Chapter 491 Alice's Kiss. Time flies, and it's been more than 10 days. Within these 10 days, the entire City of Glory was busy, and Bernard had already arrived at the City of Glory. Dozens of blacksmiths and hundreds of apprentices from all over the city were summoned to follow Bernard in forging muskets and small steel cannons. Of course, even though the blacksmiths in the City of Glory can basically forge weapons and armor, their craftsmanship cannot be compared with Bernard's. Therefore, the output of artillery and muskets during these 10 days was not high. Only 5 artillery pieces were produced, while more than 50 muskets were produced. Although Gervais was dissatisfied with this speed, there was nothing he could do. He only hoped that Longfellow's attack would be delayed for a few days to give him more preparation time. On this day, Gervais was sitting in his study practicing meditation, when there was a knock on the door.
Come in!
Although the City of Glory has been busy recently, there are naturally several counts to arrange most things. Gervais only needs to occasionally check the progress of muskets and artillery. Even the training in using muskets and artillery was guided by people like Ike. So King Gervais temporarily became relaxed and practiced meditation in the house all day long.
Gervais!
The door was pushed open, and Alice, who was wearing a light blue dress, tall with long blonde hair, and white, straight legs, walked in. When she saw Gervais, Alice was the first to shout, and her voice was clear and sweet.
Alice, why are you here?
Alice has been helping Gervais handle government affairs in the Principality recently, and she usually doesn't see anyone during the day. Of course, it's not that Gervais is lazy, but that Gervais has no experience in this area, and now he still needs to deal with the church. So he can only consider other things after the church's decisive battle.
Gervais, as you expected, there is indeed a group of church spies disguised as a caravan outside the deep dark forest. But those spies are not weak. Your direct guard and my Rose Knights, a total of more than 200 people, did not leave any of them behind. They only killed 5 weaker enemies, and the others ran away.
Alice wore a small queen's crown on her golden hair, which added a lot of embellishments to her beautiful face. After entering the room, Alice was not polite, and sat directly in front of Gervais, on the sofa.
Did they leave anything behind? Stay! They left behind 2 carts of goods when they escaped. There were many objects in those goods with complicated inscriptions. Now those things have been brought to Roseburg.
Alice nodded and replied,
Well, put those things away first. I guess those are the parts that make up the teleportation array.
Although you may not necessarily use it yourself, you can still use it to study and broaden your horizons.
Gervais, although we were able to guard against the wave of church people who appeared in the storm territory, I'm worried that other places won't be as lucky as we are. There's nothing we can do about it. After all our energy now needs to be focused on the City of Glory.
Gervais shook his head.
But fortunately, we have arranged our defenses in advance and evacuated the serfs from those dangerous areas. I believe the troops remaining in the territory should be able to sustain them for a while. And the White Rock City Church team cannot gather there forever. The consumption of tens of thousands of people is huge. I believe they will take action soon. So as long as the war on our side is over, we will have extra supplies. The power is there to deal with those orcs.
Seeing that Alice was full of worries, Gervais could only put away his worries and began to comfort Alice. In fact, he himself was not sure. After all, the church was launching a general attack this time. Will the number and strength of the orcs be the same as in previous years? If the orcs who come are stronger, the situation in the Principality of Jean will be really dangerous. Seeing Gervais's confidence, Alice's worries instantly dissipated. Gervais's miracles gave Alice an inexplicable sense of trust in him.
Here, Alice, these 2 volumes are for you.
Seeing that his cheap wife was in a better mood, Gervais stood up from the desk, came to Alice with 2 brand new books, and handed the books into her hands.
What book?
Alice looked at the 2 brand new books. There were no logos on the covers. They were just 2 ordinary notepads.
You'll know after you open it and take a look.
Gervais smiled slightly and motioned for Alice to open the book. After listening to Gervais's words, Alice opened the book curiously.
Basic meditation is a gift to my beautiful Queen Alice. Gervais, is this a magician's training book?
Alice silently recited the first line of the chapter, and her pretty fair face turned slightly red for a moment. But then she thought of something. Her focus was immediately pulled away, and she looked at Gervais in surprise.
Yes. Didn't you say you wanted to learn magic that day? But you couldn't understand the books I got from the magicians in the church.
So I specially copied a copy so that you can practice by yourself.
Gervais smiled and nodded. When Gervais finished speaking, Alice looked at the neat and clear handwriting in the book, feeling sweet and moved in her heart. Gervais is now a king after all. And at such a critical moment, he deliberately spent so much time copying meditation methods for practicing magic for himself.
Gervais.
Alice carefully closed the book and stood up from the sofa.
What's wrong?
Gervais was right in front of Alice at the moment. After Alice stood up, the distance between the 2 of them was very close. Wave! At this moment, Alice answered Gervais with action. Before Gervais could react, he leaned closer to Gervais, and then gave Gervais a sweet kiss face to face, which happened to be on Gervais's lips. Boom! After Alice kissed Gervais, she immediately blushed with shame and ran out of the room with 2 books in her arms, leaving only a slamming door.
Why is it that women hit me first every time? I'm a real man.
Gervais touched his lips, feeling that Alice's scent was still lingering on the tip of his nose. He only felt the coldness for a moment, and he hadn't had time to taste it yet.
The worst thing about my cheap wife is that she just kisses her and runs away. Why should I reciprocate the favor? Forget it. I'll send the other 2 copies to Caroline first. Hee hee.
Thinking about it, Gervais took out 2 identical books from the desk drawer. Gervais copied a total of 2 copies this time. One for Alice and one for Caroline. As for the others, Gervais was not a good person, so he would not tell them the magician's meditation method. Time flies, and another week flies by.
Your Majesty, the Rangers reported that the church army has already set off. According to estimates, they will be able to reach the outside of the City of Glory before sunset. Okay, let the Rangers continue to monitor.
After saying that, Gervais stood up, and the time for a fight to the death finally arrived. Chapter 492 Assassination. As the news of the church's departure spread, the entire City of Glory fell into an atmosphere of solemnity. The soldiers and the little seigneurs were all expressionless and hurried, because they knew that the number of people coming from the church this time was 2 or 3 times their number. In the conference room of the palace, Gervais once again held a pre-war meeting, and all the counts and legion commanders gathered together.
The church has set off. It will arrive this evening. This time it is a life and death battle between us and the church.
Gervais' face was serious, and he already had the aura of the leader of a country when he sat on the main seat.
Lord of the North, Your Majesty, what are your orders? From now on, you are responsible for patrolling this city again, and you must find out the church's spies hidden in the city. I don't want any accidents to happen in the city during the war. Yes, Your Majesty.
The Lord of the North did not say anything more and responded respectfully. The church has been plotting against the 3 principalities for so many years. So naturally there are many spies in the Principality of Jean. In the past few days, 3 incidents of sabotage by church spies occurred in the City of Glory. One was to set fire to food, and the other 2 were to attack the blacksmith shop where cannons and muskets were forged. Fortunately, because Gervais had already strictly ordered several earls to take more precautions, the losses were reduced. However, there are still some spies in the city at this moment. Gervais is worried that those spies will take the opportunity to cause chaos when the church launches a general attack. So he must let the Lord of the North lead a thorough investigation.
Alice, you will give the order later, and let the soldiers start carrying materials such as rolling stones and wood to the city wall.
Okay, Gervais. Alice also nodded in agreement. Her status as queen was there, and Gervais had also explained it. So she did not need to call Gervais Your Majesty.
Very good. Everyone else should go back and prepare. There will be a fierce battle tomorrow. Let's all disperse.
After the order was issued,
Gervais directly cleared everyone away, and everyone knew that the situation was urgent, and walked out of the hall one after another. After Alice stood up, she looked deeply into Gervais's eyes, her eyes full of tenderness, and then walked out of the hall. After all the earls exited the hall, Gervais picked up the letter on the desk and looked at it. These letters are all letters reporting on attacks by orcs in the principality. Although the strength of the orcs has not increased this year, the number is much greater than in previous years. In just over a week since the appearance of the orcs, they have already broken through 2 lines of defense. Although the situation has not yet reached its most serious stage, the consequences will be disastrous if it drags on for a long time. As for Gervais's own storm territory, because they were lucky enough to seize the spy caravan last time and the teleportation array was captured by them, the storm territory was protected from the orcs' attack. In the evening, just as the rangers reported, the church's army appeared at the end of the horizon. Looking at the army that filled the entire horizon in the distance, Gervais had no expression on his face. He chatted with Hayden and others on the city wall for a few words before returning to the palace. That night, after returning to the manor, Gervais returned to the study after dinner, thinking about various details about the war. After realizing that there was nothing extra to add, he exhaled and the soldiers came to cover up the water and the earth. He prepared whatever he could. Life or death depended on this wave. It was useless to worry about it. So Gervais put aside those things and opened his system panel. Now that the war is about to break out, Gervais plans to draw 2 more prizes to see if he can win any useful kiwi fruits. At this time, the energy value card slot in the system panel displays 35 energy points. There were still 45 points a few days ago, but Gervais spent 10 energy points in exchange for a blue kiwi fruit for Wally, allowing Wally to successfully transform into an elf.
The big cheating turntable. Start.
Gervais did not hesitate, and with a thought, after the system deducted 10 energy points, the cheating wheel began to rotate. As the hand slowly stopped turning, Gervais unsurprisingly obtained a black kiwi fruit again. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Gervais was about to check the efficacy of this black kiwi fruit, there was a knock on the door.
Come in!
Gervais was not in a hurry and temporarily closed the system panel and shouted at the door. He knew that at this time, the only people who could knock on the door without notification were the few people he had told him about, and they must have something serious to do with him.
His Majesty!
When the door was opened by the guard, it was indeed as Gervais thought. It was the person who could be brought in directly without any notification. The person who came was none other than Bernard, the blacksmith. After Bernard entered the room, he immediately knelt down and saluted Gervais respectfully. This made Gervais raise his eyebrows slightly, but he did not stop him, but spoke in a calm tone.
Bernard, you've been working so hard lately. Why do you come to see me so late? Your Majesty, I have been studying the forging of weapons for a while. I have made a new type of weapon, so I specially sent it to Your Majesty for inspection.
After Bernard saluted and stood up, he stood carefully, holding an object wrapped in black cloth in his hand.
Oh, what new weapon?
Gervais became interested immediately, and his tone was a bit expectant.
Your Majesty, this is the weapon. Although it is not as good as your musket, it is no less powerful than muskets and longbows, and it is very convenient to use.
Bernard carefully opened the wrapped black cloth, and an exquisite weapon appeared in front of Gervais. After seeing this thing, Gervais was indeed a little surprised. This turned out to be a crossbow. When he first became Seignior, he also thought about making a crossbow, but later he got a musket, and he was busy making money during that time, so he did not tinker with this murderous weapon. After being stunned for a moment, Gervais asked Bernard with a smile on his face.
Bernard, what kind of weapon is this? How to use it? Your Majesty, this thing is called a crossbow. It can kill enemies from a long distance like a long bow. I have been researching it for a long time and only recently made it. This is the only one I have at the moment. Oh, Bernard, show me quickly. There is such a weapon.
Gervais stood up from the soft chair with a face full of surprise, and said to Bernard impatiently,
Yes, Your Majesty.
Bernard saluted respectfully, and then came to Gervais holding the crossbow in both hands. Gervais took the crossbow in surprise, and began to look at it carefully and caress it. But at this moment, Bernard in front of Gervais had a flash of light in his eyes. His right arm hanging by his side shook invisibly, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Then Bernard's whole body suddenly moved, and the originally hidden fighting spirit exploded to the extreme. There was no loud shouting or loud noise. From holding the dagger to stabbing Gervais in the heart, everything was done very quickly, as if he had practiced hard for thousands of times. At this moment, Gervais was still looking at the crossbow in his hand, unaware of the approaching danger.
Go to H.L. Not only can I complete the mission this time, but I can also save the teleportation scroll. Lord Longfellow will definitely reward me heavily.
Chapter 493 Treasure. In fact, the man in front of Gervais was not Bernard, but the thief Zell. He used a unique method to change his face. He came here today to complete the task assigned to him by Longfellow and make Gervais disappear from this continent forever. The original plan was not for him to kill Gervais himself, but to use the teleportation scroll given to him by the holy cult to make Gervais disappear. However, after Zell entered the room and saw Gervais, he discovered that Gervais now only had the cultivation level of a silver knight. Thinking of Longfellow's injury, Zell had other thoughts. He wondered whether Gervais was also seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. If Gervais is really greatly weakened, then if he can use force to complete the assassination, wouldn't he be able to save a teleportation scroll and give it to Longfellow? That would be a huge favor. He knew that if Longfellow wanted to return to the Holy Continent, he must use the teleportation scroll. Although the temple promised Longfellow that he would be allowed to return as long as he captured the island. The teleportation scroll was very precious, and it would take a long time to get it. If you save this scroll, give it to Longfellow. The more Zell thought about it, the more he felt the risk was worth taking. Although Longfellow is still weak now, he is still the leader of a palace and has made great contributions. And his future development will definitely not be low. And even if he misses this blow, it's not too late to use the teleportation scroll to deal with Gervais. Seeing the dagger in his hand getting closer and closer to Gervais's heart, Zell put on a smile. As long as he kills Gervais, his rise to the top is just around the corner. And he can also claim to be the thief who killed the White Flag Knight in the future. Ding! However, at the next moment, Zell's smile stopped abruptly. He felt his arm shake, and the dagger in his hand hit something hard, and he could no longer advance any further. Zell's pupil shrank, and he quickly looked towards the dagger, only to see a round iron piece under Gervais's clothes.
So, are you disappointed? This is a mithril-forged breast shield, specially prepared for assassins like you.
Gervais had a playful smile on his face. His fighting spirit has not yet recovered, and there are many spies from the church in the city. So Gervais has already asked Bernard to build a mithril breast shield for himself just in case. I didn't expect that I would use it now. And Gervais has long noticed the difference in this Bernard. Although the real Bernard was very respectful to himself, he never knelt down to salute him from beginning to end, including when he came to the palace a few days ago. In the eyes of outsiders, Bernard is just a civilian blacksmith with a low status. But Gervais knew that Bernard had the surname of Hammer, and was also a true nobleman, even though he fled his territory and castle due to persecution by the church. But the status of a noble cannot change the fact. So of course Gervais will not let Bernard kneel down to him. And the same is true for Bernard himself. But this Bernard knelt down as soon as he entered the door. Gervais was already on guard at that time, even though his appearance and tone of voice were perfectly disguised.
You go to H.L.
The attack was thwarted. And when he heard Gervais's words again, Zell was shocked. He pretended to deflect the dagger quickly and wanted to stab him again. But he was about to retreat violently, and then used the teleportation scroll to deal with Gervais. However, just as his feet made a retreating movement, he suddenly saw a red light in front of him, and a big fireball appeared on the palm of Gervais's hand. Facing the fireball so close and feeling the burning sensation, Zell regretted it. He regretted that he was too greedy for success. Boom! Naturally, people's movements are not as fast as their thoughts. Just as Zell was about to pull back, the fireball in Gervais's hand hit his chest. Although Zell's disguise technique was amazing, his strength was only that of the Silver Knight. After being hit in the chest by Gervais's fireball, he let out a scream and was blown away.
Your Majesty? What happened inside?
Such a big movement naturally made the guards and other guards outside realize that something was wrong. They immediately asked eagerly through the door, and if Gervais did not answer immediately, they would rush in without hesitation.
I'm fine.
Seeing the guy who assassinated him lying half dead on the ground, Gervais knew that this man was no longer a threat, so he did not let Ike and others in immediately. Instead, he was prepared to explore the secrets of this person first. This man didn't have any fighting energy fluctuations when he came in, but the moment he attacked him, he burst out with the cultivation of the Silver Knight. This is the same type of secret technique as the secret technique of stealth 2 that I practiced, maybe even the same one. More importantly, Gervais was interested in his ability to disguise himself. Gervais came to Zell, and without saying a word, he stepped on the bones of Zell's 2 palms and broke them. After everything was done, he asked condescendingly,
"Assassin, tell me, what is your name?"
Gervais looked at Zell's face with interest. However, as a backbone of the temple and a thief, Zell naturally has a very strict mouth. After falling to the ground, Gervais crushed his hands and didn't even grunt. So he naturally turned a deaf ear to Gervais's questions.
"He's a tough guy."
Gervais raised his eyebrows. He could see that this Zell was definitely a difficult guy, and there was not much hope of him opening his mouth. However, Gervais still wanted to give it a try. So he paused and continued.
"I saw that you didn't have any fighting energy fluctuations when you first came in. Did you practice the
secret technique of stealth 2? Gervais acted as a doctor to see if the assassin practiced the same secret skills as himself.
"How you know?"
The next moment, Zell's reaction did not disappoint Gervais. When he heard the words,
"Stealth secret skill 2.
Zell, who had been silent at first, looked at Gervais with shock in his eyes.
"Have you met that traitor Baggies? You have to figure out the current situation and who is asking whom."
Gervais didn't know who Baggies was, but he didn't show it on his face.
"Then let me tell you your name first. Maybe I will be kind enough to answer a few questions for you later. My name is Zell, and I am a professional thief. Is Baggies still alive? Let me see him. Apart from me, he is the only one who knows
secret techniques of stealth 2.
Tell me, is Baggies still alive?" Sure enough, he is practicing the same secret skill as me.
When Gervais heard Zell's answer, his thoughts were confirmed, but he was relieved immediately. Secret skills like secret technique of stealth 2 could not have been created in this backward continent. The Hammer family must have gotten it from the one named Baggies.
"I don't know the Baggies you're talking about. And I got
secret techniques of stealth 2
from other places. Are there other volumes of this secret technique of stealth? If you are willing to give it to me,
I can give you a pleasure." Gervais saw him speaking, so he took the opportunity to ask. It's a pity that Zell remained silent again.
"How did you get your disguise skills?"
No matter how Gervais asked Zell later, he never spoke again. Even though Gervais stepped hard on his blackened chest, Zell still didn't say a word.
"Damn it. If you don't tell me, I'll do it myself."
Gervais was not going to delay. He planned to search him first. If nothing was found, he would be captured in the dungeon and cooked up to see how hard his bones could be. Thinking of it, Gervais stretched out his hand to touch Zell's face. When he touched Zell's face, the touch was no different from ordinary skin.
Huh? Did I think wrongly? I really used some special secret technique to change my appearance. Isn't this too scary?
Thinking in his mind, Gervais used great force to rub Zell's face and the edges of his face. With such force, even animal hair would be knocked off by him. But Gervais would naturally not care about Zell. Feelings.
Huh?
Suddenly, after Gervais rubbed it for more than a minute and was about to give up, he suddenly noticed something wrong under Zell's ear. Gervais' eyes widened, and there was a trace of wrinkles there. So Gervais immediately pulled hard, and with a crash, a human skin mask was torn off Zell's face. Only at this moment did Zell reveal his ordinary appearance. This was not over yet. When Gervais withdrew his eyes from Zell's face and put his eyes on his hands, he couldn't help but be surprised. As the mask was torn off Zell's face, it began to change. The mask that was originally the color of his skin gradually became transparent. Just over 10 seconds later, the mask held by Gervais turned into a soft, thin and transparent film.
Nice one!
Although he still didn't know how to use it, after seeing its magical changes, Gervais knew that it was an incredible treasure. Chapter 494: The Magical Mask. Seeing Gervais actually pulling the mask away from his face, Zell's eyes were splitting. This mask was obtained in the land of God's fall, and it is a very magical treasure. Back then, Baggies relied on this mask and his secret stealth skills to steal all over the Holy Continent. It was also because of his reputation as a thief that he was finally valued by the new temple and paid a huge price to absorb him. And Zell was Baggies' nephew. Their hometown was attacked by orcs that year, and the entire family members died in the orcs' plunder. Only he and Baggies survived by luck and depended on each other. After Baggies joined the church, his nephew also joined the new temple. Back then, they were arranged by the church to come to this continent. Baggies relied on his own strength and mass to plot against the king of the Snow Eagle Empire, plunging the entire Eurasian continent into chaos again. Since then, Baggies has become one of the most valued believers in the new temple, and even his nephew has also received many benefits. However, a year later, the relationship between Baggies and the new temple changed. During an outing, Baggies accidentally discovered that the new temple was colluding with the orcs. This made Baggies, who had a blood feud with the orcs, dissatisfied. From that time on, Baggies was no longer loyal to the new temple and was always thinking about escaping from the new temple. Before preparing to escape, Baggies found Zell and wanted to escape with his nephew. But Zell has been brainwashed by the new temple and is reluctant to part with the temple's rich resources. So it's no surprise that Baggies' escape plan was secretly reported by Zell. Since then, Baggies' escape plan failed, and he was hunted down by the new temple. He hid in this continent for many years, and was finally discovered and killed in a place called the Viscount of Mashare. As for the mask that originally belonged to Baggies, of course, it eventually fell into the hands of Zell. Since then, Zell has been reused by the new temple, and the new temple intends to train him to become an outstanding thief like Baggies. Now in his 30s, Zell has become a peak Silver Knight. As long as he completes this mission, he will be rewarded with the church's spiritual energy liquid. When the time comes, he will successfully break through and become a Golden Knight. I just didn't expect that because of underestimating the enemy. I would fall into the hands of Gervais today, and Gervais would also take away his treasure. Seeing Gervais's happy face, Zell's eyes were filled with endless hatred. At this moment, there is a teleportation scroll in his arms. This is a teleportation scroll at a random location. As long as the Gervais is turned on, he will be teleported away from the room, and the person in front of him will die without a burial place. However, before the teleportation scroll was given to him, the temple had already tampered with it. After Gervais was teleported away, he had no chance to come out from the other end. Instead, he would be torn to pieces by the turbulent flow of time and space during the teleportation process, and he would die without a place to die. Doing so can be said to be killing people invisible. Not to mention the White Flag Knights. Even the Black Flag Knights will only end up being shattered into pieces when faced with the turbulence of time and space. But now that the palms of his hands have been disabled, Zell feels that it is completely impossible to take out the scroll and open it under Gervais's eyes. Zell began to think hard. Even if he died, he would drag Gervais to be buried with him. Gervais, this mask was obtained from the land of God's fall. It can make you look like anything. Decades ago, Baggies relied on this mask to assassinate the king of the Snow Eagle Empire. Soon, Zell had figured out a countermeasure, and he lay on the ground and spoke to Gervais with difficulty. However, although you have obtained this mask, if you don't know how to use it, then it is just a transparent film and is of no use. If you want to know the method used, maybe we can make a deal. Oh, what deal? Gervais narrowed his eyes slightly, and Zell's attitude suddenly changed in front of him. Gervais naturally knew what he might have planned. I'll tell you how to use the mask, and you promise to save my life and send me out of the city. Oh, is it that simple? It's that simple. Make a deal. Gervais looked at Zell carefully and agreed without hesitation. He really wanted to know how to use this mask. After all, except for saluting himself, Zell, the assassin pretending to be Bernard, had no flaws. Put this mask on your face and say it silently. After you finish reciting, just imagine how you need to change your appearance. Zell said. Very good. Gervais listened carefully and found nothing strange in Zell's words. And just reciting a mantra, as long as you don't use your mental power, it's no different from speaking normally. After taking a deep look at Zell, Gervais took the transparent mask to the side of the copper vat, and then rubbed the mask with the water in it. After cleaning the transparent mask, Gervais put it directly on his face without hesitation. After putting on the mask, Gervais began to silently recite the mantra that Zell said. However, during this period, Gervais's eyes remained on Zell. As long as Zell made any change, he would immediately release the fireball technique and send Zell on his way. However, what happened next was beyond Gervais's expectations. The moment Gervais finished reciting the mantra silently, his whole body froze. It was not that Gervais encountered any danger, but that his consciousness was forcibly pulled into the mask. This was a wonderful experience. Gervais's eyes still stayed on Zell. but his body could not move. Gervais was not excited by this wonderful experience, but secretly thought bad about it.
It's still careless,
Gervais secretly said.
Ha ha! How surprising! When using this mask, as long as the consciousness is pulled in, no matter whether you want to change your face or not, you can only exit after 10 seconds at the fastest.
Zell's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely crazy. Under Gervais' gaze, he began to move to his chest with his hands that had been crushed by Gervais. Soon, he held out a dark purple scroll with complex inscriptions on its surface. Zell then held the scroll up to his mouth with difficulty, opened his mouth, and bit the opening mechanism of the scroll. Snap! As Zell chewed the mechanism at the bottom of the cylindrical scroll, the dark purple teleportation scroll began to take effect, and the inscriptions on the scroll began to flash with colorful auras.
Grass!
At this time, Gervais's consciousness was finally free from the mask, and he saw Zell, who looked crazy, and the scroll that had been activated in his hand. Even though Gervais had 1,000 words, he only had time to curse in a capital cursive. He was tricked. At this moment, Gervais's mind was filled with a huge explosion scene outside the City of Glory that day. A scene in which even the Golden Knight was killed on the spot. So, without hesitation, Gervais gave up the option of escaping and opened his system panel. Soon Gervais found the black kiwi fruit icon in the system panel. After confirming the effectiveness of the black kiwi fruit, Gervais directly summoned it. It was too late to run away now. The explosive power of the scroll could completely cover a 20-meter range. Gervais did not dare to bet that he could run out of the explosion range at the speed of an ordinary person. So Gervais's only choice now is the damage-immune black kiwi fruit he redeemed just the day before. After the black kiwi fruit was taken out of the system panel, it did not appear in Gervais's hands, but appeared directly in Gervais's mouth. The black kiwi fruit was not big, only the size of a lychee. As Gervais moved his mouth, the whole black kiwi fruit turned into a warm current and flowed into his belly. When Gervais finished all this, the purple light emitted from the scroll in Zell's hand also reached its limit.
Explode! I hope Ike and the others can stay away.
Boom! The next moment, a dazzling white light appeared in Gervais's room. This white light flashed away. When the white light disappeared, Gervais and Zell also disappeared into the room. But the furnishings in the room remained in their original state. Chapter 495 Glittering Teardrops.
Grass!
Seeing Zell's tragic fate in front of him, Gervais, a good young man, couldn't help but spit out a capital cursive word again to express his horror. A moment ago, when Gervais thought the scroll was about to explode, the earth-shaking explosion did not come. Instead, a blazing white light enveloped him. And then, he heard a crisp muffled sound in the white light. This muffled sound was the same as the moment when the elf bugs opened up a space. As the muffled sound disappeared, Gervais opened his eyes again and found that he had entered a strange passage. The passage was filled with colorful lights, but not dazzling. Just as Gervais was thinking about what was going on, suddenly a section of road shrouded in black appeared in front of the passage. Zell, who had been in front of Gervais, immediately turned into countless pieces of flesh the moment he encountered the black passage. This is not an exaggeration. It is real meat. If Gervais had not participated in many wars and was used to big scenes, he would definitely vomit out his dinner immediately. After Zell turned into flesh in front of him, Gervais was horrified and wanted to turn around and run away. But he found that his body was not under control, as if he was imprisoned by something, and he could only watch helplessly as he kept getting closer to the black aisle.
Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!
When Gervais entered the black passage, his whole body immediately felt as if it had been cut into pieces by 1,000 knives, and every inch of his skin suffered unbearable pain. Faced with such pain, Gervais wanted to jump and escape, but everything was useless. His body could not move, and he could only let the pain add up. In fact, Gervais didn't know how lucky he was. He just felt the pain in his body now. If he hadn't just taken the black kiwi fruit, which had the invincible effect of immunity from damage, he would have died long ago. Even if the effectiveness of the saving throw is reduced by only 1%, he will instantly turn into mincemeat like Zell. At most, Bizzle will become larger, because this black channel is actually a turbulent flow of time and space. The transmission scroll opened by Zell was deliberately manipulated by the new temple, causing the transmission channel to become unstable and leaked. Facing the turbulence of time and space, even the Black Flag Knight had to kneel down on the spot, let alone Gervais, whose fighting spirit had not yet recovered. In this way, Gervais suffered pain like being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. After an unknown amount of time, Colorful lights finally appeared in front of Gervais again.
Call!
When his body came into the channel of colorful light again, the feeling of being cut into pieces disappeared instantly, which made Gervais take a long breath. Gervais just felt as if he had experienced thousands of years in the Black Passage. If he was allowed to stay in that Black Passage for a while longer, he would probably have a nervous breakdown. It would be a feeling of being unable to survive. Can't die. Fortunately, in order to allow the teleportation scroll to successfully transport Gervais, the church only made minimal changes to the scroll, and did not dare to completely destroy the scroll. Because the church is also worried that if the teleportation scroll is changed too much, it may become invalid and cannot be activated at all. Gervais did not encounter the Black Passage again. After another 3 or 4 minutes, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in front of Gervais. Just like before. The moment the white light appeared, Gervais fell into a blind state again and had to close his eyes again. Boom! After Gervais closed his eyes for about 5 or 6 seconds, there was a slight muffled sound in his ears. He knew that he must have exited the colorful passage. So Gervais quickly opened his eyes.
Holy crap! I want to go back! I want to go back!
But the moment Gervais opened his eyes, he was almost scared to death, because he found that he was actually hundreds of meters high in the sky, and below was a gorgeous palace. Fortunately, the portal was not completely closed at this time. Gervais's body was still imprisoned by the previous force, and did not fall immediately. Gervais wanted to struggle and return to the colorful passage, but everything was in vain. He still couldn't control his body. Just when Gervais was struggling in a cold sweat, he suddenly felt that his body had resumed action. But the moment he resumed action, his body also began to fall rapidly. At this time, the teleportation gate behind him has completely disappeared, and the restraining power has also disappeared.
New temple! I'll hack your grandma!
This was Gervais's last roar after falling rapidly from a height of 100 meters. Boom! A few seconds later, Gervais came into close contact with the hard roof. Pain. After the intimate contact with the ground, Gervais only had time to moan. Then his eyes darkened and he passed out. It took several minutes for him to pass through the teleportation tunnel, and the black kiwi's saving throw diminished sharply as time passed. So at the moment when he fell from the sky, Gervais also suffered some damage. Without the protection of fighting spirit, he was directly knocked unconscious.
What's going on? How could Gervais disappear if he is fine? Give me an explanation.
In Gervais's study, the 5 earls of the Principality of Jean were all present. Ike and some of the guards in the manor were kneeling on the ground with pale faces. Alice's face was as cold as ice at the moment, and her tone was filled with endless anger.
Your Majesty the Queen, your Majesty has been in the study after dinner. Not long ago, the blacksmith Bernard came to see your Majesty. After we knocked on the door and announced, your Majesty personally approved, and Bernard walked into the study. About a minute or two later, we heard a noise outside the door. So we asked inside the study. His Majesty personally told us that we were fine. Not long after, we heard a muffled sound again. So we asked again in the study. As a result, there was no response in the study. When we opened the door, we found that no one was in the study. Both His Majesty and the blacksmith Bernard were missing.
Ike's face turned pale, and he told the story intermittently. It was not that Ike was afraid of punishment, but that he was worried about his own safety. Normally, he is the person whom Gervais trusts and values the most, and Gervais has saved his life. However, right under his nose, his master was lost, which made Ike feel shameless to face him. Alice, he was even more filled with guilt for his own adults.
Ick, was the window open when you entered the room? Did Gervais go out through the window?
Hearing Ike's answer, everyone frowned and had an ominous premonition. At this time, Gandalf was also in the study, looking at the locked window, and asked Ike anxiously,
Sir, we didn't touch anything after entering the room. We also checked when we came to the windows. Every window is intact and locked.
After Ike and others entered the room, they did not find Gervais and Bernard. Naturally, they immediately thought of the window. But what puzzled them was that not only were all the windows in the study room intact, but they were also locked. If Gervais and Bernard left through the window, it would be impossible for the window to be locked or intact. After hearing Ike's answer, the expressions of everyone present instantly became even more ugly, especially the earls except Hayden, because the way Gervais disappeared reminded them of the old Earl of the Jones family. Alice's father. Alice's father also disappeared quietly in the study after dinner, exactly the same as at this time.
Gervais!
Thinking of her father whose life or death was uncertain, And then thinking of Gervais, who had disappeared without a trace. Alice finally couldn't hold on anymore, and her body swayed and softened. Fortunately, she was at Gervais's desk at the moment, with Gervais's soft chair behind her, so she didn't fall.
Let's get out first. You guys come out too.
Seeing Alice like this, the Lord of the North sighed helplessly, said something to the other earls, and walked out of the room first.
Go and ask Caroline to come over and ask her to take care of Alice in the study.
After leaving the study, the Lord of the North quickly gave instructions to one of his subordinates. After giving the instructions, the Lord of the North and others walked to the hall of the manor and began to discuss finding Gervais and how to deal with the church's attack tomorrow.
Gervais, you can't leave me. I haven't given birth to your little prince yet.
After everyone exited the study, Alice blankly took out the telescope given to her by Gervais, and crystal tears fell from her royal blue eyes. Boom! At this moment, the door to the study room was knocked open, and Caroline, with red eyes, stumbled in. Obviously, Caroline already knew about Gervais's disappearance.
Little bastard!
When Caroline saw Alice crying, her body softened and she leaned against the door. However, because Alice was present, Caroline did not shout. I just thought about Gervais silently in my heart, and then pursed my lips and kept crying. Chapter 496 Decisive Battle. Early the next morning, as the sun began to peak from the horizon, the sound of trumpets sounded outside the City of Glory. The church's 70,000-strong army began to gather. Today was the day of decisive battle between the Principality of Jean and the church. Although it is uncertain whether Zell successfully used the teleportation scroll to kill Gervais, Longfellow is not prepared to wait any longer, now that the church has completely gained the upper hand. Even if Gervais is alive, and he takes action to contain him, the final result will still be the destruction of the Principality of Jean.
Get ready to attack.
When the army in front was assembled, Longfellow looked at the more than 30 golden knights, and 4 or 5 magicians behind him. This time, in order to help him complete the task of ruling the island, the temple did not hesitate to mobilize a large number of 30 golden knights. This is the backbone of the new temple in most of the Holy Continent. These 30 golden knights are a powerful force for the Principality of Jean at this time, because almost all the golden knights of the 2 principalities are dead, and there are only 2 peak golden knights left.
Yes!
Following Longfellow's order, the 30 golden knights and 5 magicians respectfully accepted their orders and galloped towards the front of the battlefield. On the walls of the City of Glory, the army of the Principality of Zion has also been assembled.
Guster, do you think we can hold on?
The Earl of the Seignior family swallowed hard when he saw the Dark Church army at the end of the horizon.
I don't know if we can hold it or not, but if the church wants to invade the City of Glory, we must make them pay a heavy price.
At the moment, there are only 4 counts and several commanders where they are standing, so Gust is not worried that his words will damage morale. This was already their last stand, so they had no choice. When Gervais disappeared last night, they immediately discussed how to deal with it. First, the news of Gervais's disappearance was blocked to avoid causing instability in the morale of the army. At the same time, they also sent out their trusted subordinates to search the city for Gervais's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the disappearance of Gervais was exactly the same as that of old Earl Jones. They searched the entire City of Glory, but still could not find Gervais. What made them even more confused during this period was that during their search, they discovered that Bernard was actually in the blacksmith shop. And there are dozens of blacksmiths and hundreds of apprentices who can testify that Bernard did not leave the blacksmith shop for even a second tonight because he was rushing to make the cannon overnight with the assistance of several apprentices. In this way, the real Bernard was cleared of suspicion, and everyone realized that there was something wrong with the Bernard who appeared in Gervais's study. But even if it is known that there is something wrong with that person, it still does not help in finding Gervais because the identity of the person cannot be found out. The search continues, but the war will not stop because of Gervais's disappearance. But without the highest combat power of Gervais, if Pope Longfellow of the church took action himself, no one among them would be able to stop them. So several earls had a vague premonition of defeat. While several counts were talking, shouts of killing soon came from outside the City of Glory. The church's first siege teams began to attack. The number of people in this wave reached 10,000, and they were all soldiers from the 2 original principalities. Behind this 10,000-strong team is the Holy Knights of the Church as the supervising team. Although they now only have more than 2,000 people, they can still completely crush an ordinary army. Boom! 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 Before the siege soldiers reached the city wall, a dozen large trebuchets at the rear were activated first, ejecting huge rocks towards the wall of the City of Glory.
Pass my order. Order the first artillery team to destroy those trebuchets. The second team remains on standby. Once the enemy's siege vehicle approaches 100 meters, priority will be given to destroying the siege vehicle.
Gervais was away, and the command of the artillery was left to the Lord of the North. Originally, it was most appropriate to leave such a matter to Alice. After all, those who used the artillery were directly under Gervais's corps. However, because the disappearance of Gervais was such a blow to Alice, the Lord of the North did not let Alice come to the city wall to take command. Boom, 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 following the order of the Lord of the North. A total of 5 small steel cannons in the first artillery team roared, and projectiles were fired out towards the trebuchets a few hundred meters away. But after all, it was the first time for stone bombs to be fired. This round did not destroy any trebuchets. Fortunately, it can be seen from the impact point of the SHLS that the deviation was not very big. Only 10 or 20 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. After reloading, the roar of the artillery sounded again, and this time a SHL hit the church's trebuchet under the watchful eyes of everyone.
Good.
When the Lord of the North saw the scene in the distance, he couldn't help but praise it. In previous siege battles like this, trebuchets were the biggest threat to the defenders. But with artillery, at least they didn't have to worry about the threat of trebuchets. Amidst the roar of artillery, the church's first infantrymen had already arrived in front of the City of Glory, and began to clear the wooden piles, and fill the trenches along the way. The City of Glory is located in the middle of 2 mountains. There is no big river flowing nearby, so there is no moat at all. The wooden piles and trenches below are the first line of defense against the siege team. However, for a large siege team, clearing these obstacles is just a trivial matter, and the church will not feel bad even if it dies a few more soldiers. Soon these siege soldiers crossed the obstacles outside the city, and came to the bottom of the city wall. At this moment, a real fierce offensive and defensive battle officially broke out.
Musketeers, longbowmen shoot.
Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers of the principality on the city wall began to release arrows, ammunition, rolling stones, and wood at the enemies below. The siege soldiers below the city were not afraid of death. They just carried the simple siege ladder and leaned against the city wall and began to climb.
It's almost time. Give me the order and let them start attacking with all their strength.
Seeing that the first batch of cannon fodder had bulldozed the obstacles and started to attack the city, Longfellow felt that the time was ripe, and he was ready to take the City of Glory in one fell swoop.
Yes. Hall, master.
Woo, woo, woo. As the order horn sounded again, the 50,000-strong army that was still waiting on the church's side also moved into action, heading towards the City of Glory under the leadership of dozens of golden knights. And this wave is the key to the battle. Hundreds of large siege vehicles alone were used. The church was fully prepared for an attack this time, although not many trebuchets were produced due to the cumbersome craftsmanship. However, there were enough large siege engines as high as the city walls. As long as 1/5 of the number of such large siege vehicles successfully approached the city wall, it would be like a staircase allowing a large number of soldiers to continuously climb the city, safely and quickly.
Second Artillery Squadron, destroy their siege vehicles quickly.
Seeing the dark enemy troops coming from behind, like a torrential flood, both the Lord of the North and Hayden and others all showed solemn expressions. Boom, boom, boom. As the Lord of the North issued the order, the 5 artillery pieces of the second team on the city wall also roared. However, even with sharp weapons such as artillery, it is still a drop in the bucket in the face of a large number of siege vehicles.
Report. Sir, the western section of the city wall has been picked up by an enemy siege vehicle. Hundreds of enemies have boarded the city wall, and the reserve army has gone to support. Report. Sir, a large number of golden knights have appeared on the eastern section of the city wall. We can hardly resist them. Report. Sir, there are orcs in the city. There are not many in number, but they are everywhere in the city, causing a lot of chaos in the city.
As the war continued, half an hour later, bad news was reported to several earls one by one.
Don't worry about the orcs in the city. Guard the city wall for me,
Hayden said calmly. The Lord of the North is the commander of long-range weapons such as artillery, while Hayden is responsible for commanding the overall war. When the enemy force was small, they could still deal with it. But when the church mobilized all its forces to attack, the City of Glory immediately faced a crisis. Especially the church's large number of golden knights were a devastating blow to the soldiers defending the city.
Yes, sir,
the messenger responded quickly, then turned around and left quickly.
Lord of the North, Stay here just in case. The remaining earls and commanders, please follow me, and we will stop those golden knights. Okay. Kill one and it's enough. If they want to capture the City of Glory, they must pay the due price.
Chapter 497 Alice's Choice.
Report. Sir, a large number of golden knights have also appeared on the western section of the city wall. We can't hold it anymore. We are in urgent need of support.
When Hayden led a group of people to the eastern section of the city wall, and the Lord of the North was sitting alone in charge of the central army, the messenger who had just ran back hurriedly came here again to report. At this moment, the messenger was covered in blood and had 2 sword wounds on his body. One can imagine the intensity of the battle on the eastern section of the city wall at this time.
You go back first. I will come right away to support you.
The Lord of the North showed determination in his eyes. He was the only golden knight here at the moment, and he was the only one who could support him.
Yes, sir.
Ignoring the blood that was still seeping out of his body, the ordering soldier responded, and then ran back to the eastern section of the city wall.
Roft, my subordinate is here. Go to the palace now to inform the Queen and Caroline and ask them to evacuate the City of Glory immediately. Tell them to hide their identities after exiting the City of Glory, not to return to the territory, and wait until the situation truly stabilizes before making other plans.
The Church's brigade has already attacked the city wall. At this point, the Lord of the North knows that it is only a matter of time before the City of Glory is captured by the Church. So he is ready to fight for his life. But before he gave up, he still cared about Alice and Caroline. In war, men can die. But if women fall into the hands of the enemy, it may not be that simple. So he asked Alice and Caroline to evacuate Glory and hide first. If the continent is really ruled by the Church in the future, then let them live an ordinary life.
But you,
my lord.
No, but this is an order. Execute it now.
The Lord of the North directly interrupted Loft's words, with a tone that left no room for doubt.
Yes, sir.
Loft knew there was no room for rebuttal, and did not dare to say anything more. He responded vigorously, and then quickly ran towards the bottom of the city wall. Seeing Loft leaving, the Lord of the North withdrew his gaze, immediately drew out his long sword, and rushed towards the eastern wall.
Your Highness the Queen, there is a Viscount named Loft outside the manor asking to see you, saying that the Lord of the North asked him to come to you and Miss Caroline.
In the study where Gervais disappeared, Alice has not left since last night. When she got sleepy at night, she fell asleep on the sofa in the study, and she kept waiting. She wanted to wait for a miracle. She hoped that Gervais did not disappear like her father, but just went out for something, and would appear in front of her again soon. Although Alice also knew that this was just her extravagant wish.
Let him in!
Caroline knew Loft, glanced at Caroline who was also sitting on the other sofa, and nodded to the guard who reported. With Alice's permission, Loft quickly came to the study.
Her Royal Highness, Miss Caroline, Lord Gust asked me to inform you that the City of Glory is no longer safe, and you need to leave immediately.
As soon as he arrived in the study, Loft bowed quickly, and then began to relay the orders of the Lord of the North, including telling the two not to return to the territory, and to hide their identities.
Roft, the Principality army can't stop it.
Hearing Loft's words, neither Alice nor Caroline showed any nervous expressions. Alice was also an earl, so she started asking Loft about the situation of the war.
Yes, Her Majesty the Queen. The Church has dispatched an army of 60,000 to attack the city. Not only does it have dozens of golden knights, but there are hundreds of large siege vehicles. Now the golden knights of the Church have attacked the city wall, and Lord Gust they all went to fight in person. Her Royal Highness, Miss Caroline, please leave quickly. If you don't leave, it will be too late.
Seeing that the two of them didn't show any signs of anxiety or intention to leave, Loft couldn't help but urge them eagerly.
Leave? No, I can't leave. I am Alice Jones, the wife of Gervais, the Queen of the Principality of Jean, and the current Earl of the Jones family. The fight against the Church is also my responsibility.
Alice stood up suddenly, with a cold glint in her eyes. Her original haggard look had faded away, and she had returned to the cold and unapproachable Countess.
Loft, now take Caroline and leave the City of Glory, and immediately go to the Storm Territory. There is a small island offshore of the Storm Territory. You can hide there temporarily. If you are discovered by the Church in the end, you can also escape by boat.
Alice's speaking momentum was no worse than that of other earls. If Gervais were here, he would definitely find that this was the Alice he had seen for the first time. After saying that, Alice took a deep look at Caroline, then walked out of the study, then called her Rose Knight to help her put on armor, and headed towards the city wall where the battle was taking place. After Alice left, Loft helplessly turned his eyes to Caroline, whose eyes were still a little red.
Loft, I won't leave either. I'm going to the city wall now too.
After saying that, Caroline stood up from the sofa and quickly walked towards the manor where she lived, preparing to put on her armor and rush to the city wall.
This is how to do.
Seeing the two women walking without any sloppiness, Loft was a little embarrassed. Not only are the two women unwilling to evacuate the City of Glory, but they also want to go to the city wall to participate in the battle. How will they explain to their masters later?
Well,
after a moment of pause, Loft gritted his teeth and quickly left the palace and rushed towards the city wall. He was just a subordinate of the Lord of the North, and he only came to convey orders. It was impossible for him to do anything coercive to Alice and Caroline.
Alice, Caroline, you two are messing around. Do you want to make your grandfather angry to death?
The Lord of the North and others were fighting and retreating at this moment, and were slowly forced to the center of the city wall by the incoming church team, which was where they had just taken command. When the Lord of the North saw Alice and Caroline participating in the battle in uniform, he yelled at them reproachfully.
Grandfather, there are no cowards in our Jones family. Not even the Countess.
Facing the surging enemies, Alice was not timid at all. Her spiritual aura circulated around her, and she could kill several church soldiers with every arrow she fired.
You?
When the Lord of the North heard Alice's sonorous and powerful words, he could no longer blame him, and could only sigh helplessly. He already had 2 or 3 sword wounds on his body at this moment, which were caused when he was surrounded by 7 or 8 golden knights from the opponent. 100 meters away from them, Hayden and others were gradually forced back by more than 20 golden knights, gathering towards this side. At this time, they were faintly trapped in a tight siege on the walls of the City of Glory. The soldiers of the Principality of Zion were dead and wounded and had been completely suppressed by the church's army. It can be said that the city wall at this time has become the church's position. Only a few soldiers were still resisting on the stairs of the city wall. At the same time, a fierce battle had broken out at the city gate below. A few soldiers were desperately resisting the attacks of several titled knights. If these people are killed, the gates of the City of Glory will be lost.
Okay, that's very well said. I'm really impressed that a woman can say such words.
At this time, a hearty laugh came from behind the church army. As this laughter came, the team in front of the church gave way to a path, and Longfellow slowly walked out of the church team. When Longfellow finished that compliment, his tone suddenly became bloodthirsty and cruel, and he continued to add,
But it's a pity that you have chosen the wrong path. The heretics are destined to be eliminated.
Chapter 498 The Elf Army.
Longfellow, don't be complacent. One day the God of Glory will send his messenger to eradicate you.
Although they cannot compare with Longfellow in terms of military force, the fact that they did not choose to surrender to the church means that the earls and commanders present are not people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. Everyone stared angrily, without any fear in their hearts.
Ha ha! The God of Glory? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. When our new God comes, any god will become his servant.
Longfellow looked at the crowd jokingly, glanced around among them, and continued.
Did your new king disappear? Ha ha! If he can grow up, he may not really pose a threat to our church. But now, he should never come back. What did you do to Gervais?
Hearing Longfellow's words, Alice understood that Gervais's disappearance was caused by the church, and immediately asked angrily,
Oh, this beautiful lady, don't you know who you are? I am Gervais's wife. What did you do to Gervais?
Alice raised the longbow in her hand, aimed at Longfellow, and asked through gritted teeth, and Caroline, who was holding a sword beside it, was staring at Longfellow with red eyes.
It turns out that you are the Countess of the Jones family. Gervais's fate should be exactly the same as your father's. Disappeared in the turbulence of time and space and died without a burial place. This is the fate that a heretic deserves. I kill you.
Longfellow's words directly indicate that the disappearance of his father and Gervais was caused by the church, and that something might have happened to them. At this moment, Alice couldn't bear it any longer. The long bow in her hand began to gather energy, and light appeared on the strange long bow. Whoosh! When the energy gathered to the extreme, the arrows on the longbow shot towards Longfellow with Alice's anger. When, however, Longfellow's strength is at the peak of the White Flag Knight, and Alice's strength is too far behind him after all. I saw the shining arrow feathers flying rapidly in front of Longfellow, but Longfellow just pulled out his sword at an extremely fast speed and flicked it in front of him at the last moment. The originally terrifying arrow feathers were directly lifted away by the long sword, as if they were shot by ordinary people. And the aura on the feather arrows also disappeared.
It's a small skill. But the long bow in your hand is very interesting. It seems to be the long bow of the elves. Okay. The deadline has arrived. I just gave you the last chance to enjoy the sunshine. Now! You heretics can go die.
Longfellow enjoyed teasing his enemies before they died. But neither Alice nor the Lord of the North had fear in their eyes. This made Longfellow feel quite bored. And he was ready to end it all, and give himself a good start in taking control of the island.
Accept judgment. Infidel. Behead with the cross of the temple.
As he spoke, Longfellow began to swing the long sword in his hand. As he swung the long sword, the surrounding air seemed to begin to solidify, and a terrifying aura gathered in his hand.
Kill!
At this time, the Lord of the North, Hayden, Alice and others all knew that the last moment had come. So they raised their swords and charged towards Longfellow without hesitation. Even Caroline, the bronze horseman, is the same. There was no fear on their faces, only endless anger and the courage to face death.
Ignorant heathens! A bunch of reptiles!
Longfellow watched with disdain as the Lord of the North and others rushed towards him, raising the long sword in his hand to his head, ready to slash down. His strike was not as powerful as when he dealt with Gervais that day, but it was enough to crush the reptiles in front of him.
Go to H.L.
Longfellow gave a cold shout, and he finally executed his own cross cut. In an instant, overwhelming power appeared in front of him, carrying dust and heading towards Alice and others to kill him. Facing such an attack, Alice and others were like a lonely boat in a storm, about to be swallowed up by the strong wind and waves and torn apart. Whoosh! Benedict, however, at this critical moment, a strange spiritual light suddenly appeared in the sky and fell from the sky. This spiritual light actually directly dispersed Longfellow's temple cross slash, and continued to shoot towards Longfellow with unabated force. Longfellow sensed the danger. His expression suddenly changed. His fighting spirit was at its peak, and he flew aside. When Longfellow left the place, this spiritual light shot directly at his original location. When everyone lowered their heads and looked there, they immediately discovered that the aura was actually an arrow feather. But why could such an arrow directly defeat Longfellow's cross-cut without even causing an explosion? You must know that when Gervais and Longfellow fought fiercely that day, the two sides' killing moves collided, and the energy and power emitted could directly hurt the title knight. Longfellow saw the arrow feathers stuck on the ground. The arrow feathers were extremely ordinary, but they could directly defeat his cross slash.
How can this be?
Longfellow's tone even became trembling when he spoke, because there was only one possibility for such a situation to occur. That means the person who shot the arrow feathers is several times stronger than him. Only in this way can his cross slash be instantly defeated, making it impossible to release the residual power. The next moment, everyone looked towards the outside of the City of Glory, because the arrow was coming from outside the city. When everyone looked, they saw a blond middle-aged man more than 300 meters outside the City of Glory, and the arrow was shot by this middle-aged man, because at this time, the middle-aged man was holding something in his hand, holding an exquisite long bow. What's even more surprising is that this man is also riding a Warcraft mount.
Colorful deer? The royal family of the elves? How could the elves appear here? This is just a desolate island isolated overseas.
Longfellow's tone was trembling. He was already sure that the blond man was an elf, because the blond hair on both sides of the middle-aged man's cheeks revealed two ears that were completely different from humans. There are sharp horns above the ears. This is the most obvious feature of the elves. In addition, sitting under the man was a colored deer, a magical beast that could only be tamed by the elves. Ordinary elven warriors can ride the low-level magical beast three-colored deer, but only the royal family of the elves can ride the mid-level magical beast colorful deer. At this moment Longfellow felt incredible and trembling at the same time, because there are countless black elves on the horizon in the distance, rushing towards them.
Alder? Father?
In the Principality of Jean, several earls also looked surprised when they saw the man in the distance. Alice's eyes widened, and she was extremely excited, because the man in the distance looks exactly like the long-missing Earl Alder Jones.
Alder? Shouldn't he be shattered by the turbulence of time and space during the teleportation?
Longfellow had never seen what Alder looked like, so he only knew the possible identity of the man in the distance when he heard Alice and others exclaiming. But this was even more difficult for him to accept. Back then, the temple spies of the Principality of Zion reported that there was a super strong person who was a peak golden knight, and he was very likely to break through his limits and become a white flag knight. So in order to eliminate this hidden danger, Longfellow personally ordered Zell to use the teleportation scroll to plot against him. Things went much smoother that time than dealing with Gervais this time. Zell returned to the church that night to express that he had completed the task. But now this man is not only safe and sound, but he has also become an elf royal family, and has brought thousands of elf warriors with him. Longfellow knew that he was no match for the man in the distance, and his men were no match for the elves' army, because he came from the Holy Continent and knew the terror of the elves. Each species has its own racial talents. In terms of combat talents, humans are far different from other species. If it weren't for the fact that humans reproduce easily, are good at learning, and are good at creating, humans would probably have disappeared from this world. While everyone was paying attention outside the city, Longfellow secretly set his sights on Alice. Although the woman in front of me cannot be judged to be an elf from her appearance, she is currently her only hope for survival. At the next moment, Longfellow began to use his fighting spirit, preparing to kidnap Alice for a final struggle. As for having a bloody battle with the elven army, don't joke. It would be easy for a 10,000 elven army to destroy a human principality. If it weren't for the elves' difficulty in reproducing and their limited number of people, they would have unified the Holy Continent long ago.
Alice, be careful!
The moment Longfellow moved, the Lord of the North, who was closest, noticed his strange movement, and understood what Longfellow was paying attention to. Then the Lord of the North suddenly became violent and reminded Alice loudly.
Whoosh!
Just when everyone thought the situation would develop in a bad direction, there was another scream in the sky, and arrows flew across the sky.
Ah!
Longfellow screamed in agony before he had even taken 2 steps, and saw that the sole of his foot had been penetrated by an arrow and pinned to the ground. As he felt the severe pain, Longfellow became even more anxious.
A bunch of idiots! What are you waiting for? Arrest that woman quickly!
Roaring at those golden knights, Longfellow could no longer care about anything else. He reluctantly pulled out the sole of his foot from the arrow feathers and flew towards Alice again at high speed. Whoosh! 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 It's just that in the face of absolute power, even Longfellow is not good enough as a knight of the white flag. He just raised his steps, and arrows in the sky came in succession, each one as fast as lightning. If it weren't for the faint aura emitting from them, people wouldn't be able to see the trajectory of the arrows clearly.
Ah!
Longfellow was instantly stabbed with 3 arrow feathers again. 2 were shot at his knees, and 1 was shot at the wrist of his right hand. The severe pain caused Longfellow to let go of the sword in his hand, and he knelt on the ground and began to tremble. In addition to Longfellow, the Golden Knights who were about to take action also let out screams. They were not as lucky as Longfellow, and all the arrows that hit them were fatal. All penetrated their armor and pierced their hearts. Seeing this horrific scene, both the earls of the Principality of Jean and the nearby church soldiers stood stunned on the spot, not daring to move at all. At this time, the elven army on the horizon outside the city finally arrived. There were more than 2,000 of them riding 3-colored deer, and the rest were all running on their own. Woo! Woo! The elven army lined up neatly behind Alder. After they were lined up, Alder gave a casual order, and 2 horns suddenly sounded from the elven army. There are some differences between the horns of the elves and the horns of the human army. Most of the human horns are made from the horns of wild beasts. The horns of the elves are made from conch shls. Although the sound is not as rough as the human horns, it is more pleasant to the ear. If it were in the Holy Continent, as long as they heard such a horn, many races would retreat. Brush! 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 When the horn sounded, the neatly arranged elven army started to move. Everyone in the elven army raised their long bows, then took out arrow feathers from their backs, bent their bows and knocked arrows. Buzz! All these movements were smooth and uniform, and with a buzzing sound, the bowstring trembled, and a large black spot suddenly appeared in the elven army. It was a spectacular scene of tens of thousands of arrows shooting out at the same time. Benedict! 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 Puff! 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 In a moment, this wave of arrow feathers streaked across the sky like raindrops, directly blocking the sunlight, and then fell on the church army stranded outside the city. Among the church army outside the city were the holy knights and the cavalry of the Principality of Xisus. When the dense arrows fell on their heads, everyone had nowhere to hide and could only watch themselves being shot by the arrows into a sieve. The arrows of the elven arrows were all mixed with mithril, so even the holy knights of the church suffered heavy casualties in this wave of arrows. Only a few lucky guys managed to avoid critical points by luck, or escaped with the double protection of shields and armors.
We surrender! We surrender!
Seeing the sharp and terrifying arrow rain, seeing most of the thousands of people under the city wall being wiped out in an instant. All the church soldiers had collapsed. This was completely beyond their ability to deal with. What's more, most of them were just captured by the church and then forced to attack the city. They were not really brave enough to die for the church. Chapter 499, heading to the Holy Continent. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a mountain falling. When fear arose in their hearts, the war was over. With the shouts of surrender one after another, the soldiers of the church dropped their swords and spears one after another. And the Golden Knights, who survived, also dropped their swords very simply. At this time, the Lord of the North and others were not slow, and they immediately stepped forward and controlled the Golden Knights of the church. Since then, the war between the church and the Principality of Seignior has officially come to an end. And because of the emergence of the elves, the Principality of Seignior, which was already in dire straits, won again. The matter of gathering the prisoners was left to the Lord of the North and others. Only Alice eagerly rode her unicorn out of the City of Glory and headed towards the elven army still parked in front of them.
Father?
When Alice rode her unicorn to Alder, she dismounted, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face, and asked tentatively with some trembling. Alice really didn't know whether the man in front of her was her father. Alice was naturally very familiar with her father. Alice remembered that her father did not have such ears, and he had never shown her such superb archery skills.
Alice, the jewel of Rose Castle. Father is back.
Seeing his daughter's frightened look and crystal tears, Alder smiled and shouted, then quickly jumped off the colorful deer and held Alice in his arms.
Father, it's really you. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Where have you been?
Hearing the familiar name, Alice knew that the person in front of her was really her father.
Ha ha! The Pearl of Rose Castle. You never cried before. It seems that you must have suffered a lot when your father left you this time.
Alder let go of Alice in his arms, then patted Alice on the shoulder and laughed.
Father!
What's wrong with your ears? Alice's face suddenly turned red when her father laughed at her. He used to act dignified and decent in front of his father, and he hadn't cried in countless years.
Alice, this is exactly what Father is planning to let you know.
As he spoke, Alder waved to the colorful deer behind him. When the colorful deer came to him, Alder continued to say to Alice,
The Pearl of Rose Castle. Sit on it.
Alice was a little confused when she heard her father's words, but she still obeyed her father's words and climbed onto the back of the colorful deer obediently. This was the first time Alice had seen such a beautiful monster. Not only was its color extremely beautiful, but its long horns were also extremely beautiful. Seeing Alice sitting on the back of the colorful deer like a curious little girl, Alder smiled slightly, then turned around and looked at the elven army of tens of thousands of people.
This is my daughter, Alice Oldhill. Father?
Me. Alice was stunned when she heard her father's surname. Her name was obviously Alice Jones, but now it was a surname she had never heard before.
Meet Her Majesty the Queen. Meet Her Majesty the Queen.
But before Alice finished speaking, an even more surprising scene appeared. The tens of thousands of elven warriors all knelt on one knee and shouted shocking slogans. While they were shouting, their bodies were shaking, and their eyes were filled with tears, because the elves have not had a queen for more than 200 years. The tsunami-like shouts from the mountains outside the city instantly shocked everyone on the city wall. Everyone looked at each other and looked out of the city. They were even more horrified when they saw the elves kneeling on their knees.
Earl Hayden, what were those elves shouting just now? It seems to be Her Majesty the Queen. There seems to be only one woman outside the city. Alice? Is it possible? You country bumpkins. Don't you still understand? The elves are not here for you, but specifically for the woman named Alice. She is the royal bloodline of the elves living outside, and she is the only female bloodline. Do you know what this means? This means that the elves, who have not had a queen for more than 200 years, will welcome their queen again, and the elves will rise again. I hate it. Why do descendants of elves appear on such a desolate island with thin spiritual energy? New God, why is this?
After hearing the conversation between the Lord of the North and Hayden, Longfellow, who had been kneeling on the ground in pain, raised his head and roared at the top of his lungs. At this time, his eyes were full of unwillingness. If it weren't for Alice's existence, the elves would not have worked so hard and traveled across the ocean to come here, which just ruined his mission.
Alice, my father is not actually from this continent. In fact, except for my father. It should be said that no one in the entire Eurasian continent or their ancestors are the original residents here.
Seeing the confusion in his daughter's eyes, Alder began to explain slowly. Now that Alice has become the queen of the elves, he needs to tell his daughter everything.
200 years ago, the Holy Continent underwent great changes, and the undead invaded the Holy Continent. At that time, all races in the entire Holy Continent participated in the war to jointly resist the invasion of the undead. My father also participated in the war at that time. In a battle, my father was unfortunately injured and was finally saved by a human woman. Later, after my father's injuries were intact, he went to the front line again to participate in the battle. As the war continued, the coalition defense lines of our Holy Continent were continuously breached. The situation was very critical at that time. The undead army was about to invade a human kingdom, and the rescuer, that woman from my father, is from that kingdom. In order to repay the favor of saving her life, my father was going to rescue the human woman. Unexpectedly, the undead had already invaded the city at that time. Although my father saved the woman, he was outnumbered and injured again. When my father woke up again, he was already in a fleeing fleet. They were all humans who wanted to escape from the Holy Continent by boat. Originally, this fleet was going to an island close to the Holy Continent, where there are also human city-states. But I didn't expect that the fleet encountered a storm at sea and lost its way. The woman who saved my father's life also fell into the sea during the storm. In the end, the lost fleet sailed all the way and luckily discovered this island. People later named this island Eurasia and settled down. My father never recovered from his injury, so he could only settle down on this continent. Just over 20 years ago, my father met your mother, and finally fell in love with her, got married, and gave birth to you. Who is me, the Pearl of Roseburg? Before coming to this island, my father was the second prince of the elves. My father's real name is Alder O'Dazel. So, Alice, from this moment on, your real name is Alice O'Hill.
As he recounted the story, Alder's eyes were full of memories, and he didn't know whether he was remembering the woman who saved his life or Alice's biological mother.
But father, I don't have ears like you. And why do they call me Her Majesty the Queen? That's because you haven't been baptized by the Fountain of Life, and your bloodline can't be activated yet. As long as you follow your father back to the Holy Land of the Elves, your father will help you activate your bloodline. Then you can return to the world like your father. The appearance of the elves. As for them calling you Her Majesty the Queen, that's because you are now the only female of the elf royal family. Since my sister, the previous generation of elf queen, died in battle 200 years ago, our elf clan has not had a queen for more than 200 years. The elves are a race that believes in the goddess of nature. So the throne of the elves must be held by women, so that they can better communicate with and serve the goddess of nature. Although Alice's father also has the blood of the elf royal family, as a male, he will never be able to sit on the throne of the elf family. And the same is true for other elf royal family. After hearing her father's explanation, Alice didn't know what to say. Just the sudden appearance of the elves made her very shocked. Now she has become an elf, and is still their queen. This is very important to her. The impact was too great. Then what will Gervis be like in the future? Suddenly, Alice thought of Gervais, and the joy in her heart at seeing her father disappeared instantly, and her eyes revealed sadness again. Alice focused her eyes on her father, and asked tremblingly, Father, how did the church plot against you in the first place? Were you in any danger? The church sent a thief, disguised as a butler, to enter the study. Then the thief used a teleportation scroll to teleport my father away. But there was no big danger. My father is back. Pearl of Rose Castle. What's wrong with you? At first, Alder thought Alice was worried that she was in danger, so he tried to speak lightly. But when he found that his daughter was still very sad, it made him a little confused. How did Alder know that he had only been away for just over 4 months, and that the Pearl of Rose Castle had already been stolen by Gervais? Father, is there really no danger? Don't lie to me. There is still danger. The church has made tricks on the teleportation scroll, and you will encounter time and space turbulence in the teleportation channel. But at that time, my father had a small crown on his body, which was given to me by your grandmother, my mother. Otherwise, let alone my father's old injury at that time, even if he encounters the turbulence of time and space with his current strength in the period of complete victory, it will be a disaster. After hearing his daughter's questioning, Alder finally chose to confess and revealed the danger. Anyway, he was safe now, so he didn't think his daughter would have anything to worry about. Unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking, Alice couldn't hold back her original look of crying. Crystal tears burst out from her eyes, and she lay on the colorful deer and began to sob. The colorful deer, a mid-level magical beast, was originally leisurely and contented.
But when it heard Alice's whimpering, it couldn't help but neigh in a low voice. Looking very uneasy, the unicorn on the side did the same, slowly leaning towards the side of the colorful deer, and kept rubbing its head against Alice.
My pearl! What's wrong with you?
Alder immediately panicked. As an elf, he had the usual elven mentality of favoring girls over boys. So when I got Alice as my heir, I held it in my mouth for fear of melting, and held it in my hand for fear of falling. Seeing Alice so sad now made her very anxious for a moment.
Father! Gervais was also plotted by the church to use the teleportation scroll. Gervais? The man's name? Who the H.L. is this Gervais?
Alder felt as if he had missed hundreds of millions of gold coins during his absence. He was eager to know who this boy named Gervais was. And he actually made his daughter cry.
Daughter, let's go to the City of Glory first. Tell me who Gervais is, and let your father know what's going on. Then I can help you find a solution.
In his heart, he wanted to hang Gervais up in the sun and dry the fish. But for his precious daughter, Alder could not bear to make her so sad no matter what. So Alder comforted Alice, and then led the elven army towards the City of Glory. He wanted to find someone to find out what was going on with Gervais. When Alder came to the city and found the Lord of the North, after listening to the Lord of the North story, his forehead was covered with black lines.
So, my pearl was stolen by that boy named Gervais. I guess so.
The Lord of the North also looked sad. He also noticed something strange about his granddaughter Caroline. Originally, he thought that Caroline was getting closer to Gervais just because of Gervais's life-saving grace. After all, with Alice's relationship, they can be considered a family. But the Lord of the North now clearly feels that the guy Gervais has even stolen his granddaughter's heart.
That kid is lucky. If he is still alive and kicking now, I will hang him up and expose him to the sun for a month.
Alder said bitterly.
Alder, I want to ask you, does this Gervais boy have a chance?
Listening to Alder's angry words, the Lord of the North didn't take it seriously. After all, they had been together for so many years. Although Alder's identity has changed now, whether he is an elf or a human, he believes that his character and behavior will never change.
To be honest, Gervais is probably in danger.
Hearing the Lord of the North's question, Alder's face became serious. Although he said he wanted to deal with Gervais, he was also grateful for Gervais's existence in his heart. After all, it was this boy named Gervais who helped his daughter when she was most dangerous and helpless.
Well,
hearing Alder's answer, the Lord of the North sighed and fell into silence. Half a month later, in the golden castle of Stormland, Alice was sitting in the study, teasing a group of elf bugs and elves. Boom, boom, boom.
Come in!
With Alice's permission, the door to the study room was opened, and Thomas walked in respectfully.
Sir, everything is ready.
Although Thomas's tone was respectful, it was no longer as flattering as it was at any time and anywhere, because he was still grieving the loss of his master.
Well, you go down first. I'll be here right away, and ask Anna to bring all the elf bugs with me later.
Alice nodded and dismissed Thomas. After Thomas left, Alice stood up, carefully looked at the furnishings in the study, and reluctantly walked out of the room. Alice is ready to leave. Now that she has become the queen of the elves, she needs to leave this continent and go to the holy continent to lead her people. Of course, Alice doesn't leave alone. There are many people who left with him, including the Lord of the North, Caroline, Gandalf, Anna, Vivian, Thomas, Nathan, Ike, etc. These are related to her or to Gervais. Everyone will leave with her. Of course, that doesn't mean they gave up here, because without Gervais around, Gervais's elf bug space cannot be removed. So there will still be enough manpower left to take care of it. Alice's father Alder also said that he had marked the storm territory and installed the teleportation array. As long as we return to the holy continent and install the teleportation array there, then the communication between the holy continent and the storm territory will only be a matter of time. This place will become a paradise. The church has been completely wiped out, and the church's teleportation array has been completely destroyed. Only the elves can come here in the future. As for whether church personnel will sneak into the sea, there is no need to worry. There are countless sea tribes in the sea. The sea tribes are very hostile to humans, so the elves can come here safely. But humans cannot reach here. This continent will still be the territory of Gervais in the future, and will be called the Kingdom of Jean, and will be managed by Queen Alice from now on. Alice still has fantasies in her heart, imagining that Gervais can be like her father, and suddenly appear in front of her one day, and she could return the principality of Jean intact to Gervais. Perhaps The Principality of Zeon at that time would be 100 times richer and more powerful than it is now. Woo! 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 As the horn sounded in the fleet, a fleet of hundreds of large and small ships set sail, and slowly headed towards the blue ocean. Chapter 500, Fell into the Palace?
Oh! It hurts!
On the top of a building in a certain city lord's palace in the Holy Continent, Gervais, who had been unconscious for more than half an hour, finally woke up and touched the huge bulge on his forehead. Gervais groaned in pain.
Damn it! New Temple, don't let me come across it in the future. I'll kill everyone I come across. I promise to make you pay with your blood.
Gervais relaxed for a moment, then slowly sat up from the ground. At this moment, he was naked, and all his clothes had been torn to pieces in the turbulence of time and space. Gervais couldn't care less. There was no one around anyway. After getting up, he checked his body and found that except for the bulge on his head and some soreness all over his body, there were no other problems. Gervais relaxed. One breath.
I don't know what happened to Alice and the others. I hope they can hold on. Even if they can't hold on, they can't just fight stupidly. They must run away and wait for me to come back.
After confirming his body, Gervais couldn't help but worry about Alice and others. Although he may not be able to lead the Principality of Jean to defeat the Church, he will not have any regrets if he can live and die with his cheap wife and Caroline. It would not be a problem to even take them out to sea on a sea ship to escape from Eurasia in the end. But now that he was brought to this strange place by the Church, he couldn't keep up with the war between the Church and the Principality of Zeon.
We have to find a way to go back quickly.
Gervais took a look at the night sky, which had just darkened. There should be some time difference between the time here and Eurasia. It should be considered late at night in Eurasia at this time. But it was just dark here, and the sun was just setting when I fell. Gervais didn't know exactly where he was, but the architectural style here was more exquisite and gorgeous than that of Eurasia, and the level of technology was not comparable to that of Eurasia. The building where Gervais is currently located is a small European medieval Gothic building, 3 stories high. Fortunately, Gervais was very lucky to fall on the roof platform when he fell. If he fell on the spire or slope of the roof, he would either fall directly to the road or be impaled by a stone pillar. At this moment, Gervais's body had changed. So he stood up and carefully came to the edge of the building, looking down to see what was going on around him. After Gervais observed his surroundings, he felt a little confused. The height of this building is quite high, but it is not a particularly difficult task for Gervais. The problem was that he could see groups of fully armored guards patrolling around the building from time to time. And these patrolling soldiers are not ordinary people. They are all titled knights.
Even the patrolmen are titled knights. I won't fall into the palace of some kingdom. Right.
Gervais felt a little uneasy. If this is a place like a palace, then as an unknown person, and also naked, if he is discovered, he will definitely be hunted down. The most important point is that Gervais has not recovered from his injuries, and he is unable to use his fighting spirit at all. He is unable to resist and escape.
What to do?
Gervais retreated back to the roof and thought. Soon, Gervais came up with a countermeasure. He first opened his system panel and took a look to see if there was anything that could solve the urgent problem. This was currently the biggest reliance on solving the problem. If it really doesn't work, the worst case scenario is that I will use up all the lottery opportunities. So Gervais quickly opened his system panel. After opening the panel, he did not choose to draw the lottery immediately, but looked towards the frame of the kiwi fruit. He had won the black kiwi fruit before, but he had not had time to check the specific effects. Gervais quickly put his mind on the black kiwi fruit, but the next moment, he almost cursed.
Holy crap! It's actually another kiwi fruit with 50 times stronger strength.
Gervais looked at the black kiwi fruit and felt regretful. Although Gervais's injuries have not yet recovered, he knows that as long as he takes this kiwi fruit, he will definitely be able to use fighting energy within this hour, because it was his chi pulse that was not healed from his injury. And when he increased his strength, the black kiwi fruit would automatically strengthen his chi pulse. So of course he would no longer be able to use Do Chi. If it weren't for Zell, he had this black kiwi fruit again, which would definitely make Longfellow retreat in defeat. But now that he has been teleported here, even having this kiwi fruit cannot help.
Oh! Find a way to get out of here first! Let's see if we can find a way to go back quickly.
Although he knew that it was a luxury for him to return to Eurasia in a short time, Gervais was prepared to go back no matter what. From then on, Gervais did not delay, closed the panel, and came to the eaves of the small building again. With this black kiwi fruit that enhances strength, Gervais has some confidence in his heart. Arriving at the edge of the roof again, Gervais carefully began to climb down from the edge of the roof. This Gothic building is exquisite, gorgeous and tall. But it also has an advantage. That is, the appearance of the building is decorated with many uneven patterns, which also makes it easier for Gervais to go downstairs. Gervais first turned around to face the wall, then supported the eaves with his hands and lowered half of his body in the air. When his arms were completely vertical, his feet finally touched a curved step. After making sure his feet were firmly planted, he carefully let go of his hands and squatted down. There was an arched window under his feet. Gervais stood on the stone steps and looked around. He found that the left direction was easier to climb, so he moved slowly and carefully against the wall. Speaking of which, it was because he came to this world and learned martial arts. Otherwise, with Gervais's physical fitness on Earth, he would never have been able to do so easily. This mist was more than 10 meters high. Gervais didn't know how long he had been unconscious, and whether the time limit for immunity damage had passed. Now that there was no fighting spirit on his body, he would probably break his arms and legs if he fell. As Gervais steadily moved up and down the wall of the building, he finally reached the second floor of the small building without incident. By the time we reached the second level, there are no more climbing attachments below, probably for safety reasons. The first floor of the small building is not only 4 to 5 meters high, but the walls below are shrinking inward. The few large stone pillars are extremely smooth and cannot be climbed at all. Gervais looked at a small balcony a few meters away, and then at a height of more than 4 meters below him. If he had fighting spirit, he would jump down without hesitation, so that he would not hurt himself. But the problem is that there is no fighting spirit now. At a height of more than 4 meters, if there is a limp or something, it will be doomed.
Let's go into the house first. Find something to wear, and then we'll talk.
Gervais pursed his lips and decided to go into the building to take a look first, because he found that there were no lights in this building. It was probably uninhabited. Tap! Tap! It was at this time that a series of footsteps suddenly came from the road ahead. Gervais did not dare to delay and quickly approached the balcony through the narrow steps, then turned around and climbed in with a deft move. After climbing onto the balcony, Gervais looked downstairs. What passed downstairs was a group of 10 patrol guards. The leader was a peak silver knight, and the 9 people behind were all low-level silver knights.
I hope I didn't really fall into the palace of some kingdom.
Gervais prayed silently to Mr. Glory. The patrol configuration here was many times more luxurious than that on the Eurasian continent, which made Gervais feel a little uneasy. After the footsteps of the patrol went away, Gervais cautiously came to the balcony window.
Is it Lily?
When Gervais arrived at the balcony window, he discovered that the window was actually equipped with colored glass, which was much higher end than the wooden windows on the Eurasian continent. Surprised, Gervais had no time to explore this at the moment. He stretched out half of his head and looked inside through the window. After making sure that no one was there, he carefully moved to the door of the side room. The door was not locked. Gervais just pulled it gently, and the door was opened easily by him. So Gervais got in without hesitation. There were no lights in the room, but Gervais could see the general scenery clearly by relying on the moonlight. He was in a living room, and the surrounding sofa furnishings all highlighted the exquisite luxury here. Gervais looked around and found that there was no clothing. Finally, he ran to the sofa and took a blanket and tied it around his waist.
Huh? I finally have a fig leaf. It's really shameful to walk around naked like this.
After covering little Gervais didn't stay long and quickly came to the door of the living room, opened the door gently, and looked outside. The corridor outside was also dark, so Gervais opened the door completely and slipped out quietly. After coming out, Gervais carefully closed the door. After confirming that the stairs were on the left, Gervais tiptoed to the stairs.
Phew! Fortunately, no one is there.
Seeing that it was also dark downstairs, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief and walked carefully downstairs. Snap! But just when Gervais reached the corner of the stairs, he suddenly heard a noise coming from downstairs. Along with the noise, there were actually the conversations of several people.
Miss Adela, I am very glad that you can come to the holy city of Hika as a guest. You have been living here for the past few days. I don't know if you are satisfied.
Then the door downstairs was opened, and 5 or 6 figures walked in from the door. As they entered, the servants who followed quickly began to light lampstands all around, and the entire first floor became brightly lit in an instant.
Lachi, thank you for your hospitality. I'm very satisfied.
The woman named Adela replied politely.
Ha ha. As long as you're satisfied. Then Miss Adela, you've been on the road for so many days. so I won't disturb your rest. If you have anything to do, just ask these maids. Okay. Lucky.
As the conversation between the two ended, the young man named Lucky walked out, while the woman named Adela and several maids stayed.
Dear Miss Adela, we have prepared hot water upstairs earlier. I wonder if you would like to take a bath now. Okay. Miss Adela, please come this way.
Following the maid's guidance, the woman followed the maid towards the stairs.
Holy shit!
Gervais had been hiding at the top of the stairs and observing secretly. Now he saw someone walking towards the stairs and knew that he could no longer escape from the first floor. So he immediately turned around and quietly returned to the second floor. Gervais quickly ran down the corridor and came to the living room he entered at the beginning. He wanted to hide on the balcony. Caca. It's a pity that the door to the living room that I just walked out of was locked.
Holy shit!
Gervais cursed in his heart. At this time, the sound of climbing the stairs was getting closer and closer. If he didn't hide, he would be discovered. So he hurriedly ran forward a few steps again and came to the door of another room. Click. Fortunately, the door to this room was unlocked, and Gervais pushed open the door and got in without thinking.
So far so good.
Gervais closed the door gently and relaxed slightly. My grass. It's just that Gervais's heart fell for a short time, but it picked up again the next moment. He actually ran into the bathroom in this small building. Looking at the exquisite steaming bath, Gervais had the urge to cry. He heard clearly just now that the servant was bringing the woman to take a bath. Gervais immediately opened the door again without thinking.
Miss Adela, this is your bedroom, and the bathroom is in front. Now go help you light the candles. Okay.
However, when Gervais opened the door, he immediately heard voices coming from the corridor. Gervais was so frightened that his hand shook. He closed the door again and quickly searched the bathroom. The bathroom is very spacious, with a bathtub, tables, chairs and sofas, and even an open-air balcony outside. However, when Gervais came outside the balcony, it was still more than 4 meters high below, and there were smooth walls on the left and right. There was nowhere for Gervais to hide and escape. Helpless, Gervais could only go back to the bathroom again. But it was difficult to find a safe place to hide people in the bathroom, because there was no extra furniture in the bathroom. Finally, Gervais looked at the gauze curtains hanging around the bathtub, and suddenly looked up.
We can only hide here.
Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer outside the door, Gervais no longer hesitated and rushed to the edge of the bathtub with a run. Then he jumped to grab the beam above the curtain and climbed up. Snap! It was at this time that the bathroom door was opened. A maid came in and started lighting candles around. But Gervais did not even dare to breathe. The beam he was on was specially used to hang those gauze curtains. So it was not thick. Only as thick as an adult's arm. Fortunately, it was still strong, although it was uncomfortable for a person to hang on it. There was no need to worry about it falling if the beam broke. The only thing that made Gervais a little uncomfortable was that he needed to keep his balance at all times. Otherwise he might fall.